Yeah, who knows?
I don't think they unsubscribe.
I don't think so either. But people have. Well, let's listen. If they're willing to move Justin Bieber from the #1 trending because he #1 trends too hard, and they think it's ridiculous, not to just acknowledge that our culture, that there's certain humans in our culture that are spending an exorbitant amount of time thinking about that beautiful man, right? There's a lot. But why do we want to lie and pretend that it's not as big? So if they just, I'm not saying they shouldn't, but if they did that, just if they did that, you go, okay, are we through the looking glass now? You can change the data? Like what do you when do you decide who gets pushed here, who gets pushed there? When do you decide?
YouTube definitely the trending page on YouTube is 100% controlled by a human. I don't know if they've said that, but there are videos that should be there that aren't based off of the data you see.
Yeah.
YouTube's got some weird things going on with it. Like the videos that they go you might like type thing. They did a You Might Like to Me a couple months ago where it was just videos of a guy towing cars in Dallas, like out of their parking lot. And he made these funny, cute little videos with a little commentary using videos from the security cameras. Anyways, I don't know why I liked it, but I started watching it and I was like, you know, this is interesting. So I tweeted it out, like random video I just got addicted to on YouTube. Everybody, like hundreds of people were like, I just started watching that. YouTube recommended that to me. Like, how did that happen? You know, this little guy with a tow truck company is now pushed on everybody's laps. And now he just went over 100,000 subscribers the other day. And it was like months ago that he just had like 10.
That's the argument some people have made that's how fast the Paul brothers they grew, and they grew so fast on YouTube that some people thought there was something up. They gained like millions of followers within a week or two of being on there, and they were coming from another platform.
Well, it's also there's coming from another platform is giant, but it's also all it really takes is one person deciding that whatever the fuck you did was funny or weird or crazy, like that Cash You Outside girl.
Yeah.
Well, that girl's, you know, managed by the same people that own TMZ, and that's why you see it on TMZ every day.
I was going to bring up, if you watch the Fire Festival documentary, there's an explanation of, they show how they spread the Fuck Jerry guys, the marketing team spread that with the orange picture. It was a coordinated event over hundreds of different social media accounts.
For her? For the Cash Me Outside girl? For Fry Festival?
Yeah, for the Fire Festival, yeah.
Fire Festival.
To catch everybody's, because there are a team of people, there are agencies that have all these influencer accounts. They pay them. They don't have to accept the money or accept the offer, accept the campaign, but oftentimes they do.
So it's like a talent agency.
100%. Yeah.
Interesting.
They don't need to share a new person. You need to launch the next voice, and it's like, oh, here's a new song, here's a new movie. It's just a new way to spread stuff,
bro.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool watching how many people are unsubscribing to Fuck Jerry and the Fat Jew, though. That's interesting.
Yeah, but are they? I looked at it the other day. They have like 14 million.
They lost 500,000 in like a weekend.
Really?
That's a significant amount.
Last time I
Did
looked,
they really?
it was 14.7. Then it was 14.1. I haven't looked today.
Whoa.
But
That's coming from, I think, a video someone shared this week. I think Vic Berger made a video that got spread around. And
They took his video, right?
I
think that's what he said. I think I saw it on Vic Berger's page.
There's a few comics that have posted videos like, hey, you know, Fat Jew stole this, you know, and I tried to reach out. They never got back to me. He got 10 million. What do you think about this idea, though? Like, that's kind of piracy, you know? Like,
yes.
And so Instagram's allowing and Twitter's allowing piracy?
Well, I think they're allowing these people to post videos because you don't really know where it came from. There's no proof, right? Like if you find a meme, like how many times you posted a meme, I repost whoever sent it to me, if someone sends it to me, but sometimes I'll just find it in a Google search, and you got to figure out who made that meme, and if I find their Instagram account, then I'll try to find it and repost it. But some people don't, and I haven't in the past. Like I did that one with Baked Alaska got mad at me because there was one with Alex Jones sitting in a hot tub. And it's like when your friends are trying to chill, but you have to keep dropping truth bombs. It was hilarious. I didn't know it was his.
Right.
I just posted it because someone sent it to me. Someone sent it to me in a text message, I think. But those things have a creator, right? And I know like Eddie Bravo makes his own. He makes some sometimes, but he'll send some to me or post some online that he finds that are funny too. And everybody tries to credit the person who did it, right? But now what they do is they take it and they credit the person, but they didn't for so long.
They
A
only
lot of times they're crediting fake accounts, so they'll make
Yeah.
a fake
Yeah.
account,
They have
put
fake
that meme
accounts,
there,
yeah.
and just
I've
do
seen
it
that too.
so they're not getting busted in the way you're just explaining.
I've seen that too. Well, what is that about though? Because that seems like deception.
It's just the way around that backdooring that qualification of it needs to be on an account. We need to point to somebody. Okay, well we'll point to this account.
But it's not even a real account.
right.
And if they find like they'll post stuff and then later add the person because the person contacts them, and so they're almost like that's admitting to piracy. Like we did
is
pirate.
it though? I mean, because it's if they just reposted it, a lot of folks, including me, do that.
Yeah, but they're
Is to give
making
the person credit.
money.
They're
Other
making
people are
money.
not.
Yeah, that's important. I don't make any money off my Instagram.
Right? They're
don't-
making millions.
Yeah, I just I've been offered to post stuff up, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't if something was fucking killer and they wanted to give me money. I'm greedy. I'll take some money, but I wouldn't lie about it, and I haven't yet. I've never accepted any money yet.
Yeah, because it's also I think in Instagram's law that you have to put that it's an ad if you're making money off of it.
Yeah.
And so that's another thing that both Fuck Jerry and Fat Jew are not doing. They're not putting an ad.
I just want to to devil's advocate this though. Is there a place for them for those accounts? Like, is there a place to be the retweeter of the memes, to be that guy, to be that account? Like, isn't that valuable?
Yes, it is a curator position. Yeah, it's kind of valuable. But the question is, like, if it is valuable and it becomes something almost like redistributing your stand-up. If you're doing a set, like if stand-up sets were, something that you could get everywhere and you could just repost it on your page, but then your page became super popular because you have all these people stand-up sets. Like a Spotify. Spotify gets ads, right? But they pay the artists a little bit, but mostly they make all the money.
Yeah, I don't know if it's you like say sorry later, you just do it and say I'm sorry, we'll figure it out after the fact, or you
These
get
are
it all
all
figured out.
business-oriented things that have art in them, as opposed to art-oriented things that start making money. They're two very different things. So this is not an art thing. This is they find other people's art and they sell it. They're pushing it. They create these accounts. The accounts get giant. People pass it around because they're just finding funny things, and then they start profiting. But all the people that created all the intellectual property get zero money, which is weird.
I don't remember, but I only learned more about this when Exit from the Gift Shop came out. Isn't that what Andy Warhol sort of did?
I don't know, and I don't care. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he did. But the thing about it is that this is happening right now on the internet. It's a totally different animal. I mean, Andy Warhol wasn't running around taking exact photo duplicates and putting them on his website for sale. Like this is when someone's doing on an Instagram page is like you could within seconds take a piece and put it somewhere else. It's seconds. Yeah. Brian posts something, I think it's funny. Ha ha! I go to copy, I go to the fucking repost app, I put it in there, repost it. It's seconds later. You could do that all day. And if you hire kids, and I don't know if he has people working for them, but if these guys do, they hire people for fucking $20 an hour or whatever, and these people just do it all day long. They just find funny shit all day long. They look for certain hashtags.
Meme factories are what they're called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's some people like, that have made some funny ones all their own. A lot of people that are just doing that all. I know Dalia has done a bunch of them. And then there's also one that they do where they steal people's act and make a meme out of it and then post that on their page. That's where it gets even more slippery because you're talking about like stand-ups acts and you're making money off it. How much are they making off of each post? I mean, I don't know, but these are multi-million-dollar businesses.
And
right?
the punchline. So now you have this 10-minute joke that everyone knows the punchline because they saw it on Facebook. That's like spoiler alert. Come on.
For sure, if you're still doing that material, like
Yeah.
if it wasn't on Netflix or a Comedy Central special or something, for sure. That sucks.
I guess it's always happened though, hasn't it? TV shows have been accused of stealing.
They
walking
have
in.
stolen.
Yeah, it's happened on.
Dude, they did it to Kevin James. I saw it happen. Kevin James was at the, he had a development deal for NBC back in the Disney, back when we were young pups. Both of us were like 27 or some shit. Maybe he's a little older than that. Maybe he's, actually that was like during the news radio days. So we were probably like in our 30s. And he had this development deal, nice development deal. They were paying him a lot of cash, a lot of paper. And they were setting up a sitcom around him. So they had him do a set at a theater in Hollywood. And I was there, and he does his set, and there's all these writers from various sitcoms. And the very next season, one of his best jokes is on an episode of a television show that's very popular. Very popular. Yeah. And they fucking stole his bit, man.
I guess that's where I was going, because that was in the 90s. So, like, we're now 25 years later. The new popular medium is Instagram and social media.
Yeah,
How
but
different is that?
well, it's different because there's accountability now. Because now people know that if you wrote a meme and you put it up on your site, and then Fuck Jerry comes along and steals your shit and doesn't credit you for it, and just puts it up there, you know what they did, unless someone sent it to them and didn't attribute it to you, which is possible, but it seems much more likely that what they were doing on purpose for the longest time. And they thought that's what you could do on the internet. It's a Wild West. You could just take memes and you could become famous. And look, that fat Jewish guy did it. I mean, that guy became famous. Whether you agree with his methods or not, it worked. He's got his crazy hair. He shows you, like he's this crazy looking guy, and he has all these funny memes that somebody else wrote. And they're all up on his Instagram page, and it worked. And people don't like him now. There's a lot of people that don't like him. People get real shitty with him in person. They don't want him doing appearances. They know what he did. So there's a certain number of people that go, hey man, you're a thief. Like, this is not cool. Like, what you did is not cool. But then there's certain people that don't care. And then there's certain people that think, well, what he did was just what anybody did back then. It was the Wild West. No one thought about it. And once he established that business model and it was effective, it was probably very hard for him to slow it down or to attribute things to people or to admit that he didn't do it for all that amount of time.
It just bugs me that companies pay these guys knowing that they do this, or like as a fat Jew, he's like signed with CAA, who's signed with a bunch of comedians that he probably took. They're taken from the same basket. So it's like,
it is weird, right?
Yeah.
Now, if he was going on stage and doing their acts,
He's been doing appearances, right? He's got a book. He's been on TV shows.
well, I don't know what's in.
I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know what he's doing.
But
I don't
maybe
wanna
he's
accuse
showing.
him of that. But he's obviously used it for profit. He's figured out a way to profit. It's weird. He must be weirded out by this Fuck Jerry thing too, because he must be sitting there going, okay, I'm right here. You guys gonna leave me alone? It's Comedy Central was advertising on the Fuck Jerry page, which is like Jesus, folks.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was like Jesus, folks. Can I just sit you guys down? Go over a little history of comedy?
Well, I mean, Mind Him and See It, they didn't learn then either. Yeah.
Well, that was while it was happening, though.
Yeah.
They did learn eventually. They let it go eventually, but that was also because the ratings had dropped through the floor. Comedy's not fucking easy to make up. Especially like meme kind of comedy that's done by folks that are working in offices. Meme kind of comedy is some of the funniest fucking comedy on earth, and it's done by regular people. It's not like it's not like most memes are written by high-level satirists that work for the New Yorker. No, they're fucking regular folks who think something's funny,
I think what's going to happen is as technology improves, being able to scan a photo and go, well, we could tell the first time this was ever put on the internet was from this little girl. She took a photo of it, has all the data in the picture, and it's now used on this meme that's making this much money, and this meme, then it's going to be kind of broken down like any kind of artist.
Yeah,
musician.
I guess. I mean,
That's the idea for the argument for the blockchain getting involved in here, because
Right.
you could tie that. I guess it can be in the data, in the bits. Like,
now let me ask you this. What if someone uses a picture of your band? Say you have a band. They use a picture of your band, and then they have a funny meme under the picture of your band.
Yeah.
Who owns that then?
That's what happened. Like, I think Beyonce tried to get that picture taken off the internet from her from the Super Bowl a couple years ago because it was like a bad picture. She didn't like how she looked in it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but
how the fuck does that lady take a bad picture? She doesn't. Somebody needs to talk to her.
Yeah.
You go, listen, it's good. It's not your best, but you look fucking great. Like if that shit was on
Yeah.
Tinder, you wouldn't be going. Eh.
It's like, if someone was paying for that meme, should Beyonce get some of the money, or
That's the question you would have with like a corporation, right? Should someone be able to grab photos that are out in the public domain, make something with it, and then profiting? That's there's been a lot of bands, I'm sure. That's why I said bands, because they're like really good at protecting copyright and their logo and shit. If you had like the Kiss band logo, you don't think Gene Simmons would come at you? He's coming at you with some lawyers, 100%, right? That's just what he's gonna do. But it's who owns those photos? If it's like Gene Simmons like spitting fire out, and
I think if you took the photo and the cameras were allowed inside the event, you took it. That's
right, but it's
photographer.
not what the case is, though. Most of the photographs are people that are they're just putting them up online, and someone takes it. It's like, say if Gene Simmons spitting fire, and it has a joke about eating a hooker's pussy or something, like whatever it is, like make something funny there. But like, if that's online, and that becomes this giant meme that gets all these likes, and that's somehow or another how the fuck do you profit from Instagram? You don't profit from individual posts, but those individual posts will boost your signal.
Yeah.
Some posts are profited.
Instagram?
Yeah, you have to say ad on it.
Right,
though,
it has to say sponsored post, right?
Yeah. Well,
You're
legally
supposed
it's
to,
supposed to,
yeah,
but
you're supposed
I'd probably say 90% of them aren't like
Right.
that.
A lot of people don't, right? Especially if it's like
Instagram
you
models.
think you can get away with it.
Oh yeah, Instagram models talking about tea. Like, oh, this is the best tea. Yeah.
Nice day, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's the Instagram model is a fucking hilarious position. It really is.
It's a powerful position.
Yeah, it's hilarious though. It's amazing how many of them there are, and they make money. You know, it's smart.
It's amazing how butts are such a big thing now.
Yeah.
And like when I was a kid, that no one cared about butts. It was big butt. You're like, ew, lose some weight.
Yeah, we talked about this before. I
really?
think. Yeah,
Okay.
I think you and I did.
Oh, probably.
It was where I said Sir Mix-a-Lot changed the game.
Yeah,
Everybody's like,
was
"What?
it?
Oh, you like big butts? Hey, I kind of do too."
Yeah.
It's like for whatever reason, it wasn't even an issue. Like back then, girls would have giant fake boobs and tiny flat butts, and they were perfect.
My grandmother would have millions
Hey,
of
man, that's the
Instagram
whole
model hits.
This Fat Bottom Girls was before that slightly, but no one really it didn't catch on, right?
You make the rock and world go round. That's a great
Deva
goddamn
makes
song.
bold choices.
I didn't see Bohemian Rhapsody. Did you?
see it either, no.
Did you see it?
Nah,
Well,
I heard it
that's-
wasn't that
how dare
good.
you. What the fuck are
Yeah.
you guys talking about? I heard it was amazing.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I'm a giant Queen fan, though. I love them. That's my my number one cryogenic song when I'm in the cryo chamber is Dragon Attack. Because you got to move around when you're in that 240 degrees below zero. It's hard to just sit still. Do a little dancing in there.
Hey, come here.
I'd read it.
I got a deal
he
for
did
you.
a Rami Malek, I think is the actor's name that played him, Freddie Mercury. He did
Oh,
a really
yeah?
good job. But before it happened, Sacha Baron Cohen was sort of in talks for it, but he wanted to take the character in a different direction that no one was really comfortable with.
I see. I would have rather have seen that.
No, man. What would he have done? What was that? What does that mean?
I don't know.
See, that's a weird thing, man. You can't.
Could have just been said too that to get spicy talk.
But you can't just add stuff.
My wife.
Yeah, you can't just. It's not an art piece. Like Bohemian Rhapsody, although it is an art piece, it's a documentary of a guy's life. Like in some ways, you're documenting it, right? Like it's supposed to be his life. You can't make up things that never really happened, or
I forget what movie. But it's the difference between like a biopic and an actual biography or a
Right.
documentary. Like,
well, what is the difference?
You're making a Hollywood movie versus
Right, but what is the difference in terms of the story?
Creative, I think creative control, like being creative with something. Like we know this event happened and this event happened the day before, and in the middle, what would happen? Where one is knowing
just
only the
screwy.
facts.
It's screwy
the
to do.
Foxcatcher versus a documentary about Mark Schultz. Like there were
Yes.
parts in there that you specifically know
Yes.
were fucked with for
No
art-
reason.
artistic sake. sort
Well,
of
not
even.
just the parts that I know, but I didn't even talk to Mark about the movie. But there was a bunch of parts that I think he was furious about, where it made it look like they were doing blow and maybe doing some gay stuff. There was a lot of weird scenes that things were implied or it just seemed odd. Like, how do you know this happened unless Mark told you? And Mark was furious at the end. After it was released, and then on top of that, the big one was that they changed his opponent when he fought in the UFC. They gave him a Russian guy when he in fact fought Big Daddy Goodrich, who's a legend. Like Big Daddy Goodrich is an MMA legend. He was a pioneer. He was in the early UFCs. The giant yoked black dude with the gi. I mean, he would fight with the gi on. He has one of the most brutal knockouts in the history of the sport, where he fought this wrestler, Paul Herrera, and Paul took him down, and they got into a position where Big Daddy Goodrich was lying on him sideways, and he elbowed him in the face like 10 times in the course of like 3 seconds, and it's so horrific. You're watching his head just bounce off before they stop the fight. It's fucking brutal, like one of the most brutal KOs you'll ever see in your life. So this guy wasn't just a regular guy, like you just substitute him out and make the guy's name Tom instead of Bob. No, it was Big Daddy Goodrich. That's who Mark Schultz fought when he fought in the UFC. Watch this. Watch this. Boom, boom, boom,
Wow.
boom, 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 boom. I mean, that guy is fucking out. And his arms are trapped and his legs are trapped. Big Daddy's got him in like a crucifix position. And it's from Paul trying to take him down. I mean, that was so that guy, Big Daddy Goodrich, he's a famous fighter. It's not like they took some nobody and removed him from the movie and changed the name of someone where it didn't really matter. It was a historical event in MMA.
What's the reason, you think? No one knows?
Some crazy producer, I think you should fight a Russian guy because we're in the Cold War again, baby. I don't know, you fuck Putin. I don't know how you feel about politics. You know, some producer just wanted to jizz on the soup.
Right.
Some writer just wanted to cup his own balls and squirt one off into the fucking stew. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. The screenplay to make it to watch better. Who knows?
The only other thing that makes sense is maybe they would have had to pay Daddy Goodrich.
Right.
And they
His
didn't want
name.
to pay him. Maybe. I don't know.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
I mean, like Mike Tyson, you know, he had that video game a long time ago with Nintendo, and they had to pay him to use Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yeah.
And then after like a couple years, he was like, I'm done with this. And then, so now then it was just called Punch Out. It wasn't even Mike Tyson in the game anymore. They had to like take it off.
Some new dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you done the VR boxing game yet?
I haven't done the VR boxing game, but it looks cool. Like the Rocky one, is that what it is?
There's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them.
Dude, they're amazing.
Yeah.
It's great. Like a regular boxing game you playing on TV is so stupid. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're fun, but in comparison to a VR game, in a VR game, you're boxing.
Right.
You see your hands in front of you. The guy's throwing jabs, you're slipping. You're like standing in front of him. You can catch punches with your hands. You can throw shots to the body. It's crazy. You get tired doing it. Like, you could really get a workout doing it. It's amazing. This is it right here. Like, this is what you would see.
That's the new Rocky one. They just updated
Oh,
it.
Jesus!
Yeah, this is the one I thought.
Oh, Clubber Lang!
Mr. T is in it. Or
Yeah.
is it just random guy with mohawk?
Well, that's Clubber Lang. But look how jacked everybody is.
Fearless one.
Can you imagine if people were really
Watch
that
it.
jacked?
Dave nearly stepped on Shugo's tail.
I mean, this is, so what is that, Drago? And he's fighting, there's Drago versus Rocky. Yeah, but we can't see.
Rocky
You want to
Revenge.
see what it looks like from your eyes. And this is a, that's a regular video game, or that is a
That's
virtual
That's
reality?
the VR game. This is just the teaser they showed, I guess. I was looking for the updated.
Yeah, you want to see what it looks like when you've got those gloves in front of you.
Have you tried VR pool yet?
No,
No.
no. I like regular pool.
VR is so great. I love it. I just need to get it out of my living room. It's just too much for my living room.
There's things you couldn't do with VR pool that you need to understand if you're actually playing pool. With real pool, you need friction.
Wow, this looks great.
It's crazy. How good it looks.
This looks...
A little bit of haptic feedback for this to get
Yeah.
maybe the next step.
Look how he's using his hands to block too. It's crazy. The thing is, man, when someone's swinging on you, when this fake person in front of you is swinging, it's nerve-wracking. You think you're gonna get hit, and when you do get hit, and you see red or you see white rather, look, you just KO'd him. It's funny watching the guy.
It's pretty amazing how VR really gets immersive. Like, where
Yeah.
you, like the, what is it, Resident Evil video game? I mean, that's scary as fuck. You
Yeah.
really think zombies are coming after you.
Yeah, you really do. You know, that game, the thing about that game, though, it doesn't necessarily, this boxing thing does not necessarily reward perfect technique. It just, you could kind of just do this and
Oh,
just
yeah.
do that. So you'd have to, like, if you wanted to use it as a workout, you'd have to actually be disciplined and use good technique. What you'd probably do is put gloves on, put some Velcro gloves on, and put the little fucking hand thing in the
Probably
glove.
close to
Yeah.
there, but in the next year or two,
You could just
you'll
duct
get
tape
there.
it.
Year or two, it'll be in the glove
Yeah, 'cause
itself. Yeah.
There's actually I think it's called the knuckle controller. Is the next version of the Vive controller. It fits around your hand like a glove. It's not. It doesn't. It just goes around your knuckles, kind of. So
Right.
you don't have to grab sort of in the same way.
Right. Yeah. Because when you have your hands this way, like with thumbs up shows the gloves like this on the screen for some strange reason. So when you're throwing punches, it doesn't look right. They need to change that. But because It's like they want you to just do this. But that's freaking me out.
Yeah.
But when you're actually doing it, though, if it looked like your hands in the same position as your hands, it would be a worthwhile way to learn. Like a guy like Freddie Roach could literally do a game where he showed you, all right, I want to see the jab, pop, and they're like right here, all right, pop, and then here comes the hook, duck under, and then go to the body, go to the head. And you could do that and do drills with the guy, and actually you could pick up real skills in a VR game, especially with boxing. Boxing particularly. Kickboxing, maybe a little less because you're moving your legs. You're not just moving your hands. Like you'd have to have some sort of sensors on your legs so I could know what you're doing to make sure you're not showing bad technique. Like your knee might be down or you might be doing something funky. But if you have boxing, those two things are just like gloves. All you need to learn is all the other things. You need to learn how to punch and how to move around, but you can effectively, with just holding on to those things, you're staying in the same position that you would be if you were really boxing, and you can move around the ring too. Like it's an area like the size of this desk, maybe like a little bit more. So it's not like you're in one place and you don't have footwork. You can actually develop footwork too. So they can have like Vasily Lomachenko doing like footwork drills rather, where you would learn on a virtual reality thing where to step. That'd be fucking badass. All that stuff you could learn some shit from those things.
I like how the VR is going. Like there's amusement park or buildings now, kind of like Chuck E. Cheese, where it's just VR rides now, where you use like, oh, you're parachuting or you're on a roller coaster and stuff. I like how they're doing that now a lot. Like, a lot of malls have that now.
Yeah, I've done those. I've done the like little spaceship ones too, when you roll a doom buggy around on the surface of the moon.
Have you done the Star Wars one in Vegas yet? I guess you actually have like 5 people in your group that you can see in the game, and there's like, have you played it?
They have it at the Glendale Galleria. If you
They
wanna go
do?
check it out. Yeah.
Dude, the dopest one they have is at the Disneyland, the
it's the same thing.
Disneyland Village. But the Disneyland Village one is there's a Star Wars one, and then there's also a Wreck-It Ralph one.
Yeah.
The Wreck-It Ralph one is fucking amazing.
Same company.
Is it the same company?
Yeah, the Void is what it's called.
that's it. Same place. So they have the Star Wars one sometimes. So they'll have like one game set up for like a couple of weeks, and then they'll have the other game. Dude, we went to Disneyland, and that was the dopest thing at Disneyland.
Really?
Yes, by far.
It's the future.
It's fucking amazing. Dude, you wear the suit, okay? So you have this vest on. So you're feeling when you get hit. You feel it in your chest. You feel heat. They have places where you walk through, and it's like lava below you. You feel heat.
No way.
The Star Wars one, when you're getting shot, you feel it in your chest.
No shit.
You pick a
Oh,
gun
man,
up
I
off
gotta
the
go.
wall, and you've got like stormtrooper arms. You see you're holding the gun in front of you. It's crazy.
That's awesome. I didn't know that was in Glendale.
Dude, they're getting so good. You still are super aware that you're in a game.
Right.
For now. But this, go from Pong to fucking, what's the best? Red Dead Redemption? That's probably the best graphics. I mean, fucking insane graphics. What is that, 30 years? 30 years they went to that. These virtual reality games, 10 years from now, are going to be insane. No one's going to want to be in regular life. Regular life's going to suck.
Yeah, there's not going to be a Disneyland or a Disney World anymore. It's just going to be VR.
It'll still be there, but you'll be able to get on every ride.
Yeah.
I haven't watched this myself yet, but the NBA makes viewing in VR available now.
Whoa,
so they
the
have
whole
a whole.
game?
It's not every game, but it's like once a week they have a particular game you can log in and watch. They changed the cameras a little bit. I don't think it's perfect yet.
Holy
It's
shit.
very
though,
cool though.
Dude, how
It's
about
like-
watching this on the floor?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
on the floor.
And they'll move you around so you're in the footage too. And I think they have a separate announcing team, so they're talking about what you're seeing versus like listening to the normal TV.
Oh, wow.
It's quite not there yet. We filmed a couple episodes of Kill Tony in VR, and we had some of the top-of-the-line cameras for it, and it still wasn't there yet. It was more hassle than it was worth.
This seems like something that would be fucking amazing for the UFC, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this would be
Yeah,
amazing.
you basically have your view.
Yeah.
Except the cage.
The cage would be in the way, but there's got to be a way that they could film through the cage. If they just had a camera in a reinforced position where it was far enough back behind foam that there's no way it could interfere if someone crashed into it, but yet close enough that it could see through an actual hole, you could get the entire octagon if you did it with several different ones of those.
They had it at least at like it was ground. Oh, this isn't it, I guess, but it was a ground level. I think they called it the Phantom Cam, but maybe it had a different name.
And it was VR.
It wasn't VR. No, the UFC's used it a few times. They always try out things. They're very experimental. They don't always show everything they're trying out though. But
Problem with
this
it,
would be cool to try maybe one time.
Ideally, you'd want it right in the middle, like not above or too below. And it would have to have because it has cameras all around it. So, you know, that's hard to do with the cameras, I guess, without getting in the way of everything.
Yeah, you would have to. You'd have to find a good spot for it.
Put it on Bruce Buffer's head and let him just go to town.
Well, they used to do that with Pride. Pride used to have like they would wear glasses with like cameras next to the glasses, and you'd get the referee vision.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
That's kind of cool.
Like, separating fighters and breaking it up and waving the fight off. Yeah,
that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. Yeah, it's
weird. Here it is. It's I guess it's this little teeny Marshall cam is what it's called. POV cam.
Oh, that shit's pointed at me, man. Sometimes, yeah. There's one like that that's pointed at me.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. I have seen that there.
Yeah, they use that sometimes when when we go crazy, when we jump up if a fight's happening. I didn't know that's what they did it for until one day I saw it online. I go, oh, well, that makes sense. That's a smart thing to do because sometimes we do get animated. There's been several fights where me, Anik, and DC or Dominic Cruz, we're all standing up, like while like at the end, like Amanda Nunes. When Amanda Nunes knocked out Chris Cyborg, we were like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like your whole body's like, Jesus, what the fuck did I just see? Sometimes you just can't sit down. You just your body's just like, God damn it! It just goes. You're not even trying to control it. You just let it go. When you see somebody do something fucking insane, like there's some wild, crazy Francis Ngannou knocking out Alistair Overeem type punch, yeah.
Are we?
Yeah, it's me and Dominic and John Anik and Anik's up, and I'm leaning back. It's a crazy job, man. It's a crazy job. So that was the moment. And you see the one below it? See that? Go back to that. See that one below it where I'm staring at the camera in the upper right? That one there?
Yeah.
That was a video taken by John Wayne Parr. John Wayne Parr, who's a multiple-time world Muay Thai champion, a friend of mine, a great guy who lives in Australia, was there at the fights in Australia when Holly Holm knocked out Ronda Rousey. And he filmed Holly Holm head-kicking Ronda Rousey and then turns to me and I turn to him and I was like, what the fuck just happened? I was like, whoa. Whoa. But when you see it, like, in that moment, when you see something that's that fucking nuts in that moment, you're like, I can't even believe what I saw. Like, that was me. Like, I looked at him and he looked at me and we were like, whoa, dude. That was crazy. There's no sport like that. Some sports just, they just have this this moment where everybody gets a jolt of a drug. Everybody just gets this. Ah!
You mean that didn't happen last night at the Super Bowl for you?
I left before it ended. I was at a friend's party.
Oh, yeah.
Went to a Super Bowl party. It was fun.
The lowest viewed one in the last 10 years.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but not by a lot, but yeah.
It's because they knew that handsome man was going to take his shirt off.
Oh, gosh.
What's his name?
Adam Levine.
It's a beautiful man.
There's no nipples, or everyone's
He doesn't
talking about his
have
nipples. No, he has nice brown nipples, but then
wrong
you're
with
like Janet Jackson, like the big,
Yeah, right,
that
that's
went
true.
crazy.
Right, why is he allowed to show his nipples?
He showed both.
This is bullshit. Sex is bullshit.
And his dick root.
This is oh my god, he had dick root showing? That is bullshit. He just wanted everybody to know he's got beautiful tattoos
I love that.
and a fairly good body.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he does a lot of squats though, right? That's what's interesting. He's around like the greatest super athletes in the known universe. Actually, looks pretty good right there.
Well, for today, he was.
Yeah.
He looks pretty good.
Look at those
What do you
random
mean for today he
tattoos.
was?
I mean, he's not always around the greatest super athletes.
Right. No. Yeah. Yeah, he looks pretty good. He looks like he's in good shape. Happy to take his shirt off with his California stomach tattoo. But the point being, that guy's around freaks. He's around 6'5", 290-pound super athletes who could jump over his fucking head. They literally could run through 100 of him like they were paper walls. Just rah! That's what he's around. He's around the fucking Super Bowl. The greatest physical specimens in the known universe. And he takes his shirt off. Like, hey, bitches, I'm here too.
They had an event set up over the weekend so people could test their 40 speed up against other NFL times, whatever. They had like a list.
That's hilarious.
Usain Bolt did it in his shoes. Like they said street shoes or whatever, but
Right.
he didn't have cleats on. He tied the fastest ever NFL 40.
Yeah, he's probably did it with a
4.22.
full stomach. He probably just ate, drank a couple of beers. Fuck it, I'll show these bitches what's up. Yeah, it was weird, like watching on TV this dude with his shirt off. You know, oh, this is a different thing now. Now this is like a sexy concert.
Yeah.
Before it was like a football game.
That's what I think he's getting shit for, because he didn't need to take his shirt off, right? You know, he had his shirt on, and then like after the second song, he's like, you know what? Let's get sexy in the Super Bowl.
Did
you
he
know?
say that?
No. But I mean, why else
If
would
he
he
did
take
say
off his
that.
shirt? I mean,
At least make a hashtag. Hashtag sexy in the Super Bowl.
let's get sexy up in this bitch.
Well, he's a sexy man. Don't be hating. Beautiful man.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the whole thing. Your audience is a bunch of guys, you know.
Started with a jacket on.
Started with a jacket on. Well, it was cold out at first, but then he started to warm up a sweat.
Yeah.
Never trust white men with necklaces. That's my message.
More than one.
Or no, he's got the little necklaces and the bracelets for the falcons to land on.
Oh, wait a minute. Those are spiritual necklaces. If you have
God.
wooden beads, for whatever reason, that makes you spiritual.
Is that hemp or gold? I can't even tell.
You're allowed to wear wooden necklaces because, like, people go, oh, you're, like, really into organic stuff. You're really into macro. But that's gold.
Is that? Yeah,
That
it
looks
is
like gold.
Yeah.
That's like, the other one was just weird lighting.
I can't wear necklaces, man. It bugs me. Did you ever wear necklaces?
I've worn necklaces, sure. Yeah, it's never been a staple, but it's a weird thing. First of all, if it's big enough, it's like this target, right? If you have like a big old gold necklace, people want to steal it.
Right.
There's a lot of necklace snatchers out there, Brian. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
But then the other thing is, like, what are you doing? What are you doing with that big old shiny thing around your neck? What are you doing? What are you, a chick?
I remember in the 90s, chokers were a thing, and I used to wear a choker. How gross is that?
Like a dog choker?
It's just a really tight necklace. Ugh.
Yeah.
Hemp necklaces.
Oh, yeah, those with the little bead.
Yeah.
The bead at the bottom, the bead's critical. Gotta have the bead.
Yeah.
Multicolored bead. Make it look really cool. Yeah, like, it's weird. Like some guys will wear, like, little anklets with, like, beads. And they tie them off, and they'll walk around barefoot. And you're like, okay.
Well, it's kind of like that look that shop look where you have, like, the really tight, like, your pants go up so you can see your socks, you know? You show a little leg.
You know why they do that?
Why?
Sneakers. Those guys
Oh,
are
they
all
show
into
off their sneakers?
Yep. Full That's what Shab told me.
Do you do that, Jamie?
Yeah, that's what my pants have that actually
Oh
for you.
God, you do! Why?
That's how the pants are made.
Ah, that's funny.
That's how the pants are made?
Yeah, they're
That's
made.
why you don't buy those pants, man.
Then you're not buying pants. In
Where do
the
you
last
buy your
4
pants?
years.
What lady store do you buy? Do you buy it at Coach? Do you buy those pants at
Nike.com.
Oh, gosh.
That's hilarious.
You don't do that, do you?
No, how dare you? How dare you? I have a pair of very comfortable Under Armour running shoes on.
How
Very
are those?
comfortable. Those
Your new
Yeezys?
shoes the other day.
They're a little too tight for me. They bind my feet a tad bit. When I got to the store, I had to swap them out for. I had a pair of Converse All Stars, which are my go-to.
You got Yeezys, right?
Jamie gave me a pair of Yeezys about a year ago.
And you just wore them?
He
wore
just
them the other
undead
day.
stocked them. He's just keeping them on ice for a while.
Undead socked them. Is that what it's called?
Dead stock.
Dead stock. Dead stock. Oh, do you know what dead naming is? Do you know what dead naming is?
Is that a shoe thing?
No.
No.
It's a new thing that's illegal on Twitter. This is something I wish I knew. I didn't know until after the podcast, but dead naming is it's banned. So say if you decide tomorrow to become a woman and you're like, I'm no longer Brian, I'm Brianina. And I'd be like, Brianna?
Mm-hmm.
That's what have you thought this through?
Of course.
Okay. So I'd be like, okay, Brianna, but you're still a man. And then boom, that's dead naming. You can't call someone something other than their preferred gender. So, like, if they identify as a woman, but they're biologically male, you're not allowed to say they're biologically male.
Wow.
You're not allowed to call them a man because that's dead naming. You're not allowed to call them, like, you couldn't call Caitlyn Jenner Bruce. If you called her Bruce, you would be dead naming her.
But that's just like, that's not illegal, or I mean, like, you're not going to
Banned
get
from
banned.
Twitter.
Oh, it's a
It is-
Twitter rule thing.
It is a new. Please pull that up.
Oh, God.
I did not know this. I did not know this.
I searched it. It's been around for a while, but I'm checking the Twitter.
That's
thing.
kind of weird.
Dead naming has been banned for a while, or
No,
the
word,
term?
the term has been around.
I
yeah.
just found out about the term maybe a couple weeks ago. I'd heard the term for the first time. Somebody wrote dead naming, and I was like, "What is that?" And then I had to look it up.
So ridiculous. All the new rules we have to deal
Dude,
with.
there's a fucking article. There's an article that I was reading. Go ahead.
I'm looking right at their terms of service. It's directly word for word in there.
Okay, where's it say that? Okay. Dead naming of transgender individuals. Repeated or non-consensual slurs, epithets, racist and sexist tropes, or other content that degrades someone. Okay. Well, hold on a second. Like, what does degrade someone? So if you contact me and say, "Hey, bro, you're fucking short, you're not funny," that's degrading.
Yeah.
Like, is that not allowed? That's crazy. You have to have that be allowed. We prohibit targeting individuals with repeated slurs, tropes, or other content that it tends to dehumanize, degrade, or reinforce negative or harmful stereotypes about a protected category. See, that's where it comes from. Like, white people are not protected. This includes targeted misgendering or dead naming of transgender individuals.
Oh.
I love how they just went with that. This is a giant corporation, and they just went with some new word that's only been around for like a month. How long has dead naming been around for?
The Urban Dictionary had it in there from 2014.
Really?
Unbelievable.
Never even heard that before.
They're on the ball, tell you that.
But yet
Those
you're
urbans,
you're
they stay ahead.
Twitter still allows goatsies and all the porn you want, which is
love
interesting
that.
to me.
Yeah, well, porn's consensual.
Yeah.
I love that. It's just hilarious. I love that. That's all. I love the. I do love the chaos of it all. I love the fact that they're trying to sort everything out. I just think the whole thing is crazy. It's so bizarre that like they're trying to, in that sense, with that, like, that's so vague. To dehumanize or degrade. Well, every joke about someone, every joke about Trump, every single joke about Trump that every single comedian and or commentator and or person makes is in some way degrading. When you talk about how fucking stupid he is, like Rob Reiner had a joke about him, called him a piece of shit or called him a piece of crap yesterday, and said he couldn't believe how fucking dumb he is.
Trump talking about Hillary, though. He's doing it to Hillary.
100%. 100%. 100%. So that's so vague.
Yeah.
That's so vague.
And dead naming's not a real word. So, like, how are they using fake words in this shit?
I think they're trying to say it is now. It is a real word. Yeah. Man, I don't know. If your name used to be Bruce and you change it to Caitlin, I can't say that. That seems bananas.
Yeah.
That seems bananas. So, like, if you're fucking with somebody, say somebody became a woman and is still an asshole. You can't call him Mike. You know, hey, Mike, look, I'm sure you're bitter about this whole changing your sex thing. You can't bring that up. But you're still an annoying guy. You just don't have your dick anymore. Bye. Like, if someone says that, they can't say that. Why can't they say that?
They should. That's, to me, stupid.
Well, I'm not saying.
But that's hurtful, I guess, to transgender people, I guess.
Sure.
And that's can be considered hate
right.
speech or hate whatever.
But only when it comes to, like, gender.
Right.
Like, if you could tell someone, hey, you're short and fat and stupid, and they don't. No one cares.
True.
Right? You could say you're ugly as fuck. Your nose is disgusting. What happens there? Is that the same way? Is that the same thing?
It might be if you do it repeatedly.
Right.
If you just do it
repeatedly.
once, you just throw one out there, probably okay.
Probably one time you could shit on someone's looks.
You get one.
But it's like deciding what you can and shit on someone for. Like, what I'm saying is, if someone's an asshole, and they're like, here's a perfect one. That woman who used to be a man, she's a transgender woman who was in a store screaming at this kid behind the counter that it's ma'am. It's ma'am. This is a perfect example of that. Guy was terrified. She's fucking huge. And she used to be a guy and clearly still looks like a guy. And she's saying, it's fucking ma'am. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you remember she knocked some shit over and she got violent
At
in the
GameStop.
store. Yeah. In that situation, you telling me that it's not cool to say, how about you settle the fuck down because you look like a guy, you're acting like a violent guy, and you used to be a guy. Pardon me if I think you're still a fucking guy. That's dead naming. But that's a good thing to say in that particular instance. So without nuance, right, without context, saying you can't say anything to degrade someone, well, clearly that would degrade that guy. But if that guy was saying, fuck that kid, he did it on purpose, on Twitter, you're saying someone can't respond? Hey, man, I'm sure you're really upset that you got your dick removed and you still look like a guy, but fuck you. Like, why can't someone say that? Because that's people communicating how they feel about you being a dick. Like, if you start out being a dick and then they communicate about you being a dick by being a dick as well, are we banning this?
They're probably just covering their butts. There's probably not, like kind of like Jamie said.
It's dangerous. In a lot of ways. It's dangerous to control people's thoughts and behavior. Because who are you to say? And when does it end? It just keeps going and going and going and going. It gets very slippery when you have one group that thinks it's right and they're trying to control another group that thinks they're right. Man, that is, it seems so simple. When you're just talking about dead naming transgender people or not degrading people based on their looks or their ethnicity or their this or their that. But what you're doing is you're trying to dictate how humans communicate with each other, and people don't like it when you tell them what to do. The problem with telling people what to do is they want to do the exact opposite. This is one of the first things you realize when you have kids. Like, oh, they don't want to listen to me. Like, I got to figure out a way to sneak information into them, or you gotta figure out a way to not be too bossy. People don't want someone telling them what to do. This is what I missed when I was headed into that conversation. I missed how other people looked at that guy and what he stands for. I don't think it's correct. I think it's way more complicated. I think it's an insane business to run. And I don't think he really knew why Alex Jones was banned or why anybody else was banned. I don't think he really knew. I think he's dealing with a giant corporation, and he's a young guy, and he wears sandals.
And that's not the only company you're on.
Wait, what kind of sandals?
Some weird ones.
Like the
nice guy.
like
Leave him
wooden
alone, bro. It's just shoes.
What
were you saying?
He runs a couple different companies. He's not.
Yes.
He's not sitting at Twitter's offices every day.
That's another thing that Alex Jones brought up today. That he sponsors the podcast through the Cash App, which he also runs. It's 100% true. But I think we talked about it on the podcast. We even talked about the Cash App being a sponsor and about how it's helped Justin Wren's fight for the forgotten charity. So Alex Jones erroneously said that I didn't mention it. So we did mention it. It's worth mentioning. And Alex Jones is having to respond to people that want to know if I've seen what Alex Jones has said about me lately is one of the weirder things that I've dealt with. Because, first of all, I've always had good dealings with Alex in person to person. But he's obviously in a world of shit right now. There's a lot going on with him with this Sandy Hook stuff. And he wasn't entirely honest with me about what he had said about Sandy Hook. Maybe he didn't remember. Maybe he was trying to phrase it in a way other than the way I interpreted it when I saw the videos. But there's a Media Matters video that shows all the time where he said that Sandy Hook was fake. This is very complicated to me. This is one of the reasons why I struggled with bringing him back on the podcast. That's very complicated. Even though I've known the guy since 1998, and if I'm around him, I'd say that's my friend Alex Jones. He's a friend. He obviously did something fucked up. And the parents that had to deal with what he did, there's parents that had to deal with people calling them a crisis actor. They had to deal with people harassing them at the courthouse and harassing them if they met them in public because they were saying that they were lying about their kids being killed. So not only are their kids being killed, but they have to deal with someone harassing them and saying you're a liar and you're an actor. It's insanity. And I would think about it differently. I would definitely think about it differently if I wasn't friends with Alex. But I would also think about it differently if he hadn't made shit up about me. He said that I was told to stop talking about conspiracies or they threaten my family. That's 100% horseshit. And he has my phone number. He could have called me. I called him after I heard about it. He told me that someone told him that I talked to the person who told him that. I'm like, this is fucking bananas. Like, you out of your mind? Call me. This is so stupid. You think I'm not talking about whatever, fill in the blank, whatever ridiculous conspiracy. The Rothschilds, the fucking Rockefellers, whatever it is. I'm not talking about that because the government threatened my family. That is fucking wrong. It's ridiculous. And now you put it out there. So Alex Jones went on afterwards and he apologized and corrected it. Then recently, because I haven't had him on the podcast, he decided to start saying that I work for the CIA and that I'm George Soros talking points, which I don't even know what these fucking talking points are. Talking points about him in specific. Not talking to anybody. No one's giving me talking points. Not George Soros.
That's not what Eddie Bravo's been saying. I
Eddie
mean,
Bravo
he got good information through
Eddie
Joey
Bravo
Diaz.
doesn't even say that, so stop. Joey Diaz did fuck with Eddie for a while though. But the point being, Alex, if you're out there, I still like you as a person. If I saw you, I'd still give you a hug. But you're making shit up. And this is not helping anybody who wants to defend you. It's not helping me as a person talk about the good qualities in you. And you know that these things that you're saying are made up. You're making up the fact that I'm in the CIA. You're making up for the fact that the Hollywood insiders have given me information and tell me what to say. That's not true. You know it's not true. You know me. I don't have time to be a CIA insider. I can't take on another job. In between doing stand-up and podcasts and UFC commentator and running a family, I can't do it. I wouldn't do it. I'm not interested. I'd rather stop doing everything than work for any government organization. No one's ever approached me. No one's ever approached anybody I've ever heard of. I don't even know if that really happens. I don't know if that's a real thing. The thing is, they always say is that the CIA would talk to the people in Hollywood and tell them what to say in terms of propaganda. And maybe. I don't know. I don't have any personal knowledge of it. I'm sure someone has decided that if they're going to make a movie about like Zero Dark 30, that they have to get some sort of approval. And I'm sure that a lot of movies that are very inspirational that have to do with the military would be great for recruitment. So I'm sure there's some involvement. I'm sure there's also some patriots that work in show business that want to put out these movies about the government and about the military in a very positive way. That's probably the case in some instances too. But not everything's a fucking conspiracy. And this is why it's stupid. And why it's stupid is some things are a fucking conspiracy. And Alex Jones has talked about some things that were real conspiracies. That 9/11 documentary, The Road to Tyranny, details the World Trade Organization protest where they sent in these agent provocateurs, which are essentially soldiers. They send in soldiers and military people dressed up in all black and cover their face, and they smash windows and tip over things, and they take a peaceful protest and they turn it violent so then the police can move in and shut down the protest. And then not only did they do that, but they made a no protest zone in the United States of America. A no protest zone. Was it the United States of America? It wasn't Vancouver, was it? It was Seattle.
I thought it was
Seattle.
Vancouver.
No, I think it's Seattle. World Trade Organization protests.
Are you talking about with the boots and they all had the same shoes?
Yeah, that shit. But Alex detailed this in detail, and it was real. When he makes things up, like there was one recently the David Pakman show had on about Alex talking about people eating babies' pituitary glands and scattered vandalism in downtown Seattle. Yeah, it was Seattle. So they enforced a no protest zone. That was in 1999 rather. Was it 99? Yeah. December 1st, 1999. October 27, 2009 was the article. Yeah, Alex did that. That was real. That was legit. And it was very informative because I didn't know that is how the government operated sometimes.
Did you contact him the second time and go, what the fuck's wrong?
I sent him a text message. Said, this is why I won't talk to you. You say crazy, stupid shit like this. But I don't hate the guy. He'll scream and yell and call me a demon. He's not in a good place. You're not in a good place when you're defending against that. And all these other conspiracies, like, it's all fun and games until you're talking about people's kids getting murdered. And then all of a sudden people are like, fuck you. And that's basically what happened with him. If he was just ranting about government conspiracies or, who shot this guy or who's stealing money from here, some of what he talks about is beneficial. But Alex is not. I don't think he's in a good place. I don't think he's in a good place mentally, and I don't think he's in a good place in terms of his situation with the law. I don't hate you, Alex Jones. If you listen to this, If I saw you, I'd still give you a hug. I'll still even do your fucking show when I come to Austin. I don't care. We can come and hang out, but just stop making shit up. It's silly. And, you know, I'm sorry if there's bad stuff between us. I'm more sorry of what you said about those kids. I'm sorry about everything. It's unfortunate. It's all terrible. Now, something like that. What's the road to redemption for someone like that? Because the thing about people is, and I think this is also what's going on with Alex, people need a road to redemption. Like, if someone fucks up horribly and does something terrible, should that be the end of them? This idea that we don't need them anymore, no matter who it is. I mean, what does a person have to do to grow and learn and for people just to accept them again? And let them onto all platforms again? What does a person have to do? It's a real good question.
I think it's per person, though. Like, somebody like Alex just seems like he's getting worse and worse. Like, this seems like what he did to just you is
well,
just
he's doing it to me because he's
insane.
mad at me because I haven't had him on.
I'm sure
That's all
if
it
he
is.
asked you, or if he was in town, I'm sure if...
No, you're not listening. I said I didn't want to have him on. I was trying to figure out whether I would have him on.
Right.
But when I watched the Media Matters video, it was very clear to me he wasn't being on. I asked him if he had said that it was fake. And he said he questioned whether or not it was real, but then eventually he acknowledged that it was real, which he has done. But there was many times where he said it was fake. Not one. Many times. It's absolutely fake. It was 100% fake. There's video of it. I didn't see the video before we did our 9/11 podcast. I've seen it now. And I still thought about having him on. I still thought about talking to him about it and talking to him about all this shit and what it's like.
I think he plays a character, honestly.
I don't think so.
I mean, with the reptile guys and people, the things that he says, half of it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I think he definitely goes crazy with some things, but I don't think he's doing well. Yeah, but he was talking about eating babies' pituitary glands. See if you can find that David Pakman video. David Pakman, who's a progressive commentator online, he was going, look, something's wrong with him. Like, he's playing this video. Like, what? He's talking about them breaking into morgues.
What is happening to Alex Jones?
Yeah, see if you can find the part on the video where Alex is talking. It's early on.
It sounds like schizophrenia. It sounds like any episode of Live PD or Cops, you know, and people are talking like, oh, I saw aliens upstairs in my house. You know, like the other guy, Owen Benjamin. Look at him.
See, play this real quick.
It's all in plain view to these people. They're just putting it in our face, and they want a system where we can't do anything to stop them. That's like Bill Maher. The name of his production company is Kid Love, which is his NAMBLA slogan, basically. Then he makes jokes about having sex with kids all the time, and says it's okay to have sex with kids that have sex with 35-year-olds when they're 12. Just incredibly outrageous, evil, pathetic stuff of these soulless demons, like Bill Maher. But Josh was saying he had a theory dealing with what walnut sauce is. And are you going to say it's the pituitary gland? Because they confirmed that Jimmy Savile and others would torture little kids to death, but if they couldn't get regular ones to kill, their favorite thing was to grab a kid and run over them with a car so they could say, oh, there's a police report, they got run over. But they would hurry to the morgue, and they work with different government-controlled morgues and eat the pituitary gland as quickly as possible and get high off of it. So, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's first of all, Bill Maher's not a fucking pedophile. This is crazy. This is like a weird rambling, and this is not Alex that I knew from 1998. It's just not. It's not the same guy. This is a guy who's not doing well. So, my apology as a human being to Alex Jones. If you were hurt that I didn't have you back on the show, if you were hurt that I occasionally poke fun at you, I have to. You're hilarious, unfortunately. But I don't hate you. I don't wish you badly. And back in the day, I enjoyed a lot of your stuff. People lose their way, you know? So, I think that it's a real bad feeling being stuck on the outside, too. When they all band together and kick you out. And everybody kicks you out. Everybody. Twitter and Facebook and everybody and YouTube, and Twitter was the last one. But that was Jack Dorsey didn't even know why Alex Jones got kicked off of Twitter, and people were like, "Well, let him back in then." Like, yeah, but somebody knows.
Yeah.
Like somebody, like I don't think Jack Dorsey is really the guy who's looking at each individual person that gets banned. I just have a feeling that stuff is compartmentalized, right?
Of
Don't you
course.
think there's a bunch of people?
100%.
67 million monthly active users on there.
Right, but how many people are responsible for banning people and real high-profile people, though?
I don't know.
I'm sure there's a whole, like maybe 12 people. They have to have a meeting. Then they, maybe they talk to Jack. Maybe they don't. Maybe it's a position.
I don't know. Who? Yeah, right. Maybe he doesn't. We don't know. I'll ask that for sure. But maybe he didn't know when people got banned until he maybe got a company memo. Maybe he wasn't involved in the.
Of course.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's the one who called him up and said, "Get rid of this motherfucker." That's possible too.
Yeah.
Like here's another one. Right? Here's one that people had an issue with. And one thing you could say, okay, when Kathy Griffin held up the Trump head. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Did she do that on her own Twitter account?
Yeah. She
did?
Yeah. She posted a photo of it.
Where'd she post it? She posted it on Instagram or Twitter?
I think it was on both. I'm not 100% sure.
Right. So that is it allowed? It's allowed because it's newsworthy, because it's a celebrity, and the celebrity is threatening a public figure who's also the most powerful person in the world, so it's okay? Is that why that is?
I think she posted it because it was an art piece that was kind of controversial.
Oh, no. I know that. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, why is it okay? Why is she still allowed to be on the platform and Alex Jones gets kicked off? It's an interesting question, right? Like, what do you need to do to get kicked off? Because that's not the only thing that Kathy's done. Recently, she was one of the people that was calling for the name for that young boy who was with that Native American in front of his face, beating the drum.
Jeez.
It's crazy, irresponsible. I'm sure she feels bad about it now, in retrospect, especially if she's watched the video. But she got carried away, and she thought what we all thought when we saw the picture. There's a smirking cunt of a kid that got in the face of this beautiful indigenous man who's singing his rain dance cry or whatever the fuck he's doing. Yeah, that's not what it was, though. We found out afterwards it was much more complicated. What is their song? What were they singing? It sounded cool. They should make a record.
Yeah.
The chant, like this.
Do you like that shit? That shit's cool to listen to when you work out. If you could get like some legit Native American chants like that, put you into a trance, right? If you don't know what they're saying, you just go running and you listen to that. Take a little couple tokes, go for a jog in the woods, listen to Native American chants on your AirPods. Ooh.
That was an interesting video, though, because, I mean, that was a 180 after just hearing the second side of the story, 12 hours later.
And people still were calling for that guy's head.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people, I saw someone who said, what's his name, Ron Perlman? No. Who's the guy who was Hellboy?
Yeah.
Ron Perlman. Ron Perlman was like, motherfuckers are telling me that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. And she said something about some white prick or white motherfucker. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, people try so hard. Like, you are seeing what you're seeing. Yeah, you're seeing what you're seeing. But what you're not seeing is a video that shows how it occurred. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So why is that okay, right? Why is that okay? Why is it okay for some journalists to say horrible things about white people? Why is that okay? Why is that okay? It seems weird. What if it encourages violence against a innocent white person? Just one. Should you be responsible? What if they say, why did you do that? Well, I read blah, blah, blah's tweet, and I was like, you know what? I am going to go out and punch a white person. Fuck that. I just found some white old lady, and I beat her ass. Like, if someone decides that, you're not responsible for that, are you? Probably not. But you gotta kind of feel like you played a part in the way people look at things, especially people that are very easily influenced. It's just also, it's gross. You read something really racist against white people, you're like, that's gross. Like, you think all people are like that? A whole group of people that don't have as much melanin, they're all shit. That's ridiculous. You're a ridiculous person. I don't care if you're brown or black or yellow. You're ridiculous. That's silly. So we have to decide. You got to decide, like, what the fuck we're doing. If we keep letting illogical behavior be normal, like breaking us off into fucking groups like that and thinking that, you know, all men are great or all women are great or all gays are great and all straight cisgendered men can go fuck themselves. All right. That's silly talk. I don't care who you are. You're not allowed to do that. But we let people do that if they're a part of a marginalized class. If someone's a part of a marginalized class, then you get to shit on everybody. In a weird way. You get to like reinforce racism. It's so fucking counterproductive too. Because if you do that, then it just makes people just get defensive on the other side. They don't even want to even think or empathize with how you are. Whatever, bro.
Social media's really made everything annoying, hasn't it?
It has made everything great too, though.
Yeah.
It's both. Dude, Twitter is like we're saying, when someone says something dumb, like Trump will say something dumb sometimes, and I'll just go there for the memes.
Yeah.
And I'll just read his post, and it'll get me going in the morning. I'll get like 15 minutes of ha-has.
You probably missed this story yesterday. Have you heard any of the 21 Savage news?
Oh, he got deported, right?
Because everyone found out yesterday that he's apparently from the UK. And so, like, the story, there's two stories. That is part of the story, but memes of him being from the UK and a British rapper that's supposedly from Atlanta really took over to the fact, like, Demi Lovato tweeted it, and she got shit on, and she's deleted her Twitter now because of the response to that.
Did you know who this guy was before?
No, but I'm 51 years old. I'm an old man.
The number one,
I don't
like,
know
his
shit.
number one record in the country.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Jamie's on Black Twitter.
Jesus.
But it's just
Jamie's
pop
on
music.
Black Twitter.
He's-
But you're on Black Twitter.
sure,
Yeah, sure is.
could be too.
I am. I follow a lot of them.
I don't know any of these, like Tech Nines and Sushi Fours
That
or
guy's
whatever.
fucked. That Takeshi
that's
6ix9ine,
Takeshi 6ix9ine.
he's fucked.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Well, they're saying he's talking, so he might get a lot of.
Yeah,
it
he's still
reduced.
fucked.
He's fucked.
He doesn't get
He's
killed
fucked.
for
He's
talking.
going to jail for a long time with a tattoo of 6ix9ine on his face. He's going to jail. He's going to have real problems. That ain't good. Did you read the list of charges? There's murder involved.
Yeah.
Murder, conspiracy.
Video of him supposedly calling a hit on someone.
Oh, Jesus
That was put on TMZ.
Christ.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
my
that.
God. Oh, he's fucked, man.
Yeah.
Even if he cooperates, if they put a hit on someone because he said it, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
he won't get like the death penalty, but now he'll be like life in prison. You know,
He'll be someone's fleshlight.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah, it's a real problem.
Soldier Boy's in jail too, isn't he?
He
I don't
is?
think so.
For what?
He got arrested.
I didn't.
Yeah, he did. He beat up his girl, and his girl beat him up.
No. That was Lil Bow Wow.
You
Oh.
son of a bitch. You just shamed
No.
Soldier Boy for
That's
no
Lil Bow Wow.
reason. With your shitty, pot-addled memory.
Wait a second.
You son of a
swear
bitch.
Soulja-
Jamie's right. I know it's Little Bow Wow.
No, there was something else.
Oh, hold on. Yep.
No, Jesus
He's
Christ.
accused of kidnapping a woman.
Oh,
apparently.
kidnapping. I'm sorry.
So you got the stories conflated.
Kidnapping is even worse. He tied a
Yeah.
girl to a chair using an extension cord and kept her for 6 or 7 hours in his garage.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to jail forever.
Prom.
What did he do that for? That's someone's daughter. What did
Yeah.
he do that for?
Jealousy, I think.
It said, this is apparently, according to celebrity news outlet, the woman, whose name I will not say, apparently was backing out of a driveway and her car hit Soulja's LA home when she hit the curb, or at his house when she hit the curb. From that point on, his assistant reportedly became upset and started fighting with her. From there, Soulja allegedly stepped outside and tried to break up the fight. The woman says that he began punching and kicking her when she was on the ground and then tied her up for 6 hours.
God, Soldier Boy.
Well,
At least Nintendo.
one would wish
lawsuits.
that cooler heads would prevail, but that sounds like a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yikes.
You never hear about the spin doctors causing any problems, right, guys?
She hit a curb. This all
what it
started.
says,
She hurt.
yeah, I
Did
don't
she hit a curb with his car or something? She's curbed one of his wheels.
Wasn't enough information on there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, she probably curbed one of his wheels.
Maybe,
Probably was a nice car,
Rolls Royce or something.
and she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. I can drive. And she. What a dick. Tied her up and beat her up.
That's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Right. You gotta always say that.
Been denied by this team.
Did you see that video of that old man putting the ice on the ground and then pretending he fell?
Oh, that's yeah. It's
Allegedly.
brilliant. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
There's no allegedly needed for that.
It's amazing. It's amazing to watch because he didn't know there was a security camera there. He tried to collect.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that do that, man. I've seen videos of people doing that at the mall. They'll like throw a drink down and then slide down on the drink.
We had a guy do it once at a movie theater I worked at, and we had it on video also, and we just showed him the video, and then he left and never heard anything about it. But he was bitching up a storm like he was hurt. He
Watch
made
this
his-
guy. This
Yeah.
guy's hilarious. So he's walking. He looks around, chucks some ice on the ground. Yep, a little bit of ice there. No big deal. I'm just gonna go over here. La di da di da. Okay.
I love
here
his
we go.
fall.
Watch this. He looks around, makes sure no one's looking.
Oh.
He even fell like a bitch.
My bad.
It's like holding his
The
drink
most
still.
ridiculous. Look at that. Silly
That's
man.
ridiculous.
Silly man. The thing about those guys is like anybody that does that kind of shit, I think the cops, all they have to do is go, sure, what's your social security number? And they look up all the shit that he's also done.
Yeah.
Like that ain't just a little bit of a scam. That's a guy who's been scamming.
It's like in Russia and stuff or other countries where everyone's doing the insurance scams. And so to the point where everybody has to have dash cams on their car now.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in Russia.
You just triggered a story I heard over the weekend. There's I think this is a story happening in Houston where the cops broke into a house where they had heard that they think they had a warrant. Report was that neighbors had called in black tar heroin sales or something like that at this house. So they broke in without knocking. It was like a no-knock warrant. The guy's like 57 in the house. Hears someone break into his house, gets a shotgun, shoots one of the cops. They kill him. His wife is like, what the fuck's going on? She goes to try to grab the other cop's gun that had just fallen. She gets shot.
Oh,
Now 2 people are dead, and they didn't find any heroin.
Oh, geez.
There's like some weed in there or something like that.
Uh-oh.
And so people are like, they didn't have a history of doing much. From what that's why I thought of it, because they looked back at these guys. Did they have an arrest history or anything? And there wasn't anything that they'd found, at least when I read about it.
Do you remember the one where there was a mayor outside of Washington, D.C., and they were using his house as an address? And it was something with the mail delivery guy was running weed. And so the mail delivery guy would come by and the package was addressed to him, but he would just keep the package because he knew like that this was this guy's house. It was on his route, and that way, as the package came in the mail, it would be his to deliver, but instead of delivering it, he would hold on to it. So they break into the mayor's house. This whole thing. Shoot his fucking dogs. Shoot his dog. And he had like one of my dogs, like Marshall. He's like a super duper sweet dog. He had a yellow lab, which is real similar. I think it was a yellow lab. Might have been a golden retriever. Either way, they fucking shot at least one of his dogs.
How'd they not know it was the mayor's house? You think that would be like on a list?
They didn't Google shit. Or maybe they did, or maybe they thought fucking the mayor's a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Maybe they really thought that. But that kind of shit is dark, man, when you just go shoot a golden retriever. Come on, you're not a pussy. And I know you're going in there because you think that this is a real drug running operation because the cops just got bad information, right? But you're not a pussy. You don't have to shoot a fucking Labrador. Stop. You think that thing's going to bite you? Well, when it does, shoot it then. It's not going to bite you. The fuck out of here. That's a weird power trip shit thing. You shoot all dogs. No, if a guy's got a wolf and it's off the chain, it's running at you, yeah, shoot it.
Right.
But you're breaking into some guy's house and then you shoot his fucking dog. What if you're wrong? Like you are a lot. You cool with shooting someone's fucking dog in front of their kids? That's what happened to the mayor of this town. The fucking mayor. I bet the guy who was the mail carrier just thought it was cute to use the mayor's address. Get all the weed delivered. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he voted for his opponent.
Or he thought it was safer to do it that way.
Oh.
Did you get a Tesla, or are you just driving
Yeah,
around?
I got one.
Tell me,
Yeah.
how do you like it? Do you
Preposterous. I had to get one. I told
Yeah.
Elon Musk I would get one. Guy did my podcast. I owe him a solid. I'm a man of my word. It's a fucking spaceship. It's the weirdest thing I've ever driven in my life. It doesn't even make sense. It's not even. There's not a single car that I've ever driven that's even close to as fast. Nothing. Like my Porsche is so slow. I have a GT3 RS. It has 518 horsepower. It weighs 3,000 pounds. It sounds like a dragon. And that Tesla would leave it in the dust. I mean, leave it in the dust. Like 0 to 60, 2 seconds quicker.
Oh, Jesus.
It's fucking insane.
You taking it out of
No.
ludicrous
No.
mode?
Yeah, I did. I put it in chill mode for a little while. But you could drive chill with ludicrous mode always available. You don't have to keep switching back and
Ludicrous
forth.
mode is just crazy, like the fastest, and then it kills your battery.
Well, it kills your battery
Yeah.
quicker, but the thrust that you get is a roller coaster ride.
Right.
It's insane. I mean, you can't believe how fast it is. It literally doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem right. It seems like it's punching its way through a wormhole using alien technology. Meanwhile, I posted, it seems like something Bob Lazar snuck out of Area 51. I get all these messages from people. Bob Lazar's been debunked. That's controlled opposition. That's a fake story. It's fake news, bro. They got you with the Bob Lazar story.
Do you like all the tech in it? I mean, that's
insane. It's too much almost because it's this giant screen. Like I had to dim it way the fuck down because I was just looking at it like, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. You're so pretty.
My dream car.
It's very comfortable.
How long?
Super comfortable.
Now, do you have a supercharge station at your house yet, or do you?
I have a thing on the wall at my house
that
I could plug it into. It's not a supercharger. It takes like 8 hours.
8 hours
or more.
And how many miles?
But I'm gonna get one of those. I'm gonna get one of those fast charger in the house.
Yeah.
It goes allegedly. And I mean allegedly, 311 miles.
Do you have the fuel?
But here's the problem. I drive like a moron, so it's not going that far.
Did you get? Is there a fuel option for that model? Like, are
fuel?
I mean, I think there's a fuel add-on that gives you an extra that's an option. Like
I thought you meant fuel, like gasoline.
Yeah, there's a.
What?
No.
What are you talking?
Some models,
Not Tesla.
Not Tesla. Okay.
You're just making shit up, bro.
Some I forget which car it is. Electric
It's got
car.
4 wheels.
Electric car. Like
got
you
a
can
steering
pay
wheel.
extra for like 1 gallon of gas. So like if you ever lose your battery.
Oh, I have heard of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that?
I thought Tesla had that. For some reason.
No. There was like
Prius, maybe.
Priuses are mixed. They're hybrids. Priuses use gasoline, but a very stingy amount of gasoline. They run partially on electric motors. So do the Acura NSX. The Acura NSX has 2 electric motors, but I think you don't ever charge it. I think the electric motors are powered by the gasoline engine and electricity in the car, if I remember right. That's supposed to be the motherfucker. Like, the Acura NSX is supposed to be the car that people are underlooking for whatever reason. It just doesn't get the love that it deserves, and apparently the 2019 model is even more insane.
I can't wait till the day where like your garage floor is like a wireless charging mat. You just pull right up into the mat, or they.
Well, it never would be because it's rubber.
Well, I'm sure they'll
Tires are
find a way.
rubber.
Because like there's like if you take your phone and put it on a wireless charger, there's like a little room that if you don't have to touch it. Like maybe
That's the whole reason why you're safe from getting hit by lightning, bro.
Yeah.
Like that the
That's
rubber
true.
protects you from electricity.
But if you park though, a little thing comes down
Grounded.
to the ground, like a little
Maybe. Yeah, but what if
suction.
that thing falls out while you're driving?
a little boner.
Flips your car over.
Or like if the streets, like if somehow, like if you're riding on the highway and if you want to fuel up, that you can like fuel up using the road and
Yeah.
like pay like a fee or something.
Right.
Driving.
Well, really, ideally, it would be great if solar panels had gotten so powerful that they could charge it just with the sun, especially because Southern California is always fucking sunny, except for today. But it's a matter of time. The car's the future. That's what it is. It really is. Look, I'm a giant fan of American muscle cars. They're my all-time favorite cars in terms of like to drive, to hear the rumble of the engine, and that I love them. I love them. Maybe I'm some crazy old dude from the fucking 80s that still loves 1960s muscle cars. Maybe. I don't care. I love them. But that fucking car is the future. That Tesla's the future. Like when you drive it, you realize, oh, other cars are stupid. What is that?
That's that new
Fucking new crazy rocket they showed today.
Yeah.
He's shooting rockets out in his backyard. Is that his house?
Is there anything that you don't like on the or something that kind of bugs you that you wish was like, oh, I don't like how there's no door handles,
No, nothing. You just got to figure it out. It just takes a little while to figure out what all the different buttons do and how to get things to happen, but it's really well thought out. Look, he's a legit genius. And what he's doing is unprecedented. And, this is going to sound like I'm kissing his ass because I like him because he did the podcast and then I became friends with him. But no, he's important. The guy's got ideas that are of a magnitude that dummies like you and me are never going to come up with any of those ideas, ever. If we lived 1,000 lives, we would never figure out SpaceX. It's just not in our wheelhouse. We would never make a fucking electric car. We never make one of those things. Never make that Tesla Roadster that's going to come out that goes 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds and looks like a spaceship, like a race car spaceship from the future. We're not doing that, dude. We need people like that. Those guys are super important. This guy is he's like a culture changer, like a legit culture changer.
You got him to smoke weed. Jesus.
He wanted to. His ad blocker busted.
I'm looking forward to the new Toyota Supra, man. We
dope.
both had Supras growing up.
Dude, the new one looks dope.
Badass.
So this is the SpaceX rocket.
Rocket, yeah.
It says space. What does it say at the top?
welcome.
It says built a stainless steel rocket ship in Texas that looks like liquid silver and might launch
have
in
business with
February.
me?
Didn't it? What year? What day is this article?
January 11th, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay. It fell over.
Yeah, I know they've been doing stuff more with it, but I just how cool it looks.
It looks like.
But I mean, it fell. It fell on the ground.
While it was standing there?
Yeah. It got
Really?
blown over in the wind.
It
Yeah.
looks like a drawing for a rocket from the 1900s. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but it looks just like a
Dude,
rocket.
it looks like a fucking movie, like Buck
Tom and
Rogers.
Jerry. Yeah,
That's a Buck Rogers rocket.
you're right.
It looks dope though.
Rogers.
Dude, that driving that car really feels like the future.
And did you get the best model, or is it what the?
Son.
Of course you did, but
Yeah, I got the Model S P100D is what it's called.
I just paid off my car. I might just sell it and get one of those. I'm so
But
tempted.
you have to have a place to park it that has a little charge port.
Yeah, I mean, I have a power outlet.
But they could probably convert it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think there's a couple superchargers in Burbank.
Yeah, there's one across the street, but it's always taken. I don't know what the.
You know what's weird, man? Passing by gas stations and going, I'm never going to use you with this.
Yeah.
I'm never pulling in there unless I want a soda. Look at that thing. That's ridiculous.
Wow.
0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. And I'm telling you, man, that's not an unrealistic number.
620 miles?
Yes.
Wait, when's this come out?
A couple years.
Oh.
It's going to be a while. I'm going to get one. 100%.
I'll buy your old one.
This is such a dope car, man. It doesn't even make sense. Why does it not have a side mirror? It's got no side mirrors.
Maybe
As cameras.
Fuck
surrendering of it probably does.
Shut your mouth.
I tell
Give
you,
me a goddamn side mirror, you sons of bitches.
I love my cameras on my car. I don't even use my side mirrors. It's so much better having that.
Look at that thing.
How much is that?
620 mile. I don't know. Probably stupid expensive. Look how pretty it is. It's too pretty to be cheap. Look how fucking sick that thing looks. Look at it.
God,
I mean, it's like the ultimate sports car. Like that looks like that easily could be a new 911. Like from that angle, particularly, and then the roof comes off.
Oh, it looks like gamer
Bitch.
seats. Look at those gamer seats right there.
Oh, not only that, but well, that's what racing
Yeah,
seats
I
look
know.
like. But that's why they were racing seats first, and then became gamer seats.
Right.
But the steering wheel's wonky. The steering wheel's like a F1, like a Formula One car. See it?
Oh, it's like square.
Yeah. It's like you grab it by the handles. Maybe they want to make sure that you don't do this kind of shit. Like this is so fast. You probably need to hold on to it in a different way. Dude, I'm telling you that the car that I got,
Beautiful.
I've never experienced anything like that before. You don't think it's real. You don't think a car can do that. It doesn't make any sense.
What?
$245,000. Ooh. Damn.
Chop that shit. Oh my gosh.
That's plus the 5,000.
Oh, so
250,000.
250. Yeah. It's probably going to sell out in 5 seconds, too.
Pay it.
Every dickhead in Hollywood will have one. Look at me, I'm environmentally conscious, but still sexy. Look at my beads, look at my open shirt. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
I went into a Volt the other day as an Uber, and I was amazed by that.
Yeah, they're dope.
They're pretty sweet.
I think that's a hybrid, right? Or
Yeah,
is it an
no,
all-electric?
it's all electric.
All electric.
Yeah, I mean, it had like 5 different cameras, and it's pretty sweet.
Did he ask him how long the range is?
Yeah, it wasn't as good as, I think it was like 230, I think he said.
That's not bad, though. If you're driving around Hollywood, you could probably get a whole night
Yeah.
in, if you're Ubering.
Audi just announced theirs yesterday with the Super Bowl commercial.
Oh, it looks nasty. I've seen it. It
I
looks
understand
nasty.
here.
Yeah, it looks nasty.
Like Jackson nasty or bad
It's
nasty?
Miss Jackson if you're nasty. It looks like
I think you
it's
might be
like
thinking of a different one.
I'm thinking of the R8. They
Yeah,
took.
this is a different
Let me.
one.
Oh, get that out of
Oh,
my
that's
face.
ugly.
Take that away.
Look at that stupid
That,
grill.
that actually looks like a regular Audi. Is what it looks like.
I don't
But
like
Audi. Google Audi electric sports car. There's one that doesn't
looks-
look bad. That looks like a standard SUV. That looks pretty good.
It's like a grandma
What's the
car.
mile on that thing? What's the mileage? The range. The range is everything on these fucking things.
Exactly.
Because if it's anything below like 300 miles, what does that say? Go back up.
It's comparing it. It's comparing the amount of time you charge it and what it takes to charge to get certain things.
Oh, the Model
I
X.
was trying to find
Well,
that.
Model X only does 144 miles,
And
and
on
it does 160 miles. That ain't good,
It's on that on that kind of charger or something like that.
dude. That ain't good.
Manufacturer estimate.
That ain't good.
After 30 minutes. That's only after 30 minutes.
Hail, David.
Oh, how much you get in
Oh.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good in 30
Oh,
minutes.
so you can get 160 miles worth of charge in 30 minutes.
minutes.
That's not bad.
That's true.
Yeah, it's a long time though. If you got to go somewhere, if you're in a rush, you can't just pull in and get gas. but you don't want the kind of power that would it take. I mean, can you imagine how many dipshit? That's it. That's the Audi. Look at that thing, Brian.
Yeah, I like that. I like that better.
No, that's the e-tron one. So it's basically an Audi R8, a next generation Audi R8. Go to and the one, that's what it looks like. That's a nasty looking car. It's a dope electric e-tron. But that says 2016.
Yeah, I think this is when they announced it back at like the car shows and whatnot. It's just now coming out. E-tron's probably what they're calling there.
See if it actually is a real thing, or is it still just a concept? Because they always there's a lot of those cars, they'll disappoint the shit out of you.
279 miles.
Oh, so it's a real thing. When is it available? I wonder when that's coming out.
It said 2022 right there.
2022. Yeah, so that's probably the same time the Roadster's coming out. But look how they get your dick hard years in advance.
You could have ordered it in 2015.
So rude, though.
Oh, man.
So rude to get your dick hard so far in advance.
Yeah.
You know? Like if you're like, yeah, I'm going to be fucking super environmental, but I'm going to just show everybody what's up. I'll be stunting.
Wow. Do you see the new Volkswagen Dune buggy? That looks pretty fun.
No, what is that?
It's
they sell a Dune buggy?
It was just announced. I'm not sure when it's for sale or if it's for sale, but it looks pretty fun. It looks like a classic Dune buggy, but they Volkswagened it, and it has no roof, but it looks like a little fun car. I don't know if there's see a picture of that or not. Yeah.
All right.
Beetle, other Dune buggy. Yeah.
It's a new one?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
shit.
It looks kind of cool, right?
Whoa. You could drive that on the road?
Yeah.
So it's a road car. But is it still a Dune buggy? 2025. Again!
Exactly.
This cock teasing. You sons of bitches.
That looks fun.
Well, they were supposed to announce the new Bronco. Everybody thought it was going to happen at the Detroit Auto Show.
Oh, yeah.
But it came and
What
went.
happened?
Came and went with no Bronco.
That makes no sense, though, because it's actually on their website. Like, they were going to announce it soon as
Was it?
for sale, I thought.
I don't think they said that they were going to. They probably don't have it down. You know, sometimes when they're working on these experimental vehicles, they'll develop something, but then they don't like certain aspects of it, or then maybe they're aware of a competitor's work that might come out with more horsepower, so they have to, like, for instance, like the GT500 from Ford. It was on its way out. They were going to put it out, the new one, but they were saying that it has over 700 horsepower. They never say that. They always give you the exact specific number. They always say 750 horsepower. This is coming in 2020.
It's their website.
Okay, but they didn't show it at the.
They're probably gonna make a special day for it.
That I might be interested in.
Fuck yeah, it's gonna be nasty looking. Have you seen what it looks like?
Yeah.
It looks cool as fuck. They don't have any
good
pictures
model.
of it.
No, that's just
Right, it's the Ford website. Doesn't have pictures of it because they haven't released it yet.
Right.
But what was I just saying? What was I just saying? We're talking about what before the Bronco?
the Volkswagen Beetle, the buggy.
Oh, you were saying.
Switch to the Bronco.
I don't remember, Jamie. Fuck me up.
About how it's getting pushed back because somebody might like this car's faster.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The Shelby, the GT500. They said it's over 700 horsepower. The reason why they said that is because Dodge came out with the
Helios
Demon,
will
and then
win
they
this
came out
conflict.
with some other version of the
Your
Hellcat that's also like
actions
800
inspire us
horsepower.
all.
So if you come out with only 700 horsepower, it's hard because as ridiculous as that sounds, some people are going to think, yeah, but it's not the ZR1 that's got 750, or it's not the this or the that. So they haven't said exactly what the horsepower rating is because they're still trying to juice it up.
Helios will
That might be
win
the
this
case with the
conflict.
Bronco too. They might be trying to fix things and juice things up. But look how good that looks. The red with the black
Pleasure
stripes.
to meet you.
Good lord.
I love red and black.
See, that car is a
Go
reckless
kick some
person's car.
tail for me.
That's the difference between that and like a Tesla. What's exciting about that car, the way it looks, that is a ridiculous person's car. Like if that's what you drive around every day, you're a fucking madman. You're probably a little tipsy sometimes when you drive. You might smoke cigarettes. You definitely smoke cigars. You probably order shots, right? That's a ridiculous person. It's a fun ass fucking car, but Yeah.
Keto on weekends.
Look at the transmission. Not only is it an automatic, it's a wheel.
Oh,
it's
weird.
a wheel that you spin to drive. Like, fuck you. First of all, give me a goddamn stick shift like an American. I want a stick shift with the fucking American flag as the boot of the stick shift. It's one of the last places on the planet where you can still get a goddamn stick shift sports car. And what does Ford do? They released the GT500 with an automatic. How dare you? Don't talk to me about paddles. Well, you can shift it manually with the paddles.
I hate paddles. Paddles are so stupid.
That's not a manual transmission, sir. That's shifting it with the paddles. What's my left foot doing? Should I pretend? How about give me a fake clutch?
Yeah.
Fake clutch where I can pretend. They look dope, though. Look how good that silver one looks.
Looks sexy.
Silver with the black stripes. God damn, that looks good. The red one with the black stripes, too.
So these come out later this year? At the end of the year, kind of?
Yeah, I think so.
Or I guess they haven't announced it yet, so.
I don't think they've announced the specific date it comes out. But it looks like it's got wider bodywork, too, doesn't it? Like the fenders are wider in the rear and the front. But if you don't want to wait, you can get something even more powerful that is available right now with a manual transmission. You get the Shelby Super Snake. Google that. You want to see America at its rock hard finest? 2019 or 18 Shelby Super Snake. 800 motherfucking horsepower, wide body Mustang with a manual transmission. And they say don't even fuck with the automatic, because the automatic transmission is the transmission from a regular automatic Mustang, and it just doesn't know what the fuck to do.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's just, it's confused by this thing. The car has 800 horsepower. Turn that volume up. America, America. Come on. Look at that. Woo! Come on.
Yeah, that's not, to me, that's sexy, but not worth $117,000.
Shut your fucking communist mouth. That is a monster of a car. Good Lord, that's a beautiful thing.
On your Tesla, can you download sound effects so it sounds like that?
No, I don't
or
want
just
that.
farts?
You don't want that. You want it just be cool. Just chill. Tesla's like you're a man of
Quiet time.
leisure. You're a man of leisure. You're driving around.
So sexy.
Comfortable and quiet. Shh. As it flies around. It's like it's going through a wormhole everywhere you drive it. Very strange car. Very strange.
Have you tried the self-driving yet? Have you been? It's
No.
nerve-wracking, isn't it?
No, I'm not
Kevin
interested.
Pereira took me on it once, and it's pretty scary.
Yeah, Brian Cowan does that. I think he's beating off a lot when he's driving. Put porn on that big screen, I hear.
You can?
No.
Oh. Jesus. I was like, that's great.
Can you imagine just driving, people are on autopilot just beating off to porn and that giant ass screen?
Does it have a web browser in it? It seems like it would.
I haven't even looked.
Man.
I'm sure it does something.
Yeah.
You could probably get online if it's parked or something ridiculous like that. It's a crazy car, but it seems like such a leap from anything that I've ever driven before. Like I've never experienced anything remotely close to it. So let's go fucking play some Quake. Let's wrap this up. So I said everything I wanted to say about the Jack Dorsey thing. I said everything I wanted to say to Alex Jones. So my olive branch extended to you, Mr. Jones. I wish you well in this life. And everybody else, we'll do better. We're going to definitely have Jack back on, and we're going to have Jack back on and review some of these cases with some of the people that are in charge with it. And we're going to compile a list. We're going to try to get someone to compile a list of what they think would be contradictory cases or hypocritical cases or interesting cases or just fuel for conversation, and we'll figure it out. And yeah, the Cash App's one of the sponsors of the podcast. I'm 99.9% sure we said that. I'm
Thought we did.
positive we did, because we talked about Justin Wren's Fight for the Forgotten Charity, about what that code word Rogan is doing for pygmies in the Congo when they do that. I swear to you, even though you don't have to believe me, that did not affect how I talked to that guy. I don't have a problem getting sponsors. I got plenty of sponsors. It's a good sponsor. I like them. They do good things. They donate $5 to UFC fighter Ray Borg's son's medical bills for every time someone uses the code Joe Rogan. So I like them. If I had them as a sponsor and I couldn't talk freely with him, I would be happy if they dropped me. I would be way happier for them to drop me than I would for me to say something different or not say something because they're a sponsor. Again, that sounds very self-serving, like you would say that, right? But it's true. So that's all I can tell you. All right, so that's it for today. Bye.
See ya.
Say bye to everybody.
Bye.
Bye. See ya.
You're invited to a new way of listening with Premium. Premium lets you connect your speakers or TV and listen to your music ad-free. With super easy setup, you can connect to any compatible device and enjoy music without interruptions. Plus, listen on demand and play any song, anytime, even on mobile. Upgrade now to unlock Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
Let's do it. 4, 1, boom. Hello, Travis.
What's going on?
Thanks, man. Thanks for doing this. Really appreciate it.
Stoked to be here.
It's cool to have you. Hey, so I wanted to talk about what we were talking about right before we started. I've always watched you play drums, and I'm like, how the fuck does that guy's arms not fall off? I mean, you have so much repetitive motion. I've never understood how you could do that.
Just barely. No, I
Pull
kind
this,
of.
pull this thing like right up like a fist from your face. There we go.
I always do battle ropes
Oh, okay. That must
constantly.
do
Like I'll do 30 minutes. Not high intensity the whole time, but just keep my shoulders and arms moving as I prepare for a tour. But yeah, I think my wrists probably have gone through the most hell over the years. Like I just feel like just normal people's wrist strength I probably don't have because there's been so much grinding. Like they pop and
Oh, Jesus.
do all sorts of weird things. But yeah, but I'm still, I feel like because I do battle ropes and because I box and the kind of work out fast twitch muscles, I really don't get tired.
It's amazing. Like, because so many people have repetitive stress injuries.
Yeah.
I mean, even secretaries, they get carpal tunnel. People who write a lot get carpal tunnel. Kids
Yeah.
are getting injuries on their thumbs from, fucking around with their phone too much.
Yeah, I felt like when I smoked cigarettes a lot, I was feeling kind of the first symptoms of that stuff. And I wasn't drinking a lot. I was kind of a dumpster on tour, not really taking care of my body, and I could really feel it.
And then, are you still vegan?
Yeah.
And you run that restaurant, right? Was it Crossroads, or it's one of you're one of the owners?
Running it is saying a lot. I couldn't do that.
I shouldn't have said running it.
No, Tal Ronan is the man. He's like the illest vegan chef ever. And he's like an old punk rock hardcore guy, like new John Joseph.
Yeah,
forever.
John Joseph keeps trying to get me to go there,
Yeah.
and I almost went last time he was in town with them. Next time I'm going to make it down there.
I think probably 80 to 90% of the people that eat there aren't vegan because it's that good.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I hear. Dana White
Tal
said
is-
that.
Yeah, Dana. We usually have dinner there when he's in town, so I think for Dana to be able to sit through it and enjoy it, and Matt Serra, I think he brought everyone for like, I don't know if it was like Fight Companion. It was like one of his fight shows.
it was Dana White's Looking for a Fight,
Yeah.
that YouTube show.
Yeah, I was on tour, but they FaceTimed me from there. But yeah, Tal is like a G. He's the best vegan chef in the world by far.
That's
Crossroads.
cool. How did you get involved with that? Is it were you already you were cleaning your diet up because of your injuries, or because you were trying to keep your body tuned for drumming, or you just wanted to clean it up? Period.
No, I was vegetarian since I was 13.
Really?
Yeah, and then after my accident, I was in the hospital actually. Long story that I'll just sum up into
This
a
is
real
the plane
quick piece.
accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I had to eat meat in the hospital because they didn't have any other kind of vegan options of protein. So I'd eat bags of beef jerky, whatever they would give me, whatever I could stomach and not like kind of like think about what I was eating, because I wasn't eating at all. And I was just ditching my food, giving it to my friends because I didn't want to eat any of it, and I got caught. So long story short, I ate a little bit of meat in the hospital, and when I got out, I just felt like the next evolution of my eating would try and be vegan. And it was so easy in LA because we have so many great vegan restaurants. So yeah, that was pretty much it. I was already vegan. I was actually at a Bad Brain show, one of the best hardcore bands in the world to ever do it. And Tal approached me there saying, hey, I have this idea for a restaurant. I'd really like to be, you to be involved. And I said, say no more. Just tell me what you need, because
Were you
I was
thinking about it
familiar.
at all before?
Of
Because
course.
that's a weird thing to approach someone with. Hey, man, I'm thinking about opening up a restaurant.
Yeah.
I need this drummer.
Yeah, right? No, I think he was just reaching out to friends and family, because he was Oprah's chef, and he was Ellen DeGeneres' chef, and he was all these, like, you know, really high-profile people's vegan chef when they would, you know, do a vegan diet for however long, some forever, some just like a 2-week thing. But I think he just got to the point where he wanted to do something for himself. And then Crossroads was born, and I knew how good he was, so I just told him, say no more, tell me what you need from me, and I'm there. And then it just, you know, I think it's been 5 years now.
Well, it's got a fantastic reputation.
Yeah.
I know a bunch of people that have eaten there, and they love it.
Well, it's not because of me. It's because of Tal and his food, for sure. Yeah, Tal and Scott, the chefs there, are just, you know, the best.
Now, how hands-on were you were you just one of the people promoting it? Like, how hands-on were you with the construction of it, or?
Nothing with like the decor or anything. He would run stuff by us like, hey, check this out. Tell us what you guys think of this. As you know, there's basically menus change every season, so it's not the same menu all year long. So as we prepare for the next season's menu, he's like testing it on us the season prior. So he'll be bringing out dishes and letting us try it. But yeah, he curates the whole thing.
That's interesting. So when he gets his food, when he's preparing his food, like, is he getting his stuff directly from farmers? Like, how is he getting his food?
Yeah, directly from
Really?
farms. Yeah.
So he has to curate these relationships with these farmers and just like go visit them and find out how they're growing their food.
Yeah, and you know, you'll be all set with a menu if it's fall, but then those same vegetables aren't in season, so he has to rethink everything for the next season and not kind of repeat himself. So he's really got it down to a science.
And how long has he been vegan for?
I don't know how long Tal's been vegan. I've never really asked.
Because it's got to be incredibly difficult to be a vegan chef. I would imagine being a regular chef is difficult, but when you put all those restrictions, you know, and you have to make things taste interesting and different. And
Yeah, I think that's where Chef Scott comes in, because he's actually comes from a meat background. So he was working at Italian restaurants and Italian Mediterranean restaurants that cooked everything. So it was infusing this vegan, obviously, like lifestyle of eating with, you know, Chef Scott's taste as well. So I think he had to think that out to where it would appeal and meat eaters would eat there too and not really notice a difference. Because
Right.
I agree, you know, sometimes I'll be on tour and you go to a vegan spot and I'll take my bus driver in or whoever's traveling with me and they're like, oh man, this is rough, you know, like they can't stand it. Crossroads is not one of those spots where you're thinking about like, man, I might not enjoy this meal.
there's some good spots. LA has some great spots. You ever go
Yeah.
to Follow Your Heart in the Valley?
All the time.
It's a great spot.
Yeah, that's the spot close to home that I love. Like, Follow Your Heart. Shout out to EuroAion. EuroAion has like good vegan options. Chef Ito, who has a spot in downtown called Aluk, who took a vow of silence 22 years ago. Yeah.
What?
He's special, man. Yeah, 22 years ago took a vow of silence.
And he's done? No more talking?
No more talking.
What in the fuck is that about?
Yeah. So he just communicates. If he has a lot to say, he'll write it down. But
Oh my
other than
God.
that, you just read the lips, and I know what he's saying. But he shows up to.
Oh, that's so crazy.
Yeah, and he takes a lot of photos, so he'll show up to like punk or rap, whatever show I'm playing. He's in the pit with his camera, this silent guy who doesn't say a word. Yeah, and his cooking is phenomenal. So, but yeah, LA, we're spoiled with great vegan restaurants.
That's a fucking trip.
Yeah.
22 years of no talking?
Yeah, he also does like this juicing where this year he juiced for 189 days with no food.
Wow. What did
Yeah.
he get down to?
I think he
18
was.
pounds?
Yeah, he lost about 20 something pounds.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, he does it every year.
Wow.
Yeah,
He's trying to vanish.
right.
He's trying to not talk,
I don't think I can
not
do
eat.
it. Yeah, intermittent fasting is like as much as I can do.
Yeah, I do that every night, but that's the vow of science is freaking me. The silence is freaking me out.
Yeah, I've never really pried and kind of like asked a bunch of questions why.
Because they didn't even have to write a lot.
Yeah, that too. But no, I've been around when people ask him, and he just said he wanted a timeout.
For 22 years?
Yeah.
That's a serious fucking timeout.
Yeah.
How old is homeboy?
He's got to be probably in his 50s.
So almost half his life.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Yep. But he spends Christmas with me, spends Thanksgiving with my family and I.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's
and
pretty
everybody
cool.
just smiles at him.
Yeah, everyone just smiles and waves, basically.
He'd be a good guy to sit next to someone who's on coke. 'Cause
Totally.
they would just talk his fucking ear off, and he'd just be sitting there all silent.
Yeah,
And they
nod
just
yes or no.
Yeah, fuck, man. That is, I've never even heard of anything like that. Mm-hmm. Does he make any noises? Does he whistle?
No. I've heard him snort one time when he was laughing hella hard, but that was about as close as it gets.
So he doesn't laugh out loud, like ha 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 ha. Wow.
Yeah, nothing.
Terrible comedy club audience member.
Yeah, it would be rough. He has a march too. It's called March of Silence that happens once a year, where you have a bunch of them that basically, and they're basically marching for the March of Silence for like the cruelty of animals and whatever else. So yeah,
I'd like to have him on the
kinda does
podcast to
that.
see how long I could talk to him for,
Yeah,
just to see what it would be like. That's
He's
so
the
strange.
greatest.
It sounds cool. I mean,
Yeah.
I love that there's people like that out there, though. I
Yeah.
do. I love hearing those stories. Like
the world needs him.
yeah,
Like
when you said that, I got excited.
Yeah.
Like the guy's been silent for 20. I'm like, whoa. There's something about that that makes you go, wow.
I was talking hella loud when I first met him, and he was like, "I can hear you." I was like, "Oh man," because I was trying to wrap my head around. No one did an introduction going, "Hey, this guy's silent."
Oh, they didn't tell you?
No, I had no idea. So I'm talking really loud, and he just whispers to me, like mouths to me, "I can hear you," and I was like, "Okay." And then I just figured it out over time.
Wow.
He's silent by choice.
Whew.
Yeah.
That's heavy. What is he involved in, like heavy meditation or Buddhism or anything very strange like that?
Yeah, he meditates. I think he has like a lot of kind of Buddhist kind of qualities. Like I think if he had to lean in some kind of religion or practice, it would be that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's intense.
Yeah.
That's a serious commitment, man.
Yeah.
I couldn't even imagine going 22 days without
No.
talking.
A day, I think. Anything, I think we'd catch ourselves it being very hard.
Yeah. I was going to get my tonsils and adenoids removed because I have sleep apnea, because I have a fat neck. But I found a mouthpiece that I can sleep with that keeps my tongue from falling over. Because I have when your neck is thick, your wind hole is smaller, believe it or not. Because the more muscle you put in, the smaller your hole gets. And then if you
Yeah.
have a big tongue, when you lay back, you can actually block your airway.
Wow.
Yeah, and so friends that I know have had their adenoids and their tonsils removed, and they actually take some of the soft tissue out of your passageway so you can breathe easier. But the problem is you can't talk for like 7 days.
Oh, yeah, that would probably be rough for you.
For me,
Yeah.
yeah. And
I
then
wonder
if
if wide neck, like the internet phenomenon. I wonder if
that
he has
guy?
the same problem.
Oh, that guy must sleep terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, his neck starts up here.
It's crazy.
His neck starts at the top of his ears and
Yeah.
works its way to his shoulders.
Tonsils out is it's a bum out. I did that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you have tonsillitis or?
Nah, you know what I had is I was smoking tons of weed, right? But I would smoke backwoods. Like I loved woods, so
Yeah.
everything.
These right here. I got them right here.
Yeah. So I'd smoke about 20 backwoods a day.
Oh, that's a
easily.
lot.
Yeah. And I was recording an album with the transplants, and I turned to Skinhead Rob and I was like, "Yo, I think I have something's lodged in my throat. Like I can barely breathe right now." And kept smoking. Didn't even, I didn't really know what was going on. And then I went to the hospital that night, and they rushed me to another hospital to get my tonsils removed because they were like twice the size that they should be. And then I had a throat infection, and then it comes to find out I had what's called like Barrett's esophagus, which is like pre-cancer
Whoa.
lining my esophagus from smoking and I don't know, I guess just abuse over the years. So that's what led to my tonsils being pulled out.
These are serious. Like when you think about this, like you probably shouldn't smoke too many of these because
No.
it's just plain tobacco.
I love them though. It got to the point where I couldn't smoke joints. I couldn't smoke out of a bong,
Yeah.
a pipe. It had to be a backwood.
That's
And,
where I am.
Yeah,
I'm at that spot.
I love it.
I like them.
Did you ever smoke cigarettes?
No.
See, I did. I smoked a lot of cigarettes, and then I quit smoking cigarettes, just smoked weed, and then I discovered backwoods, and I was kind of getting a little bit of both. Still getting the tobacco that I missed. But yeah.
Yeah, my friend Ari said that he started smoking spliffs in England, and when he was over in the UK, they mixed the weed with the tobacco, and he got totally hooked on tobacco again because he had quit cigarettes for years. And then he started smoking the weed mixed with the tobacco, and before he knew it, he was smoking cigarettes again.
Yeah.
So he smoked while he was over there, and then he quit as soon as he was done, and then came back to the U.S.
Yeah, I feel like they just started smoking just pure weed over there.
Just
for
barely.
years.
Yeah.
For years, it was both.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Uh-uh.
Like, how'd that work out over there?
Yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
it's still so illegal over there, too. It's like,
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's 2019, fellas. Let's get with the times.
When I used to fly over there, we'd have to tape tons of weed to our nuts, just to be able to, and in our road cases, just so we could smoke over there because they had dirt weed.
Yeah.
It was horrible weed, but yeah, it was a pain in the ass.
It's fucking dangerous bringing that stuff overseas, though.
Yeah.
Like, if you get arrested, that's serious.
Yeah, I brought it, so I'd bring it everywhere like that, and we went to
What
Iraq.
kind of tape?
Like gaff tape. It's just
Jesus.
the worst, man. I feel like you tear the first layer of your nuts off when you go to grab your weed. But yeah, we would do that, and then
That's a commitment, though.
yeah, I actually brought it. I made the big mistake of not bringing a bunch, but I got to Iraq. We went to Iraq for like right when the war broke out. What was it, like 2003 or 2004?
Mm-hmm.
And we were over there, and Scandalous Esteban Oriol, the photographer, he's over there with us documenting the whole thing. And I pull it out because we're at this airport in Bahrain, but I feel like it's a field and no one's gonna mess with us. And he's like, "Hey, bro, look at the back of your fucking passport. Look what it says." And it says right there, like, you're basically like, they'll kill you if they find, you brought any drugs into Iraq or where we were, Bahrain. So I did away with everything and I just kind of took up drinking on that trip. And I'm not really much of a drinker, but
Do you still smoke weed?
I don't. Nah. I have a friend who's like a dear friend, who's like a cool like young doctor named Dr. B in San Diego, and I called him. He actually removed my tonsils, and then like a week later I found out I had what was called precancer, Barrett's esophagus. I said, "What does this mean, Dr. B? Should I just like kind of like tone down like how much I'm smoking?" And he's like, "No, this means like this is your warning shot. Like, pay attention, stop smoking." Like,
Esophageal cancer is a rough one too. That's
Yeah.
what killed Christopher Hitchens.
really?
Yeah, that's a rough one. That kills a lot of fucking people. Once
Yeah.
you get it, and you're gone.
Yeah.
Basically, I think it kills I think Hitch said like 95% of the people that
Damn.
get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I felt like he's always pretty honest with me, and I just stopped. Like, I love CBD.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I mess with now, but that's all.
Do you find a lot of people use CBD and they find that it alleviates anxiety and lets them sleep better? Do you find that?
Yeah, as long as I take like triple or quadruple the amount that it says to take on the bottle.
Right.
Because I feel like if I take what the proper dosage is,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't do much, but I'm one of those people whose mind's racing constantly. I'll get home from the studio at 1 or 2, and I'm just like kind of like figuring out how long I got to sleep before I get to wake up my kids and go to school, and I just sit there with my wheels spinning unless I use CBD, and then that kind of helps. And then I have what's called trigeminal neuralgia. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Oh, it's the fucking worst. It's called the suicide disease, because basically all of your nerves in your face are firing all at the same time. So it almost feels like what you feel when you think you need a root canal or you have like a tooth that's messed up. But I got trigeminal neuralgia, and I've only had 4 episodes, but when I do get it, I use CBD, and it's been amazing. But if you look it up, a lot of people will actually go to a dentist, get a bunch of root canals done that they don't need, or they don't know how to treat it, and usually people kill themselves.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's gnarly. I didn't really know about it. I just was home one day and I was like, what the fuck? Like,
There
the
it is
whole
right
side
here.
of my face is burning. It's miserable.
Chronic pain condition that affects the trigeminal nerve, which carries a sensation from your face to your brain. If you have trigeminal neuralgia, even mild stimulation of your face, such as from brushing your teeth or putting on makeup, may trigger a jolt of excruciating pain. Holy shit, man.
Yeah,
What
look it
is
up.
the cause? What causes that?
All different things. They thought like mine, I maybe got mine from impact, like from my accident. And then maybe little sparring that I've done has triggered it. Also dental, when I get dental work done, it triggers it. So
But the CBD stops it.
yeah, CBD, and then if it's really bad, there's this medication called gabapentin. And I feel like that's been a real great way to kind of like mask the pain. And once the gabapentin calms the nerve, it kind of deads the nerve, 24, 48 hours, it's gone. If it's a really bad episode. If it's a not so bad, CBD just keeps it away.
Wow. They say that a lot of nerve diseases are inflammation caused. So sometimes, like, if you change your diet, you can smooth some of those out, like lower the sugar intake and some of the other things that might be causing inflammation. Did they give you any advice like that?
Nah, but around the same time, I figured out I was allergic to gluten, which I really thought was
Horseshit.
whatever. I was like, yeah, right, okay, yeah, we need to be gluten-free. And then I tried it, and the doctor I had seen said, well, you really got to try it, though. You got to commit 100%. You got to give it at least like 2 to 3 weeks and see how you feel. And I did it, and it was a game changer. Like, I felt normal, whereas I'd have a lot of ups and downs depending on what I was eating. And I'm still eating clean at the time. I'm still eating vegan. I'm eating, whatever. But, a lot of us can't, digest or kind of our bodies can't absorb the gluten.
Yeah, well, have you ever had pasta in Europe?
Yeah.
It's very different.
Oh, yeah. We
Yeah.
have so much shit in ours, so much.
Well, it's the Maynard Keenan from Tool. He explained it to me because he runs an osteria in Arizona.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's guy's a fucking wizard, man. He's got his own winery. He runs an osteria. But he said that and we subsequently looked it up after he told me this, in the early turn of the century, when they were growing wheat, they experimented and changed the wheat to make it more dense so that you could get more yield out of an acre. And so by doing that, they changed how your body processes it, and there's more complex glutens in like a stalk of wheat, like an old-timey wheat like you would get like in Italy or France or something like that. It's a different wheat. It looks different. It's a much more scrawny looking plant. And so if they had an acre of that, you don't get nearly as much wheat.
Yeah.
And so in America, we said, well, bigger's better. And we made it bigger and better and thicker, and your body has a much harder time processing it. And that's why people get so much inflammation and leaky gut and all these different ailments that people get from bread and pasta in this country. It's because of this much more complex wheat. But I buy pasta overseas. I buy this, God damn it. I'll say the name of it. I found out about it in Italy, that they sell it in America.
Just for that reason?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I can eat it. And if I want pasta, it's not that disgusting.
Yeah.
Here, let me find it.
Yeah, I love pasta.
I do too.
But
it's something that I found if I eat a lot of, it just fucks me. So I have to make sure that I don't. Let me find it real quick, and I'll pull up the name of it.
And I felt like leaky gut was like a hoax. I would be like, what are you talking about? I've never even heard about this, but I feel like it's legit, and they're spot on about that.
It's called Morelli spaghetti, and it's from Italy. And the type of wheat that they use, it's a very different type of wheat. Like it tastes different. It doesn't bloat you up as much. It's I think somebody explained it to me, like what kind of wheat you're looking for. But what I found is that I've tried gluten-free pasta, and it's like, you know what I like better than gluten-free pasta? Spaghetti squash. Spaghetti squash with marinara sauce is fucking delicious. I actually sometimes like it better than pasta. But
they sell that at EuroAion all the time.
Yeah.
In the hot parts.
Spaghetti squash is outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's guilt-free. You can eat it, and you're not thinking you're bloating yourself up.
Yeah.
But we've ruined pasta. We ruined
Pretty
bread,
much.
ruined pot. But it gives you that feeling. That feeling you get after you eat a lot of it. You're like, ugh. That's what that is. Where your body's like, what the fuck am I doing with this?
Yeah, you're immediately tired. You feel bloated. Yeah.
But if you eat it in Italy, you don't get that feeling. And you look at those people over there, they're not fat.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's true.
Yeah, they're walking around all over the place, and they're eating pasta. And
Yeah. Yeah, Europe, everyone's walking or riding bikes.
yeah.
Americans.
Well, that's the thing about France too. France, when they're eating those baguettes, they're eating it with like this very rich butter that's like grass-fed butter. It's like a dark yellow butter, so it's very high fat content. It's got a lot of essential fatty acids in it. You're just getting it, and it's a different kind of bread too. And meanwhile, they're not fat.
Yeah.
And they're drinking wine, and they're not fat. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Agreed.
Standard American diet is just fucked up. But I've always wanted to ask you that about like the drumming. Because, I mean, everything that I do, like everything repetitive, whether it's boxing or even archery, a lot of people get injuries in archery just from repetitive stress, from just pulling the bow back over and over again. I'm like, God damn, Travis, your whole fucking thing is repetitive. It's like, and I see you, every time I see you, like my shoulders hurt.
Yeah.
My elbows hurt.
No, I mean, my first week hurts. My first week sucks, like on tour.
Really?
Like getting acclimated. Because even practice, rehearsals are not a show. It's just a
Right.
different intensity. But yeah, as long as I train for it, I'm cool. I kind of like, boxing has helped so much. And I
Really?
don't box because I think I'm a tough guy or I think I can, beat people's asses or whatever. It's really just for functionality, like so I can play the drums the way I want to.
So
and
you
I don't have
started
to-
doing it for that reason?
Well, no, I started when I knew my son was being born. Like when my girlfriend at the time was pregnant, I woke up that morning, I ran to the freeway and back like twice, and then I went and found a boxing gym. I walked into 10 Goose. I actually walked into John Bray's, who used to be Tyson's sparring partner. And it was like 2005? Yeah, 2003. And then I started boxing. I just walked into 10 Goose and I started jump roping and hitting pads, and I don't know, I just had this urge to want to like box and be better.
That's so interesting. Like just
Yeah.
from knowing that you were gonna be a dad.
I just wanted to be better. I wanted, like, immediately I just thought to myself I wanted a lifestyle change. I needed
Wow.
to evolve, and I needed to know how to protect this little human I was bringing into the world, and I knew I needed to change my lifestyle because I was kind of out of control.
Wow. It's an amazing thing that happens to you when you become a father. It's a weird switch that goes off in your brain that you can't really describe to people that don't have kids.
Yeah, and it's even weirder when the switch doesn't go off. So, like, you see people who are horrible fathers or horrible parents, and I just don't get, like, how didn't that switch turn on for you?
Right.
You know?
right. How? Yeah. Like the ones who don't want to be around their kids freak me out the most.
Yeah,
They just don't want to be. They just want to be away all the time. I don't get it.
yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. But yeah, and now I love boxing. Like, it's one of my favorite things to do. I've been doing Muay Thai a little bit more because I can kind of save my hands.
Yeah.
Because it's not good on my hands in any way, shape, or form.
How
You
so?
know, just the impact over and over
But
again.
are you getting
I
your
can
hands
film-
professionally wrapped? You get them wrapped
Yeah.
correctly?
Yeah.
But it still bothers you?
My knuckles hurt.
Really?
Yeah,
Are you using big, heavy gloves?
yeah.
What ounce gloves are you using?
I think they're 14 ounce.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you should switch to like 18 or 20.
Yeah,
Yeah, get a thicker padding in the front. It'll protect your knuckles better, and it even gives you a better workout, really, because you're pushing more weight.
a little heavier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're pushing more weight, and you'll have more impact. But another thing I would say is get a bag that's a water bag. Water bags are fantastic. Have you ever seen those
Oh
before?
yeah, I've seen them at the gym.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they're
can
awesome.
fucking dig into those things, and it's minimal impact, but you're still pushing the same amount of weight. Through throwing the punches, you can still explode with the same amount of force, but
Yeah.
you're sinking into that bag, and so a lot of people with tendinitis find that that's a way better option. There's another. I have two bags out there. One of them's a Fairtex bag, and Fairtex makes a Muay Thai bag, but it's softer. And the other one's a monster bag. The monster bag's like really hard. That's
Stiff, right?
Dense.
Yeah.
Dense as fuck. So I like the combination of the two. But the Fairtex one is good if I'm injured, if like my shoulders bother me or something like that. I can dig into that bag and it's not going to have the same jolt as
Yeah.
like hitting something solid and hard. So if you're having problems with your hands, that's what I would say. Another thing you can do is they make wraps that are gel wraps. You slide them on your hand almost like a glove.
Yeah, that's what he just told me about. One of the
Yeah.
guys I train with.
Yeah. Those are great.
Yeah,
And then that on top of the heavier glove, I bet it'll stop all the hand stuff.
yeah. I'm gonna try that. Yeah, he just told me about that. That'll protect my knuckles a little bit more. Because I find if I lift weights, I never get big. Like I never look big, but I feel kind of stiff and just slow. It's the worst feeling ever. And I did it one time right before tour. I was living in Cheviot Hills for a little while, and I was working out at a gym over there, and it was all bodybuilder guys. And I would train with one just to like be pushed. And I got behind my kit, and it was the worst feeling ever. The worst. I felt like I was in slow motion.
Right.
So I figured out, like, I need to train how I want to move when I'm actually playing the drums.
Weightlifting's fine, but you have to do it lightly. The thing about weightlifting is people want to do it to failure all the time. You know, do 10 sets of this and 5 sets of that and go to failure every time. Come on, push.
Yeah.
Don't do that. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I subscribe to the Pavel Tsatsouline method. He's a famous Russian kettlebell instructor, and his philosophy is that you should do more sets but less repetition. So, like, say if you could do a weight and you could lift it 10 times. Don't lift it 10 times. Lift it 5.
Right.
If you lift it 10... what the fuck's going on with my voice? Let's talk about esophageal cancer. My voice is rebelling. But if you could lift something 10 times, lift it 5 times, and just do more sets, and give yourself a lot of time in between sets. Because if you're training for strength, you can do certain things like kettlebells in specific, where it's strength, but it's also endurance. But really, if you just want to do strength, the best way to do it is to do a short set of a few repetitions, and then do multiple versions of that. Like take a long time off, like 5-10 minutes, and then do another 5 reps, 5-10 minutes, do another 5 reps, and then do it again in a couple of days. And then do it again instead of like once a week where you just blow your body out and then you're like, that feeling where you can barely move. That's terrible.
Worse, yeah.
It's not a smart way because you don't recover as well.
Yeah, and you end up getting hurt or having to take a day off. You know what I started doing was, with this one trainer named Don, we figured out kind of like a metronome workout. So you're actually like a tempo workout where you're training to a tempo. So you have to do high reps, like, you know, you'll stay to a minute and maybe the tempo is like, you know what I mean? So whatever, even if it's quick and you're not doing everything like exactly technique-wise, really slow, and, you know, it's kind of like making sure you stay up with the tempo, which I feel like really helped me with staying quick and fast with drums and more endurance, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, is drumming a young man's game? I mean, is it like athletics where as you get older, drummers slow down?
I don't know. I haven't. I played just as wild as I did back in the day.
And how old are you now?
43.
You look great.
Oh, thank you.
You don't look 43.
Yeah, Max Weinberg told me one time, he watched me play, and he was like at a show where Blink played, and he's like, I don't know how much longer you can play like that.
Because you
like,
fucking
really?
go hard, dude.
He's like, you're going to need back surgery.
You play like you have
like, okay.
rabies. You're just smashing the fucking drums.
So knock on wood, nothing has changed, and I play exactly how I always have, you know? I don't even want to think about a day where I have to play any different.
Right.
Sure, it'll come, but...
Do you get massages?
Yes.
That'll help a lot, right?
Yeah. Massages, Epsom salt baths.
That's where the tank comes in play, man.
Yeah, that thing looks amazing.
The tank is all Epsom salts. Look at you, dude. You're going fucking crazy. When you watch that, I would watch you play, and I would just go, how the fuck can this guy maintain this pace? Because everybody drums differently, you know. I mean, it's really interesting to watch people's different, especially my friend Bill Burr really got into drumming, and you know, he's really into it, and I like watching him play. And it's interesting to see someone take something up and get better and take lessons and learn it. But the thing that really strikes me is how many repetitions are involved. Like, as you're doing this, like the amount of times you're hitting these drums is fucking insanity.
You got to pace yourself. If it's a 2-hour set, I know, like, oh, this is a verse of this song. I can kind of, this is not a big part. You know, you can kind of chill. But it's like a round, you know. If you're doing a round, look up in the clock and you realize, oh, wow, I still have 2 minutes left. Yeah. Well, pace yourself. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I approach shows. But the goal is to train so much before you even get on tour that you're not even having to think about that. You're just playing the show exactly how you want to play. It's almost, I imagine it's like that with fighting, where you envision what you want to do in your head and you're in the shape and you know the technique to execute. And you don't have to think about it or go like, oh, I can't do that. I didn't practice that enough. I like to be able to just do whatever I'm feeling and not, you know, be like, well, shit, I don't know how to do that. Or I'm going to get tired if I do that. I don't want that to happen. Right. You know? So that's the goal. It's just being able to execute what you have, the idea in your head.
Well, musicians have to have discipline because you have to practice. That's one of the things that makes you guys so unique in the entertainment world. It's like, I mean, I guess maybe actors have to practice. Stand-up comedians, we only practice in front of an audience. But you guys have to fucking practice. Like,
so you don't go through your show
No.
before you go out?
No, I write. I
Wow.
write and I listen to recordings of old sets, but I don't like sit in front of a mirror and go, "Hey, folks."
Yeah.
I don't do that. I don't know anybody that
Because
does
it would
that.
feel so weird when you go up to do it. It would feel rehearsed, right?
Yeah, that's the last thing you want. You got to be in the moment. You gotta-
Same thing happens with if you practice too much as a band and then you go try to play those songs and act like you're having fun. That same thing
Right.
happens. So I try to practice a lot on my own, and I'm not even practicing those songs. Just drill, you know?
Yeah,
But-
like Sam Kinison used to have a joke about the Beach Boys, about they're going out there like playing. I wish they could all be California girls again. And like Jesus fucking Christ, I wish they all could. Like it becomes a job that you don't want that. You want it to be fresh and exciting, and you want it to be something that you're really in the moment and really thinking about.
So I make up new shit on the spot too. That's the best. Is I just make up new fills or just try to reinvent the songs to the point where even like Mark will look back at me and be like, "Whoa," you know what I mean? Whatever. Like that's the best, you know? Just kind of freaking it on the fly,
Right.
and even to the crowd, it's like, "Whoa, that's cool. You haven't heard it like that before."
Yeah.
So that's like after 2 or 3 months of being on tour, you do stuff like that.
Yeah, when you get off tour, do you consciously give yourself a rest?
No, I'm busier at home than I am on tour. On tour is so lavish, man. Like you have someone saying, I mean, you do have people kind of waiting on you hand and foot, somewhat, you know, like, hey, catering's, you know, ready if you want to eat, or hey, you got to go do an interview 30 minutes before you go on stage. Cars outside waiting for you after the show, taking you to the hotel. So that doesn't happen at home.
Right.
You know, and at home, I do so many other things besides playing the band. Like I, you know, produce a bunch of rap artists. I have Crossroads. I have clothing companies. I have 3 kids. It's way busier at home. Tour is a vacation.
That's interesting.
Yeah, for me.
Wow.
Because I don't know how to say no either. Mind you, I have a lot of things I love doing, so I can't complain and be like, oh, I hate going to the studio. I hate doing this. I love it all. I just kind of love it all so much that I have trouble saying no sometimes.
So when you said you're managing or you're producing rap artists?
Yeah.
How many?
Like I'm in the studio right now with this group called Suicide Boys, who are awesome. They're from New Orleans, and we have a EP coming out that's called Live Fast, Die Whenever, and we just finished over the weekend, or yesterday. So it's, you know, you go in there at noon and you leave there at 4 a.m. every day until you're finished, because they're only in town for a little while. So yeah, it takes a little bit. And then like I worked on XXXTentacion's album before he passed away. I worked with like Smoke Perp, Vic Menza, a bunch of different artists.
Do you like
So-
that because it's a different genre? It helps you mix it up a little bit? Are you just a big rap fan as well? Obviously, you're wearing an Ice Cube shirt.
Yeah, I grew up, I actually listened to rap music before I listened to any kind of music at all. Like Beastie Boys and Run DMC and Public Enemy and The Far Side and KRS-One. That's what I grew up on. And then I discovered, you know, I loved metal too. I loved Slayer and King Diamond. And then I discovered a band called Minor Threat and The Descendants and Black Flag and Bad Brains. And I just liked it all. And then my dad listened to jazz music and country rebel music. So I was born and raised on like Johnny Cash and Buck
Oh, wow.
Owens and everything. So, and I kind of learned to love it all. And I had people around me when I was young, when I was first learning how to read music, that just kept embedding in my head, like, you gotta listen to everything. You can't just learn one thing. So I was actually taught how to play like traditional jazz when I was really young. And then I taught myself how to play everything else.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah, but
That's
I
cool
always
you have
loved
a-
everything.
That's nice that you have an appreciation for all those different genres, too.
Yeah, it'd be like if all you did was UFC commentating, you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna go crazy.
Right.
Like, this must be so much fun for you and all of your other endeavors. Like, same thing. Like, if I was only making, you know, punk rock records or pop punk records or whatever it was, I think I would go insane. And it's been like that for years, you know?
Yeah, I think different people, I think some people, if they're just doing like baseball commentary or something like that, they're fucking happy as shit. They love it.
Yeah.
And they just want to do that. But there's some people like you or maybe like me that I need different things.
Yeah.
I will go crazy.
I love, like, studio life is awesome. Like, I did a Hans Zimmer thing the other week, and then the next day I'm in with, like, a band called Nothing Nowhere doing something completely different. This week I'm doing a Lil Peep and XXX remix. it has to be like that for me, or I get really bored and I just don't feel creative.
Right.
I feel kind of like, I don't know.
That's cool though.
I don't like that.
How does that work? Like you get a phone call or someone texts you, "Hey Travis, we need you to come in here and light this motherfucker on fire," and you get in there and
Yeah, it's been like that, you know? Or like, you know, some projects we've manifested too. Like there's this band called the Fever 333 that I produce and write with. And they just got nominated for a Grammy, like they're up for a Grammy for Best Rock Performance. And that was something I just envisioned with the singer of that band, Jason. And we started literally a year ago, and they're nominated for a Grammy.
wow.
So like stuff like that, like kind of being an architecture without building buildings, you know, being architecture and music or whatever it is you're passionate about, that excites me.
You're just building sound.
Yeah, like there's nothing better.
And working with different genres too has got to be exciting too, because you can mix it up and.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, when you're like, how do you like schedule your time in terms of like how much time you're going to spend on your own studio work, how much time you're going to spend on other people's stuff? Do you just play it by ear? It seems like with a guy like you must get so many requests, and you said you have a hard time saying no. I would imagine it's fucking overwhelming.
Yeah. Well, my kids come first before anything, you know? And then I get a lot of opportunities, like my son Landon is a big rap fan. Like he loves rap. He was raised on rap music. Like he grew up touring with me and Lil Wayne when I toured with Lil Wayne. And he loves being in the studio. So he'll come with me to the studio so I can kind of like double dip, work at the same time as he's in B making music, you know, my studio B, which is really, really awesome. And then same with Alabama. I'm lucky they're both musicians, because Alabama and Landon both love music. So they like going on tour with me. They like going to the studio with me. Yeah, or I probably wouldn't be working so much.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
What the fuck is it like going on tour with Lil Wayne?
It was so awesome. I came out with a rap project where I made all the beats, and I just got all my favorite rappers. Everyone from like RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan to Lil Wayne, Game, Swizz Beatz. It was crazy. I think I had 30 like guests on there, and Wayne asked me to go out on tour with him. So me and Mixmaster Mike from the Beasties were like the opening act on that tour, and Drake was out there, Nicki Minaj, and Rick Ross.
Wow.
It was so fun. So I loaded up the bus with everyone. I brought Yellow Wolf out. I brought J-Rock. I brought Paul Wall. I brought the Cool Kids, and we just got in a bus and we went on tour.
Jesus
Christ.
It was
the best, yeah.
How long are those shows? All those people? How long is that show?
That's like with all the acts, at least 4 hours. Yeah, it's a long one.
By the time
fun.
the fucking show's over, like, good Lord, that audience must be beaten into a coma.
Oh, yeah. But then the headliner's on, who they're really there to see.
Right.
But that was a big accomplishment, just being able to play in that genre of music, because I listened to it as a kid, but there's never really been a home for a live drummer in a rap scenario.
Right.
You know? So from the beginning, I don't even know what year it was, when Puff called me when I had just joined Blink, and he's like, "Yo, I want you to be in this video." And I was like, "What?" Like, you know what I mean? Because I pretty much was just like, wow, I'm in one of the biggest, you know, bands in the world. I'm so stoked. I couldn't ask for anything more. And I always wanted.
There you go.
I always wanted to.
Can a drummer get something?
That tour was so fun. But yeah, once Puff asked me to be in a video, it was kind of like it just snowballed from there.
You just got into that world.
Yeah, and I had no idea why he wanted me, you know. But I was just like, wow, this is so cool, because I grew up on Big E. Like, I loved all that genre of music, but I was okay with just staying in my lane as well. But when I got accepted with like open arms, and I was invited to do like BET Awards with T.I. or Tyga or Wayne, and it was just insane, you know, playing the Grammys. The funny thing is, I've never played the Grammys with Blink, but I played the Grammys with like Pitbull, Drake, Eminem. Like, it's so weird. It's so weird to me. I just feel it's a trip. The opportunities I've had outside of rock music have been such blessings.
When you say all these things and you know that you did all these things, does it almost seem like you're living in a dream?
Yeah, I feel like smacking myself. Like, it doesn't feel real. When people go like, "Oh, who would you like to collaborate with?" I feel like I'm so spoiled, and I've been so blessed to play with all these musicians I love, that I just say nobody. You know, whatever comes, I'm happy with.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool though. That's great, man. That means you're fulfilled.
Yeah.
You know? You're doing what you want to do. Like, you're ready.
Totally.
Whoever. Let's do it.
Yeah. If you wanted to make a record, Joe, I'd be there. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Well, lucky for you, I'm totally talentless in the music department, so it's not going to happen. But
No,
thanks.
you're such a talent, man. I love, like, when you and Dominic Cruz are commentating together, doesn't get any better.
Yeah, I love
It's
Dom.
the
He's
best,
awesome.
man. He beat the shit out of me a couple times.
Why did you let him?
Well, because he, we used to sponsor him a little bit, like with Famous. Like, he used to walk out in Famous stuff, like when UFC they didn't have Reebok gear. And he would come down and train, because I would train with this one guy, Josh, over here in Woodland Hills. And he said, Trav, I'm going to be in town. I'm going to come train with you. I was like, okay, cool. Little did I know it'd be Dom tossing me around and like fucking, oh my gosh, man. It was so difficult. But
Does he make you roll with him?
Well, no, he'd be like, try to sleep me. Like, try to knock me out.
Jesus.
So I'm giving my all. And
He's just using his defense?
And when you actually swing in the air and you're not landing, it's actually more tiresome than when you're hitting somebody. So I'm swinging in the air. He's like on the side of me all of a sudden. Like, he's so quick, like with footwork. And then I'm wrestled to the ground. And it's just a wrap every time, man. He's so talented. So, yeah,
his
man,
footwork
I love
is
that guy.
preposterous.
Yeah.
He just has the most ridiculous footwork. His footwork is so unique to him, too. Everything he does, he's got like this weird herky-jerky little thing. He does. He's probably one of the most unique MMA fighters ever.
I feel like a lot of people have kind of borrowed from his style, too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
And not to say they didn't make it their own, but I feel like Dom was the first one you saw, kind of move like that.
Unquestionably.
Yeah.
And that's because of his intelligence. Because he doesn't like getting hit. He's like, okay, I got to figure out a way to not get hit so much. Like, what's the best way to not get hit? And he just came up with this very unorthodox way of moving. He's a real encyclopedia of information when you start talking to him about fighting. Like, I really enjoy doing commentary with him because he's so insightful. He's so good at pointing out little areas where he thinks people are making mistakes or how to capitalize on certain things that people are doing.
Yeah, I've watched fights with him before, and he gives a different insight than what I'm seeing.
Yes. Yeah. No, he's great, especially when it comes to wrestling, clinch work, and and even like weird striking techniques. I mean, he's so good at befuddling people that he fights with movement and information. Like, he's giving them looks, and they're trying to set up. They're standing there trying to set up, and they don't know what the fuck he's doing, and they have to reset, and they're trying again, and then he's giving them a different look, and he's standing over here, and then he's in front of you with his hands down, then he's not, and yeah,
it's a trip. He's great.
Just fucked up his shoulder again, man.
I know, man. I think he trains so much. I feel like he just, he's
savage.
obsessive. Yeah,
he's a savage. I mean, he got back from knee surgery, and he went so hard that he gave himself plantar fasciitis. So he fucked up the bottom of his feet from running and sprinting and doing all kinds of crazy shit to get in shape. And, he got over that. And, I mean, he's had so many different surgeries. Knee
and that's
surgery.
miserable. Have you had that?
No, I've never had plantar.
Oh, man. I had it on a tour where I'd get these weird kind of things where I have to do a certain thing before I go on stage. So one of the things I did on a tour that was, I don't know, it was about a 4-month tour, is run 4 to 5 miles before the show. And by the middle of that tour, I had actually given myself a stress fracture in my foot. Ugh. It was terrible.
Did you run on concrete?
Not on a treadmill.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Damn, dude.
Well, sometimes when there was no treadmill, I'd just run out in the street. But I kind of get like that where I just like, I don't know, I get obsessive about stuff, and I want to do it. I get too I throw myself all the way in. Where
Now,
I'm like,
what kind of running shoes do you run with? Do you run with?
I was running, like, honestly, on that tour, sometimes I'd run in Vans, which is probably half of my problem. But, it'd be so quick, like, I have an hour here to do this. But, it wasn't fun, though. It was painful.
Yeah, when you have overuse injuries, those are some of the hardest, especially your feet. They're some of the hardest to recover from because you have to walk. It's not like if you hurt your elbow, you could just not use it for a while.
Yeah.
And it'll eventually heal up, but you need to use your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, plantar's a rough one, man. I know a lot of people that have got that. I've been very lucky. I came from a martial arts background, a lot of kicking and stuff like that, so my feet are pretty strong from moving, but I found that running with minimalist shoes on hills, that made them even stronger. Yoga made them stronger.
Like what, those weird kind of, what are they called?
Vibram 5-finger shoes. I wear those. There's another company called Vivo Barefoot. I wear those. I like those a little bit better for running on the hills because I'm running on a lot of rocks and shit. And the Vibrams, They would be great if everything was soft dirt, but I'm running on weird jagged rocks and shit, and it hurts your feet. You got to be real careful where you place your feet.
Yeah.
But it just forces your feet to work as they're supposed to, as opposed to like a big cushiony running shoe. You know, like a big cushiony running shoe feels good. It feels good to run on it because you get all this cushion. It's not so jarring. But your body you really should run, I think, personally, unless you're a runner, you should probably run less with a minimalist shoe than you should run, like, because it's more comfortable to run with a big fat cushion.
Right.
I think you ultimately give yourself probably more injuries that way.
Yeah.
But you can get injuries from those minimalist shoes too if you don't pay close attention. You try too hard, too quick.
Yeah.
And your foot's not conditioned for it.
My feet are terrible too, man. I had what was called a Liz Frank fracture.
What is
you ever heard of that? It's basically your foot breaks in half. Like all your tendons, your ligaments, and your bones.
How the fuck did you do that?
So I was high as a kite, and I was in Australia, and I was running to the bus, and I had like 2 huge bags that were I probably had 40 pounds on my back, and I was just trying to get to the bus to get to the next show or whatever. And it was the stupidest thing ever, but it was the little, like, you know, the little cracks in the sidewalk where it's up higher, and I didn't see, and I fell with all that weight on me. And I'm in the bus, and I'm starting to think, wow, this is really bad. And my tour manager's like, hey, man, just get the blood flowing, try walking on it. And I'm trying to just suck it up, and I'm walking in the airport, and I'm like almost like tearing, like I'm fucking hurting so bad. And I was like, man, I think I need to get an x-ray or like an MRI. This isn't good. So I play like the next 2 shows with my other foot. I get an x-ray. They say I've broken my foot in half. I need surgery. So I think I end up doing a couple weeks of the tour, which I shouldn't have. I should have gone and done that surgery. But I played it with my other foot, and then I got home. I did the surgery, and I was like 6 months on crutches and just recovering. It was terrible.
6 months on crutches.
And then I feel like I wasn't healing that great because I was taking so many painkillers and everything. It was slowing down the process, which I don't know if you've heard of, but that it really, like, my bones became super brittle.
From painkillers?
From painkillers.
What painkillers?
Norcos.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
But I would imagine the pain must have been fucking excruciating. Snapping your foot in half?
Oh, it was so painful. Yeah, when it first happened.
Something else for pain medication after you got off of that stuff?
I just smoked weed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that enough?
Yeah. I'm pretty good with pain. It doesn't really bug me.
What about edibles?
I haven't really done it.
You don't fuck with edibles?
Mm-mm.
Really?
I haven't had anything for 10 years.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Zero? No alcohol, no weed, no nothing? Damn.
Yeah.
10 years.
Which was a big... Well, after my accident as well, I was fed, 4 months in a hospital, being fed morphine every day for 4 months, and then being on all these bipolar meds and everything else. I honestly didn't want to put anything in my body when I got out. I didn't even take painkillers when I got home.
Now, what kind of bipolar meds they put you on?
Dude, I don't even remember. I was on like 4 or 5, just bipolar. And then, I had so many. I probably had like 12 medications I got sent home with. And I did it for about a week or 2, and then I went and see my doctor. I'd actually overheard one of my friends talking, who was like a brother to me. And I had heard him talking to someone else, and he was like, yo, like, Travis seems a little different, Like he seems a little bit slow or something. And I had overheard him. He didn't know I overheard him, but these meds I had been telling my docs too, I was like, I just don't feel like me. I feel weird, and I just don't feel like myself. So I just flushed him down the toilet one day. And the next week I came back to see him, and he's like, how you doing? I said, good, I'm off all of those meds you told me I'd be on for the rest of my life. And they're like, oh, dude, from what you've been through, like, you it's okay to be on something like that. And I was like, yeah, I'm doing fine, though. Like, I don't need those, And he's
so
like,
they wanted to put you on it because of the plane crash?
Yeah, they're like, don't shame yourself, by giving yourself a hard time that you have to take these pills. And I said, well, honestly, I don't feel like they're doing what they're supposed to for me, and they're actually having like a negative effect on me, so I really don't want to take them, They also told me I'd never run again, I'd never do this, I'd never do that again. So I think I just got to the point where I was like, let me see how many things I can prove otherwise that they've told me, once I stop taking the pills.
Jesus, so they put you on bipolar medication because of a traumatic crash.
Yeah.
That seems odd to me. I mean, I'm not a doctor, obviously, but
Well, I was kind of crazy. You know, I was like suicidal when I was in the hospital. I was on so many drugs I didn't even know my friends had passed away. I didn't even know the 2 pilots had passed away. I didn't remember anything. I kept thinking like everyone was in the hospital, including the 2 pilots, including my 2 best friends and AM. I thought everyone was just in different rooms till about 2 weeks before I left.
Wow.
And then I went crazy. Then it was like they had a, 5150 case on their hands. I wasn't in a good place. So yeah, then I did a lot of like post-traumatic like therapy when I was in the hospital to kind of like calm things down once I got through all my surgeries. And then yeah, I mean over time it was cool, but it was never cool, but I started to feel better, but yeah, I think it was because I was so crazy at the time.
But it's interesting that I would think that bipolar medication would be something that you would give someone who has like a condition that just is sort of they're predisposed to it.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about bipolar, but I would think that that's something that you just have, It's like you have a mental condition. I wouldn't think that it would be something that they would give you to overcome a traumatic incident.
Yeah, I think they were afraid I had like a mental condition after everything happened,
Do you think they think like maybe because you're an artist that you're probably a little crazy anyway?
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
I think...
But I was a mess too, like, like I'd smoked so much weed, every day, and I'd taken so many pills, and I would self-medicate quite a bit that I woke up, probably out of 11 of my 30 surgeries I had in the burn center, I woke up swinging on doctors. So, because I would wake up, and I'd be opened up, and I would just go crazy.
Jesus Christ. Were you just trying to get off the table?
Yeah, I would just try to get off the table. I don't even think I really knew what was going on. I just they couldn't give me enough medication to knock me out because I had been self-medicating for so long and abusing meds for so long.
Wow. So you would get up from anesthesia? You would just wake up?
In the middle of anesthesia.
Fuck.
Yeah. So, yeah. That was
Christ.
That was a problem.
How did you clean up?
I think after I think the last time I swung on a doctor, they were kind of like, you can't be here no more. And then I was like, wow, well, I need X amount of more surgeries. And I really was just fighting demons, I just figured out like my 2 best friends had passed away and the pilots had passed away, and I was just like in an ugly place. And my kids couldn't come visit me because 65% of my body was burnt, so I couldn't be around people. So I was just in it, man. And then I don't know, I turned a corner. And then I was like a team player, and I don't think I was on as many meds. Most of my surgeries were over, and just learning how to walk again, being able to take a shower by myself again, all that stuff, man. I think that was just, those were the good points that helped me turn the corner. And I don't know, I just had more strength,
Yeah.
So.
Wow. So you just turned a corner in your mind and you just sort of accepted it. And
yeah. Same with drugs. Like I didn't ever do rehab or anything. I think it was mainly my kids, and just second chance at life was enough for me. I was like, I never want to do any of that stuff again, That's
cool. So once you get a certain amount of distance between you and those days, does it seem like it wasn't even real? It wasn't you doing those things?
Yeah. You look back and you're just like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I still talk to those doctors to this day. Like Dr. Grossman, he's so awesome, and he basically saved my life, But I still talk to him, and he lives out here in the valley, and he has Grossman Burn Center, and I go over there at Christmas and see burn victims that are over there in the burn center and help out any way I can. But yeah, he's
That's
great.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, many of my friends that I know that had real bad drug problems and then now are off drugs, they look back and they go, what the fuck was I doing? Like, how was that me?
Yeah.
It's interesting how that happens in your life. You have these new chapters in your life, and sometimes it could just be something that happened like 2 weeks ago. And you're like, who the fuck was that guy 2 weeks ago? I'm not even him anymore.
Yeah.
Like you get, sometimes people make these abrupt turns in their life, and then they go, yeah, I'm never going back. And you go, well, we'll see. And then you look 10 years later like, wow, you were right. You never went back.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think like I still have you ever heard of what's called like user dreams?
No.
Where like I think I've fucked up and I'm smoking weed again, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh my god, how am I gonna stop? Because I loved smoking so much, you know, or whatever your vice was, you know, if it was like whatever it was,
gambling,
you know, yeah,
everything.
you're just like you wake up and you think you're doing it again, and then you realize, nah, I'm all good.
I used to have dreams like that where I had to go back to high school.
Really?
I used to have dreams for years, man. Like,
Did you hate high school?
Fucking hated it.
Me too. I don't think
hated
anyone
it.
likes it,
Yeah.
unless you're like, you know, soon to be a professor or fucking doctor or something. But
Well, I just had no idea what I wanted to do for a living, and I was just like, being trapped in a classroom constantly was excruciating.
yeah,
I must have had. I mean, I probably do have like some crazy form of ADD. I don't know. I've never been diagnosed. Never
Yeah.
been to a shrink. But if I did, I mean, I'm sure they'd probably try to put me on something.
right.
If I tried to tell them what's going on in my head all the time, they'd be like, Jesus, sit down. Hold on. Take these. Take these. Whatever you're doing is bad. But when I was in high school, I fucking hated it, and I barely got by. And then when I got out of high school, I would have these dreams where I would wake up in the middle of the night and I didn't have enough credits to graduate and have to go back. And then I was sitting there in my bed before I woke up trying to decide whether or not I was just going to fucking drop out and not graduate from high school, not have a high school diploma,
Yeah.
or go back and do another fucking year of hell. And it would, my guts would turn, then I'd wake up and be, oh my God, I graduated.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the worst. I was the same way, man. I just barely got by high school.
Did you go to school out here?
Yeah, well, I grew up in like Fontana,
Okay.
Riverside, Corona.
Fontucky.
Yep, Fontucky.
Shout out to Double Dose Muay Thai out there. It's good,
Yeah,
good
is there a good Muay
gym
Thai
out
place out there?
Yeah.
So people like to fight in Fontana.
Well, people like to fight everywhere.
Yeah. No,
People
you
like
either
to fight in
fight or
Beverly Hills.
fight or play football.
In Fontana?
Yeah.
Or you sell meth?
Yep. But yeah, I was the same way. Just skated by high school, and then I remember I didn't even want to walk. I fucking hated it so much. I actually rode my skateboard with my friends that were like much older than me that I'd go skateboarding with every day, and we were skateboarding by the high school as everyone walked and got their diploma. And I was just like,
Did you get your diploma?
fuck that. Yeah, they sent it to me, but
Me too.
I didn't want to fucking be there.
No, I didn't.
You know?
I didn't go to my graduation. I'm like, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Like this is. Once I got through, I'm like, you don't have me anymore. I can be free. It took me a while to figure out what the fuck to do next.
Yeah, I would sit there and they would be like, so what do you want to do? Like talk to counselors? And I was like, I just want to play drums in a band, really. And they'd be like, well, that's not an option. Like, what college are you going to? And they would talk to me like I was like just insane.
Isn't that crazy that there's so
Yeah.
many bands and there's so many drummers? Why is that not an option?
Yeah.
Why is that not an option?
It'd be better if they just said, well, you know, like, I don't know, if they motivated you to actually do what you're passionate about, you know?
Yes.
Instead of just being, well, that's not going to happen. So what do you want to do?
So many fucking people that probably wanted to be drummers and just never got a push and never, you know,
Yeah.
never made it through. But then there's the other argument that if you really want it, you'll find a way.
Yeah, you got to do it. I mean, my dad used to tell me the same thing. He'd be like, you got to have a plan B. And I'd be like, well, if I have a plan B, I'm not going to try that hard. You know, I started thinking in my head, and then that's when I just said, nah, fuck that. Like, it's only this. No matter if I'm rich or poor, whatever the circumstances, this is what I'm doing. Like, I don't give a fuck what the outcome is.
I think that's the right mindset.
Yeah.
I don't think people get by that well. Like when I was just starting to do stand-up, there was a lot of guys who had full-time jobs and they got degrees and, you know, they would work their full-time job and then they would just do stand-up like a couple nights a week. They never made it.
Yeah.
It was the obsessed guys and women, the people that were just like, this is my fucking life. This is what I do. I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that do it. The no safety net people are the ones that made it.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna fucking happen. You just have to stick with it.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like the people who really stick with it and give it like 110%, your time will come. However big or small it is, something will happen. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, if you figure it out and keep improving and keep learning and learn from your mistakes and learn from your setbacks and keep trying to push and get better and improve. If you do all those things, as hopeless and helpless as it seems, if you continue to improve, you've got to get to a better place. You got to get better, and one day you'll be undeniable. And if you don't, and if you just fall back on that safety net, you're always gonna wonder.
Yeah.
You know, you're always gonna look at Travis Barker going fucking ham on the drums and going, shit, that could have been me.
Dude, I almost did it. I actually, at one point, my pops is awesome, but he's like Vietnam vet and, you know, rode a Harley his whole life. And he just basically said to me, he's like, yo, you either gotta start paying rent at the house because you know, you're not in high school no more, and get like a 60-hour-a-week job, like a real job, or you need to go, you know, go fucking play drums, but you're not gonna do it here in my garage.
Wow.
So I was like, okay. And it was probably the best thing that was ever said to me, you know, as harsh as it was or whatever. And then I had actually caved in and I just told my friend Noel, I was like, you know what, I think I'm gonna get this fucking job because I just somehow got a job that made, you know, in a warehouse. It was like Target warehouse, making pretty good money compared to what I was making at the time. And he hit me the next day and he's like, I think you're making a big mistake. I think you're very fucking talented and I think you'll regret this. And you can get this bullshit job any time down the line. Come live with me stay at my house. You could sleep on the floor or the couch and let's play in this fucking band and do it. And I did it. You know, I was like a trash man in Laguna Beach, lived in like this studio apartment with a couple other guys, and it just fucking took off. Like I had to like, I mean, there was like humility too, you know, there was like playing bar after bar and, you know, but I was eating, I was, you know, I was skateboarding every day and I was living at the beach playing in a band with my friends. So for me, I had already made it.
Those are the best stories.
Yeah.
They're the best stories.
And I think back even to this day, I go to Laguna sometimes, I'm like, wow, that was kind of one of the best moments of my life. Besides my children being born, like poor, no money, but like happy as fuck. Like can't even think of another time I was that happy, you know?
Yeah.
It's cool.
But the only pressure is the pressure of trying to succeed. There's not the pressure of already succeeding and the overwhelming pressure that you must experience now.
Yeah.
Those are great stories, man.
Yeah.
The stories are like where you didn't know if it was going to work.
Yeah,
you
have
figured
no
it out.
fucking clue.
Those stories right now, some kids are listening to those stories right now, listening to you say this.
Yeah.
And they're like, fuck, man, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go for it. Like, who knows how many rock stars you're making right now just saying this?
Yeah, because a lot of them are teeter-tottering.
Yes.
Like, am I going to do it? Am I not going to do it? Even, I mean, I was at the time, you know, and you just have to, you know, don't worry about being cool or being fucking rich or having money. Just be passionate about what you're passionate about and fucking dedicate 100%, you know?
Yeah, there's those moments, man, when you're first starting out anything where it's not sure.
Yeah.
It's not a definite thing. You're in this weird limbo space. Like, man, am I going to be a loser my whole life? Like, what's going to happen to me? And those moments, man, when you look back and you realize you could have quit, but you kept going. You figured it out. You sucked it up.
Yeah.
You worked your way through it. You improved. You kept moving.
Yep.
Yeah, that's life, man.
Yeah. That's what defines you, man.
Yeah, it really does. I just love those fucking stories. I could never get enough of them, man.
Yeah.
The dirty, grimy, and then finally you make it story.
Yeah.
They're the best. Dude, you're running out of space to tattoo. I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm actually getting tattoos on top of tattoos.
That's outrageous.
Yeah. I just got this LLJ for XXX.
I'm going to get it. I'm working on some new ones. I've decided to go back in.
You're kind of like remixing them at this point, you know, like getting tattoos on top of tattoos.
Have you ever gotten lasered?
Yeah, once. I had like a new wife, and I had divorced my ex-wife, and she wasn't really stoked on the ex-wife's name on me.
Yeah, that seems like a problem.
Yeah, so I lasered it because it was right on my neck, and she always had to see it. And then, but that's the only time I've ever done it. There's nothing on me I really want to get rid of. Where I'm like, oh, that. It's all a story to me. It all tells a story. It's like a moment in time, and I got it for a reason. But I was trying to be cool, and you know what I mean, trying to be respectful and make her happy at the time.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it was amazing. She hung in there all the way to being married with another chick's name on your neck.
Yeah.
That's a good woman.
True. But
in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love tattoos, man. They're addicting.
Yeah, I love them too.
Once I figured out they didn't hurt at the age of 15, it was on. I didn't.
Yeah, it's like what people tell you. They're like, oh, it's so painful.
Yeah.
And then you get one, you're like, wait a minute.
It's not so bad.
This is like, it's kind of like a slight burn.
Yeah.
It's like.
Kind of therapeutic too.
Yeah, not that bad.
Yeah.
I fell asleep while I was getting tattooed.
Same. Same. When I did my back piece, I fell asleep, and I had two artists working on me at the same time.
Oh, wow.
Just because I fucking hate wasting time.
Yeah.
So they did my back together. They did my head together too.
Yeah, the head's impressive. Let me see the head.
Yeah.
Let me see what that looks like. When did you get that done?
I did my head like, I don't know, 6 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
I had like a piece on the side of my head
Right.
that Mr. Cartoon did back in the day.
I love that guy's work.
Oh, yeah, Cartoon is such
He's
a
amazing.
legend.
He's got great shit. He is a legend.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Yeah.
Even outside of tattooing, like lowrider culture.
Yeah.
He's one of the illest. But yeah, he did that, and then that kind of set it off. I always had like praying hands on the side of my head, and then I shaved my head, and I've never grown my hair out since, because I'm like, fuck it, it's a permanent haircut, basically.
Right.
You know. But yeah.
What is up there? It's hard to see with all the shine.
I have like Virgin Mary right there.
Oh wow.
I think I have like a rose.
You
right here with
think?
the skull. Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
when you know you got a lot of tattoos. I
have,
don't know what's on my head.
I have like a transplant gas mask on the back of my head. I have one life, one chance. Yeah, and then like some writing.
Wow. Now, when you got burned, did it affect your tattoos? Did you have to tattoo over it?
Yeah, so I lost all of my tattoos on my legs.
Wow.
Yes, I lost my first tattoo ever, which was a Dag Nasty tattoo, this hardcore band, punk band that I loved forever, and a Bones tattoo, which was my nickname growing up. But I lost everything on my legs. So then they do what's called like grafting. So and I lost some tattoos from my back. So it's like a cheese grater, and they grate all of your skin off your back and my thighs, and then they staple it to you with pig cadaver.
Whoa.
And they wait for you to start healing. So I lost a lot of tattoos, and then I did like on my thighs. You can't really see. I did memorials for Lil Chris, Che, and DJ AM, who all passed away in the accident. So I put them on my legs over the grafts, so you can't really see it. But yeah, I mean, I got out pretty well, man. Like, I mean, you can kind of see it on my hand. My hand, you can see it's discolored and stuff. But for having almost 70% of my body burnt, like, you can't really tell.
That's amazing. Yeah, you can't really tell at all because you're so tattooed up. The pain of healing burns is supposed to be excruciating.
It's the fucking worst thing ever. Well, for me too. I mean, I don't think you guys ever think about being burnt. I know I didn't. Right. I would just be like, I don't know. I just never think about fire until you're on fire, and then you're like, oh shit, and then the treatments afterwards to like do everything, like they would put me in this big pan that was literally about as big as this table with different people all around you, and they would scrape all my burns with a metal brush to get rid of all the infection. Because I basically, when I jumped through the emergency exit, when I opened the emergency exit before the plane blew up, I was in such a hurry to get out of the plane and exit the plane. I jumped right into the jet, which is full of fuel. So my whole body lit up, So I had jet fuel just in my whole body. Like, I burped jet fuel for almost like 3 months. Oh, God. So they had, like, that was the main thing to get rid of the infection, is they scrub you with a metal brush to get rid of all of it and all of the dead skin. And then I did about 30 surgeries to repair everything, like skin graft surgeries. They saved my foot because at one point they were going to amputate my right foot. Oh. Yeah, it was wild. I have pictures from it.
That burnt that they were going to have to amputate it?
My right foot almost didn't make it.
Was it because the way it was necrosis, or like what was going on that they were going to amputate it?
I think because that was the thing that was most soaked was my shoes and socks when I jumped into the jets, And I had done I had exited the plane. I had started running. I had started like ripping off my clothes. Just that's what my instinct told me, is just get rid of everything. But little did I know I would still be on fire because the jet fuel was, I was soaked in it. So I'm actually running towards a highway. A highway's right on the side of me. And I just hear some guy yell like, stop, drop, and roll. And it just like, I heard it out of all this chaos of every sirens and everything. And I stopped, drop, and rolled. And the only thing that was still on fire was my feet. And AM came and patted them out. So I think they were on fire the longest too. So still, like I think my right foot is probably like over 50% of it's a graft.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. But Yeah, that was like, I never even thought about it. It's not something you think about until it happens to you. But being burnt is like it's horrific, you know?
Were you affected by the recent fires out here?
It came about a couple 100 yards from one of my houses.
Oh, wow.
But I was in Vegas. I was actually playing a show. We left that morning, and then we got phone calls saying you had to evacuate, but
And
we
your
were already
kids were
gone.
with you?
Thank God. Yeah, the kids. My dog was with me. My housekeeper was at the house, so she was able to get the rest of our dogs out. And yeah, we were. As long as I had them there with me, you know, I was like, everything else is replaceable. It's whatever.
A fun day.
But yeah, that was sketchy. I mean, you saw. Obviously, you live very
Yeah,
close
we got
by
evacuated.
too. Yeah.
We got evacuated. Well, we evacuated ourselves before they had a mandatory at 2 in the morning. I came back from the Comedy Store. My wife and I were looking out the window, and the flames are coming over the hill. And I said, no one's going to save us here. I go, you know, we have to figure out what the fuck we're going to do. And she's like, I think we should go. And I said, all right, I think you're right. And we just got a hotel room, and we just bailed.
Yeah.
And I literally grabbed my laptop, and I think that's it. And some clothes. And then the kids are a little freaked out, but I said, look, we're here.
Yeah.
We're all right. Like, we could buy more shit.
Yeah.
Like, the dog's fine. We're fine.
That's how I was too. I was like,
Let it burn.
yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't want it to burn, obviously, but rather than you being hurt, like, fuck, man, this is it's an inconvenience when you lose your house. It's a horrific tragedy when you lose your life. You know, we're gonna get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And so they were freaked out, but within a day or two, I mean, we stayed in a hotel for a week, but within a day or two, they were cool. We were laughing about it.
Same. We did the same thing. I came home, but not really home. You know, just lived at a hotel for a week. But yeah, you felt kind of helpless. Like you couldn't do much. You know, it's not like I could sit there and put out the fire myself. You know, they wouldn't even let us in our community.
Yeah, same
It was
here.
crazy.
For people that weren't around here, they don't know how crazy it was, but the sky was filled with smoke. Everywhere you looked was smoke. I mean, all of LA was filled with smoke. It was we stayed in Beverly Hills at the Waldorf, and you look out the balcony window and it's just fucking gray, just smoke everywhere.
Yeah.
I've never seen fires like that before. Never in my life.
Me either. And I always see we're on high alert.
Yeah.
You know, I'd see it like my kids are at school over in Malibu or really close to there, and I always see high alert, but nothing's ever really happened. You know, there's been like small fires, but that was horrific. That was just, it looked like Hiroshima in our neighborhood. Like, you know, airplanes flying really low, dropping like fire retardant, and it was crazy.
Bill Burr flies helicopters. He's got his helicopter license, and we took a flight around Malibu, around Point Doom, and you go over there and you see these massive estates just burnt to the ground. These gorgeous houses with the perfect view on the bluff overlooking the ocean, gone. Huge lots, you know, $20 million houses, gone. Just burnt to the ground, and there's so many of them. And then like one house standing there.
Yeah.
One house out of just random.
That's how it was in our neighborhood too. Like
Yeah.
a house caught fire, but nothing near it caught fire. It was
It's weird. Yeah, some shit will fly through the air, land on someone's house, and if you have like pine needles or something on your roof, or a flammable roof,
Yeah.
you know, it just catches on fire.
Was it a campfire that started? That's what I heard.
It's called campfire,
Oh.
but I don't think it was a campfire. That was the name of the fire. I don't know what the fuck the cause of that fire was. Jamie, see if you can find that out. Do you know what it is?
No, I think they've been trying to blame has been put on like different utility companies and whatnot, and they're not taking the blame where they can prove that it wasn't them, and
Wow.
it's been being passed around. I don't know that anybody knows yet, from what I've been looking at.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy though,
Yeah.
man. When I was in Boulder, there was a giant fire that broke out that was a fireman accidentally started. Fire, yeah, he had a fire pit in his backyard, and some fucking embers blew out of his fire pit and started a giant fire, and just burnt massive amounts of wild forest is just gone.
Damn.
Yeah, a fireman. Imagine how
Of
that
all
guy
people,
felt.
yeah.
He must have felt like shit. I mean, anybody just couldn't fucking imagine if it was your fault that one of these things gets started.
Oh yeah, the guilt. I wouldn't be sleeping for weeks.
The craziest shit
terrible.
is Northern California.
Yeah.
Northern California got it way worse. We got it bad down here, worse than I've ever seen, but they got it way worse in Northern California.
Yeah.
Northern California, they lost like a shitload of people died on the highway.
That's what I
They
saw,
burnt
man.
to death in their cars.
You see those photos?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
You know, and
Sad.
a lot of this is because of, there's a lot of issues, right? There's the dry, the fact that dry climate, the fact that, there's a climate change is happening, but also the fact that there's no small fires. Like all those dead trees are supposed to get knocked down by small fires, like controlled fires.
Yeah.
And that doesn't really happen anymore. We don't want small fires that can possibly get out of hand. And so you have these forests that are oftentimes filled with dead trees right next to live trees, and a lot of dead trees all over the place.
Wow, so they're supposed to do, that's like maintenance, burning like the small dead ones before.
Well, some people advocate doing it for maintenance, but in nature, that's like a natural thing. Like the lightning would hit, light some shit on fire, and the live trees would probably survive, and a lot of the dead ones would burn to the ground, and it would actually regenerate the forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, like, you look how fucking lush and green it looks out here now.
Yeah.
Like, you would never imagine that just a few months ago, this was a raging inferno. It actually is good for the ground.
Yeah.
When all that
Still
carbon,
smells like fire too right
some
now, right?
places, yeah.
Every
Yeah.
time it rains. It's starting to get a little bit better, but
Does it freak you out when you see fire now because of your accident?
yeah, it took a little while for us to have pyro again.
Wow.
I remember it was like we had just got back together, and like this really, really like killer like photographer had this idea to do this photo shoot, and they wanted us holding like the whatchamacallit, the thing like the flares in an accident. And he got me to hold it for a second, and I was like, bro, I can't do this. Like, wrong photo shoot. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know you have this vision, but
That's an insensitive vision.
Yeah, and he
How about
kind
water
of knew.
hoses?
Yeah, yeah, right. That would have been a little bit more fitting. But and now we do pyro stuff on stage and production. It doesn't really bug me, but I'm very cautious around the house. Like with my daughter, she has like a straight iron plugged in, or for my son, whatever, lights a candle. Like I'm so crazy about it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, fires are a little weird.
So I have to ask you: does Tom talk about UFOs all the time?
Well, he's not in the band no more.
Yeah, I know.
But
did he always do that?
He always did. We used to get loaded and just look out the bus window for what, and I used to do it with him as like, I don't know, it's kind of a bonding experience. It's like if you wanted to show me bow and arrows, whatever,
Right.
and we're on tour together, of
Fuck
course
it,
I'd sit there and like, check it out. So with Tom, that was his thing, like, fucking let's get high and look for UFOs. So we would, we just sit there and like stare out the bus window, look at UFOs, or like he would even go as far as when we were on tour, like let's go and fucking look for Bigfoot. Whatever it was, and he would assemble a crew and they would go do it.
Oh my God.
He never got me on one of those trips because that was just too fairy tale for me. But
Yeah.
But I would, I'd do that, and he was always. It's really not something he just got into. From the day I fucking met him, he was
Wow.
obsessed with UFOs and aliens, and was always very passionate about it. To the point where, like, I didn't know enough to have any kind of, I guess, like opinion on it. I was just very open and just took it all in.
Yeah.
But nothing has changed. He's still. The other day I talked to him. He's like, I'm on the way to the fucking White House, bro. And I don't ask any questions. I just be like, as you should be, whatever. Like, let's fucking go.
As you should be.
Yeah.
What a great response.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yep.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, he was a trip, man. Having a conversation with him was very strange. Because part of me was like, is this guy putting me on? Like, what is happening
He's
here?
dead ass.
Dead
He's
ass.
fucking dead ass.
Seemed
serious.
like it. And we would look
Yeah.
at these videos that were so clearly horseshit. And he would be like, amazing, right? And I'd be like, what? Like, you think that that's an actual UFO? Like, that is the fakest fucking video I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
But he didn't see that at all.
Yeah.
In his mind, he was seeing a real alien spaceship.
Even on tour, I'd be like, he'd walk in my room and he'd be like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, check this thing out. I just made up whatever, playing drums. He'd be like, dude, fucking whatever George Bush just did. And he's just coming at me with some like politics. He's been watching CNN or yeah, like he's always been obsessed with it.
So he's obsessed with all sorts of like, hidden things, like not just UFOs, but Bigfoot too, and
Conspiracy theories, politics,
yeah.
everything. Very, very passionate about all those things.
conspiracy theories and politics. It's interesting how those things go together. Because people are always wondering, like, who the fuck is running things? What's really going on?
Yeah.
What's happening behind the scenes? Who's pulling the strings? What does it all really mean?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. But the UFO thing is like, boy, you gotta. I mean, I absolutely believe there could be intelligent life out there, but I haven't seen a fucking single thing that makes me think that anybody's got a picture or a video.
Yeah, I feel like it could be real. I believe, but
Sure.
I'm not dedicating my life to search for it. You know?
Yeah.
And I give it to him, man, to like honestly to walk away from your fucking very successful band to go do that shit. Like I have nothing but respect for his passion.
Yeah.
But it's like I couldn't do that.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's like that just it really shows like he's very, very passionate about it.
I hope he saved up some money.
Yeah, me too.
You know Survivor Man, Les Stroud?
Nah.
He's you ever see that show? It's a fucking great show. Survivor Man would go out into the woods with like a limited amount of things. He would say like, okay, I've got this bucket, I've got a fucking pocket knife, and I got a ball of yarn, and I'm gonna survive out here for 7 days. And he films the whole thing. And he'd be filming himself like eating frogs and catching a squirrel and finding edible plants and just living out in the forest, and oftentimes going days and days without food.
Yeah.
And then he would have like a point where he'd get rescued. 7 days in, there would be a spot where they would meet him. He had an experience when he was in Alaska a long time ago where he was camping. And he said he heard footsteps, like big, heavy footsteps. And he heard some sound that sounded like a gorilla. Like something like that.
Yeah.
And then it ran off. And to this day, he's convinced that that was a Bigfoot. And so now he has Survivor Man Bigfoot. And he goes out into the woods and just looks for evidence of Sasquatch.
Well, he needs to hit up Tom. Tom will pull up and he'll go with him. He would love that.
I'm sure he would.
Fuck.
Yeah. He's tried to get me to go with him. I'm like, good luck. I did it one time. I went hunting for Bigfoot for a television show I did for Sci-Fi called Joe Rogan Questions Everything, and we went looking for Bigfoot. And the more I talked to these Bigfoot folks, the more I was convinced none of these motherfuckers had ever seen Bigfoot. There was one lady that I talked to, who just did not seem like a liar. And she was telling me that she saw something in the woods, and it was standing up, and it was tall, like 7-8 feet tall. And she's like, why is there a gorilla in the woods? And then she's like, oh my God, that's Bigfoot. And she said, and it was the Pacific Northwest, like outside of Washington State, or in Washington State, outside of Seattle. And the woods are so dense up there that if anything goes 10, 20 feet, it's gone. The problem with that is that there's black bears up there. And black bears sometimes stand up on 2 feet. They do it all the time. And if you saw a Blackfoot, especially a black bear rather, especially from a distance, you would think it was a big gorilla. If it was standing up on 2 feet, which they do, especially when they're trying to see something, they'll stand up and they'll even walk. There's a lot of videos of them walking on 2 feet.
Damn, just on their
like
hind
gorilla.
legs.
You ever seen it?
Nah. That's crazy. I could see how
Jamie
that
will
would
find a
resemble
video.
a Bigfoot.
100%.
Yeah.
So I don't think that lady's a liar. She might. I mean, look, it might be real. There might be a few of them left. There definitely was a thing called Gigantopithecus that lived in Asia. And the thought is that it came across the Bering Land Bridge the same time that Native Americans came across from Asia. And that they came across, and because they lived in Asia, and this Gigantopithecus, I think, lived as recently, as 100,000 years ago. I think the most recent fossils they have of it, which is, human beings were alive back then.
Yeah.
And this thing was an 8 to 10 foot tall bipedal hominid. So it was a huge ape-like creature.
Yeah.
So check this out. This is, look at this bear. Is that the craziest shit ever?
Wow.
Bear's walking on 2 legs. Look at him.
Wow.
Like if you saw that,
Oh,
you'd
that's
be like,
totally.
Yeah.
You can
yeah,
mistake
you'd be like,
that.
oh my God, it's a fucking Bigfoot.
Especially if you believe the hype and
Yeah.
you're searching for Bigfoot out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or if you're on shrooms,
Yeah.
right? I mean, if you're walking around, if you're high on mushrooms, you're like, oh my God, Bigfoot's real. Look at that thing. He's like, hey, how you doing? Oh, he's got a hurt right foot. That's what that is. You see his right foot? There's something wrong with his right foot. Sometimes, it looks like he's missing his front paw. It says sometimes, bears will fight with each other, and one bear will bite the other bear's foot off, or he could have gotten shot, or he could have broke it off on something. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he's missing a foot, so he's walking around out there like a gorilla. But everybody else, I was like, when I'm talking to them, they're like living in make-believe world. Here's another one walking around. Look at him. Wow, that is weird, man. Those are big-ass bears, too. Big-ass bears.
Chilling on 2 feet.
I mean, look. They look like fucking people, man. I think that is a big reason why. And they're feeding them. That is so crazy. Where is that? That doesn't seem like America. Is it?
It's South Korea, yeah.
Wow.
Everland Park in South Korea.
So that's one of those wildlife parks where the animals are all, and you're in a car. Yeah, that's like fake wildlife. I mean, wildlife, but not really wild.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that video where the lady was in China and they were in one of those parks and she got in a fight with her boyfriend? She got out of the car and she got killed by a tiger?
No. Oh.
She didn't get killed. Her mom got killed. She's even more fucked up because her mom came out to rescue her. She got snatched by the tiger, and then her mom. Watch this shit. This is crazy.
Oh no, there's
Here
video of it.
She's like, "Fuck you! I'm fucking walking." And they're like, hey, listen, bitch, get back in the fucking car. There's tigers out here. She's like, no. Fuck you and fuck him and fuck you. And the tiger just grabs her, snatches her out. So the guy runs out, and then the mom runs out, and apparently the mom got killed. So here comes the mom. That lady wound up dying. Yeah, and there's the park ranger like, shit. Yeah, when you get snatched up by a 600-pound cat. Did you hear about that fucking dude in Colorado today? He killed a mountain lion with his bare hands. He smothered it to death.
Yeah.
It jacked him while he was jogging. He was running on the trails. The mountain lion grabbed him from behind. He got in a struggle with his 80-pound cat and wound up suffocating it. I can see this fucking badass jogger just.
Yeah, I want to know what the jogger looked like.
Just holding that motherfucker by his neck. Fuck you.
Oh.
Fuck you.
Yeah. It would have to be like Derek Lewis or someone, like someone. I can't picture anyone else being able to do that.
Maybe he's a jiu-jitsu guy.
Yeah, we see him. I've seen him when my kids were really young in Calabasas, where I live. Mm-hmm. I saw one just pacing back and forth in my back fence. Lion.
Jesus.
Yeah.
They're out here, man.
Yeah.
They're out here.
I mean, we see coyotes and deer all the time, but mountain lions, that's next level scary.
Yeah, a friend of mine just sent me a message this morning when when I posted that thing on Instagram about that guy that killed it, and he said he was running on this fire road and he realized he felt weird and looked over, and 20 feet away from him was a big cat right above him on this ridge. 20 feet. So that's basically us to that wall.
Yeah.
Big cat just looking, and he said he waved his arms to look bigger, and the thing just walked away. I carry a knife when I run. I carry a fucking half-face blades. It's got a loop. You could stick your thumb into it so it stays in your hand. And people are like, why are you running with a knife? What the fuck are you doing? You don't need it until you do.
Yeah.
And when you do, you want to have it.
Didn't someone get attacked by a coyote in Hidden Hills, running?
Did they?
I don't know. I had heard a story about that, but I've ran in my neighborhood before, and two coyotes ran right past me. I mean, they're usually
creeps.
Yeah, they usually don't mess with humans,
Well, we had a problem with them killing chickens because I have chickens in my yard.
Yeah.
And I've lost a bunch of chickens to coyotes. They were on top of the chicken coop pulling tiles off of it. Yeah, they're creepy little fuckers, man.
Yeah.
But they're little. These are 35, 45 pounds. They're not very big, but they're creepy. There's something about they're little wolves, and they're looking at you, and they're trying to figure out a way, what can they eat, what can't they eat. They're out there scraping and grinding.
They're sneaky, gangster. I saw one of my friends, a dear friend of mine, he lost both of his dogs to coyotes, and I think he had surveillance of it, and one is in the yard and he's playing dead, and then his dogs approach what they think is dead, and then basically his homie comes out of nowhere and attacks, and they both, and the one that's playing dead attacks, and both of his dogs were a wrap.
How big were his dogs?
Small. I mean, they were smaller dogs, but
yeah.
Now he has big German shepherds, and he's kind of got bigger dogs now. But it was really sad, man.
It is sad.
But they're very tactical, very, Very crazy.
Yeah, they figure out some way to work and cooperate together without communicating. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Like if it wasn't
Smart.
so sad that they're killing someone's pet, it's really kind of fascinating that they're so smart that they would play dead. There was a guy that used to work at this pet store that I go to, and he also worked in a veterinary center, medical place, and a pit bull came in, one of those big jack pit bulls, just covered in cuts all over its body. And the owner was, they asked the owner, like, what the fuck happened? He goes, I don't know. He goes, I came home, and he's covered in cuts. I really have no idea what happened to him. So they stitched the dog up, like hundreds of stitches all over the dog's body. Then he takes a walk outside of his house, and he follows his dog's blood. And he goes up into the hills near his house, and he finds 9 dead coyotes. That pit bull was gangster.
Apparently.
He just went on a tear. And he said it looked like Vietnam. It looked like a fucking, like Saving Private Ryan, just ripped apart coyotes. 9 of them. This motherfucker just went mauling.
Yeah.
They must have been so bummed out. They're like, we're going to get this dog. Yeah, there's 9 of us. We're good. We got this guy.
Yeah.
And then you see this fucking fire hydrant head just that doesn't feel pain. They've engineered those things. Like, there's some pit bulls. There's this pit bull. If you go on Instagram, I think it's I Am the Hulk. That's the name of the pit. It's a 200-pound pit bull. Like, they've gotten him to 200 pounds now. It's the most preposterous thing you've ever seen in your life. It looks like Brock Lesnar if it was a pit bull. It's like it doesn't even make any sense. You look at it like that. A pit bull used to be like a 35-pound dog. They used to be small.
Yeah.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, they're
what in the fuck?
Scary.
Imagine if a coyote saw that. Fuck!
Yeah, those
Look at that thing!
Bull mastiffs are fucking scary too.
Look at the size of that thing!
Oh.
Yeah, I had a mastiff. He passed away recently. He was 13 years old. Yeah, we had to put him down, man. It was really sad. He was a great dog. Mastiffs are so sweet. Like, look at the size of that fucking dog, man.
Just yoked too.
It's a crazy 200-pound pit bull. It's just so crazy that they make them that big now. Like, a 100-pound pit bull used to be I had a 90-pound one. It was a big dog. And I was like, wow, that's a big pit bull. I'm like, yeah, it's a big pit bull. This dog's 110 pounds bigger. It doesn't even make any sense.
Wow.
It's a fucking tank. Yeah, but that's one of my favorite coyote death stories. This guy going up into the hills and find all these dead coyotes just laying in a pile. They try to ambush them. What they would do, they try to get one to come out and try to get chased. And then the one would run, and then the other ones would jump it.
They're like a gang, straight up.
Yeah, it's crazy that they think like that, though.
Yeah.
That they actually have strategies.
They're savages.
Yeah. Well, that's like the downside of living in the suburbs. The upside is you get a nice yard and you get a little view. And
yeah, I love getting away from the city, or like, if it's like studio or just chaos, whatever. Just going home and being home.
Yeah, me too.
It's nice.
Do you keep a place up in Big Bear or anywhere?
I don't
you ever go up there?
I don't really like traveling.
Really?
Nah. After my accident, I fucking hate traveling.
Wow.
Like, I'll go on tour, but I won't even look at an itinerary before I go on tour. I just kind of like, just tell me where to go. I'll be where I need to be. But yeah, like, I don't want to, and I don't fly. I haven't flown since my accident. So.
Oh, wow. So all your touring you do is by bus?
Yeah, by bus, and then I'll take the Queen Mary 2 to Europe. But
no way.
Yeah.
Do you take a boat to Europe?
Yeah.
Imagine if your boat sunk.
I know.
On a fucking float raft going, motherfucker.
Yeah. Trust me. Well, you know what? I'd rather be on the fucking raft than fucking plummeting into the ocean at 100 miles per hour or whatever.
Yeah, I feel you. That's
but yeah,
crazy.
like,
How
I
long
go to
does
like
that take?
Laguna for like quick getaways, like, just chill out with the family.
So if you guys have a gig in New York City, you have to start your journey 5 days early?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's cool. The kids and I get to see a lot of stuff we don't normally see.
Yeah.
But I got to really think about it. Like that fucking fire festival.
Yeah.
That they had booked us on. And I was like, I'm so glad, because I would have had to drive 5 or 6 days, to Florida, to Fort Lauderdale, then get in a boat, and then, get over to the Bahamas. So thank God, man, because I was literally on my way there.
Wow. So when you do that, do you actually drive yourself, or do you have someone drive you?
No, I'd be white knuckling driving the tour bus. Have you driven a tour bus? It's fucking scary, man.
Well, you're driving like this,
Yeah,
right?
I've done it like when I was 19 or like 20 when I was on a tour. The driver let me drive, and it was the scariest fucking thing. I was like, take the fucking wheel, man. This is so scary. Like a white knuckling, like just being in control, being responsible over that big of a bus, and all of my homies or all your friends are sleeping in it.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, oh gosh, man, I give it. Bus drivers that's a hard fucking job,
It's a hard
and they
fucking
drive
job.
for I think we usually do 8 to 10 hour days a day on
Yeah.
the bus. It's a long time.
It is a long time. It's quite a drive.
But-
And they have to stay awake and maintain their focus. And I
Yeah.
don't know about you, but when I see those white lines, there's something about that. It's not good for me. I start nodding.
Yeah, it's like hypnotizing almost, right?
It is hypnotizing
Yeah,
for me.
I could do like 2 or 3 hours and I'm cool. I don't
exactly.
want to,
San
but-
Diego is about as far as I want to drive.
Yeah, they're built different.
Yeah.
And I know, they say it's way more dangerous to be on the road in a bus or in a car than be in a plane. But I don't know, one day. I always say, like, if my kids want to fly one day, maybe I'll be down.
Yeah.
But the thought of me leaving to go play some show or do something cool and something happening while they're at home, like, fucks me up.
Right.
So I don't really do it.
I know what you mean. I can only imagine. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't think anybody's ever going to be able to understand what you've gone through with that kind of an ordeal.
Yeah.
A plane crash where your friends died and the pilots are dead and you managed to get out alive but almost lost your foot and burned half your body plus.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
It's crippling, but I try not to let it be too much of a handicap.
Well, it seems like
Besides,
you've
my
overcome.
traveling.
But you seem like you got to work around.
Yeah.
You figured it out.
Yeah.
But Australia can go fuck itself, huh?
I wish I could go. Dude, I love Australia. I love Japan. Fuck, I love Japan.
Yeah.
Do you guys go there for UFC fights?
Yeah, I have been. Yeah.
I fucking love it there.
We did
man.
a UFC in Tokyo once. It was great.
I honestly wanted to move there. When I
Really?
went. Yeah, I loved it so much.
David Lee Roth moved there for a while.
Yeah?
He moved there to take sword fighting classes.
Fuck yeah.
Moved there with his dog, got an
Wow.
apartment. Have you ever talked to him?
No.
He is one of the trippiest fucking guys. I just got a message really recently that he wanted to talk to me. And so they gave me a phone number for him. I sent him a text message and never heard back. It's like I might have to call him. Like
Yeah.
I don't want to miss it out. So if Dave, if you're listening, I tried twice.
Yeah.
But he said he wanted to get a hold of me for something, and they gave him a number. They gave me a number to get a hold of him. But he's one of the more interesting people I've ever talked to in my life. He
Yeah.
worked as an EMT for a while when he'd just gotten out of Van Halen.
Really?
Yes, like an actual EMT, like helping people, like in New York, and people be like, "What? Are you fucking David Lee Roth?" And be like, "Yeah, man, we're getting you in the ambulance. Like, keep it together." They were like strapping people to a gurney when they had accidents and shit. And fucking imagine you get in a car accident and fucking David Lee Roth is there
Yeah.
to help you. You're like, "What? What am I? I must be dead.
Yeah.
This isn't real life." Imagine.
Wow.
Fucking David Lee Roth. Like,
That's
you're
fucking
gonna be
awesome.
fine, buddy.
Yeah. That's legendary. I love
Yeah.
that. I love.
He's a
you know,
trip.
Yeah, that'd be a great interview.
Moved to Japan with his dog. Just hung out there. I go, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm taking kendo lessons. He's taking sword fighting lessons from a Japanese master."
Whoa.
So every day he'd be taking fucking kendo.
Sick.
He's the real deal, man.
Yeah.
He's the real deal. Like a real eccentric, but a really friendly, really interesting guy.
Yeah.
What
That's
a trip.
awesome.
Yeah. I love when someone is like that.
Yeah.
You know, like your friend that hasn't talked for 22 years. I love shit like that.
Yeah, you don't hear about that.
No.
Or someone that'll stop being in Van Halen to go fuck with swords. You know?
Or
It's like-
Tom.
yeah,
who
to go
leaves
fuck with
Blink
aliens.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah, goes fucks with aliens.
Yeah.
Do you think they're really bringing him to the Pentagon and shit like that?
I don't know.
Because he said
I
they
have-
like.
I have no clue. And I had watched a little bit of your podcast where you were like, oh,
You sent me a text message.
well,
You're like,
why are they
huh?
picking you? You know? And I'm like, but I feel like he's made himself readily available
Yeah.
to do that shit, Like,
Right.
I don't know. I sit and scratch my head and go, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I just fucking,
Yeah.
he's such a talented dude too, man. He's like such a good songwriter.
Yeah. He certainly is. He's certainly a very talented guy. It's just so interesting that that's his main point of focus.
Yeah.
I would think that if aliens were real, Trump would have told us. I really do believe that.
Yeah.
That guy he's such a fucking loose cannon. He became the president. Like, maybe they hid it from him.
Or as fucking chaotic as shit is right now, it
Yeah.
would I don't know, something would slip, you know?
I would think that if they told him, if they brought him, there's two things I would want to know. Who killed JFK? Those are two things I'd want to know if I became the president. And are aliens real? What do you got, motherfucker?
Yeah.
What do you got? I go to the top generals. I bet, look, I'm going to defer to you guys. I'm not a military expert, okay? And I don't want war, but I want you guys to have support. I got full respect. Tell me about the aliens. What do you got? What's this? Trump orders establishment of Space Force.
he did that.
That's right, the Space Force.
Yeah.
But that's because
Where?
that's actually a military strategy because they're concerned that as technology improves, Russians are going to be in space and we're going to be in space. Or fight off the aliens.
Yeah.
Right, like Will Smith type shit. Yeah, look at him. Yeah, Mike Pence is behind him going, Jesus is going to save us. Yeah, I don't know, man, but if I became president, I never will, but if I did, those are the two things that I'd want to know. Who killed JFK and where are the fucking aliens? Do you think they know? Do you think they know anything more than regular people? Because you got to feel like they come in every 4 years. Someone would open their mouth.
Somebody knows.
Somebody knows.
I don't know.
What
who
did
that
Elon
person
Musk
is.
say?
He's an alien.
Yeah.
Bro,
So he's not going to rat on his friends, right?
if you drive that car, I'll give you the key. Just
Yeah.
take it for a tour. Just take it for a spin out of here.
I will.
That fucking Tesla will make you believe in aliens. It doesn't even make sense. It does not make sense.
I feel like I'm driving a computer when I'm in a Tesla.
It
It's
doesn't
insane.
make sense.
Yeah.
It's like every car other than that seems stupid.
So
And
is
I
this the
love
first one
cars.
you've had?
Yes.
Wow. And you're just completely in love with it?
sold.
Wow.
Sold. I drove one. There was a rental car company that was sponsoring the podcast, and it was like Uber for rental cars. They would drop off a rental car, and they would. Do you remember the name of that company? I don't know if they're around anymore.
Yeah, I'll look.
Anyway, I said, yeah, I want to try a Tesla. And I drove it. I was like, this is kind of interesting. But this was years ago, like maybe 5 years ago, was that? 4 years ago? 5 years ago? It wasn't as impressive. But now I got the Model S P100D. This is what he told me to get. So I said, all right, I'll get it. I drove that thing. The moment I drove it, the very first, the first couple of feet, you're like, what is happening here? Like, why is this going so fast? It doesn't make sense. It's effortless.
Wow.
Like, effortless. Like, every other car on the road has to accelerate. It's like, bam, bam, bam. This car's, shoo. It just, whoosh. It's instantaneously going 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, it just feels like it's happening in, like, blink, blink, 60.
Yeah. And fucking smooth and
Just
you can't hear anything.
Effortless.
Yeah.
You don't hear anything. It handles great. It's quiet as shit. It's comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm fucked. Because
I'm
I'm
still-
dude, I'm a gearhead. I'm
Yeah,
like you.
I know.
Do you still have that Blazer?
Yeah.
Dude, that's dope.
Yeah, I tried building like my icon version of a Blazer, you know?
Who built that for you?
His name was Delmo. He was over here in the Valley. So he did the LS swap, and then I had another buddy of mine paint it, and then I've just kind of like did ground up like suspension. But I feel like I should have replaced the chassis and done everything like that if I wanted it to be like a true icon. But it's a bad fucking truck. It's so
a dope
fun.
looking truck.
Yeah.
There it is. That is
Yeah.
so sick.
It's so fun.
You know, Icon's done some Blazers.
Yeah, I saw one they did afterwards.
Yeah. Oh, so you have it. It's a full convertible, no hardtop. God damn, that looks good, dude.
Yeah, I put a soft top on it, like a bikini top. But summertime, I just take it all off. But I have a roll cage too. Sick. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the lowered ones too, like the slammed ones. They're so nice.
Yeah,
but
go
I'm
back
actually
to
like,
his, though. That's so nasty, man. Is that the color? You have like a matte?
yeah, it's like
charcoal?
a matte, like charcoal Mercedes gray.
God, that looks good.
Yeah, it almost pops wheelies. It's so fucking strong. There's so much horsepower.
Which engine did they put in there?
An LS3.
Oh, okay. What is? How many horsepower is that?
I think I'm at like 700.
That's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous.
But besides that, you know, I had like 16 old schools. I've actually.
Do you really?
I actually fell out of love with them. It's kind of weird. Or I think I've spent like my time with them, and I'm ready to like separate from them and move on and maybe like get other stuff or like, I don't know. I feel like it was a moment in time though. I was like, kind of like hood rich in a sense, where I put all my money into cars.
Right.
Like before I ever bought a house, I had like 4 caddies. You know, and I was living in like a 2-story, a 2-bedroom house, you know, with a bunch of friends. But
Dude, that old red one behind you is dope. What is that?
yeah, I still have that 53 Chevy truck.
Oh, that
It's
looks
bad.
so cool. Icon does some of those too. You ever see the Thriftmaster?
Yeah, Thriftmaster is so
He's got
tough.
one for sale right now.
I saw it.
Yeah, somebody had one built and then just never drove it, and
Yeah.
he's selling it. It is nasty.
Dude, I go over there and window shop all the fucking time.
Have you met him?
Yeah, he's
Jonathan?
super cool.
He's very cool.
Bro, he drove me in the
there it is.
Thriftmaster.
That one's available right now. Look at that fucking thing.
He drove me in one of those and was like hitting corners at 70. Like I fucking almost lost my breath. I was like, this motherfucker is crazy. But they really do perform. They're great
yeah.
fucking cars.
Even my Bronco, even though it's so high,
Yeah.
it's so high off the ground, you would think that thing handles like shit. It handles really good for something like that.
Is it like stock how it comes from Icon? Like that same height, or did you do anything to it?
Stock.
Oh, dope.
yeah. Yeah, he just does them all that way.
Yeah.
And I was originally going to get an FJ made from him. And I
Sick.
went there, I saw the Bronco in person with that matte silver, and I was like, holy shit. I was
Oh,
like,
is that what
dude,
you did?
I go, scrap the fucking FJ. We need to get this going.
So
Yeah.
did you do the whole build out? Like you how long did it take?
Well, I was you're on a waiting list for a long time, and then I think the build took close to a year. It's like close to a year.
I'm
You
so
stop
fucking
by.
impatient.
Yeah, me too. But the key is like have it in then just forget about it.
Yeah.
Because then time goes by
Do you drive it a lot?
all the time. I drive to the comedy store like 2 or 3 nights a week.
Sick.
But since I got the Tesla, I'm telling you, man,
Really?
it's ruined me. Fuck. It's ruined me. I'm a gearhead.
Yeah.
I like old school cars. I have a 65 Corvette with an LS1 supercharged. I
Nice.
drive that all the time. Side pipe, you know, that cool
Yeah. silver
silver shape. I love it. But it seems so dumb.
Yeah.
It seems so dumb once you drive a Tesla.
Wow.
It's effortless, dude. It just goes.
Yeah.
It's like you're on fast forward.
I need to check it out.
Everybody else is living in the past.
Yeah, like maybe last year, I used to have the Wraith, like the Rolls Royce.
Oh, that's a sick
Which is
car.
a bad car, yeah.
Did you have the ceiling with all the lights?
Yeah.
It looks
Yeah.
like space.
It was so sick, but my buddy John said, "Hey, let's swap cars wherever we were driving." So I did, and I was really impressed. It was really really fast.
Which one did he have? Did he have the 100D?
I imagine it's the one before the one you're talking about because it was a couple years ago.
Those were fast.
Yeah, but it was still impressive, you know?
Yeah, those were fast. They're still fast, but this one is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It's like you're defying what you think a thing can do.
And it has that big fucking screen where it has all your
everything.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're dope. He's definitely a legend, man. Elon Musk.
He's
I got
a-
his blowtorch too, like he's fucking.
Right there.
You got
baby.
one? Nice.
Yeah. He lit that fucking thing up in the hallway out here.
No.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna burn the building down.
I haven't even lit mine. I'm so afraid. My son's like,
Of course.
an animal. I don't want him to know how to turn it on.
Yeah. Yeah, he gave it to me and put the fucking fuel in it and everything. I was like, all right,
It's
thanks.
crazy.
Like, he comes bearing gifts.
Yeah.
How many people give you a blowgun, a blowtorch gun? What would you
know.
call it? Torch gun? What would you call it?
It's not a blowtorch.
Right. No, what does he call it? It's not a...
It's not a blowtorch. Or yeah, not a blowtorch.
Is that what it's called?
I
That,
believe so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it
Wow.
is. There's a crazy picture online that we put up of him shooting that fucking thing out in the hallway. And you're like, you can't tell him no. You know, like no one tells him no. He's got security around him and all these mercenaries with guns. No one's saying
Really?
anything. He rolls hard, dude. He's Elon Musk.
Yeah.
He's worth billions. Everywhere he goes, I mean, he's got to have security everywhere. Guys come before him and case everything out. Yeah, look at him. What an iconic photo. With the freak party sign above his head. It's almost like we planned it. And Steven Tyler, that's Steven Tyler's mugshot in the background. Crazy, man.
The
He's such a...
outtakes from your guys' interview too, where he's just like fucking stoned beyond his mind and shit. It's so great.
I don't think he got stoned.
didn't?
I don't think he really inhaled. He took like a tiny puff. I think he puffed it like a cigar.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
think he
like
really smokes weed.
Didn't inhale.
He drinks. We drank. That's what was interesting about that. The blowback or the backlash is that we drank for 2 hours before we even busted out the weed. But the weed was like, what are they doing? The guy takes one hit of weed. What are they doing?
Yeah.
And then it went crazy and stock plummeted 6%. But it went back up to 9%.
And you're supposed to
day.
smoke before you drink, right?
I don't know.
'Cause I think you get really fucked up if you don't smoke a lot and you smoke after you've been drinking.
Really?
It's a wrap. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know. He never seen. I don't think it affected him. He's like,
Wow.
But he's so. his brain is wired so different. You know what his brain is like? It's like, you ever see like, okay, no disrespect to Pete Holmes, but you know Pete Holmes, the comedian. Like, look at his body and then look at Usain Bolt's. That's how I feel like the way, if they had a race. That's how I feel like with my brain in the room with Elon's brain. I was like, well, these are barely the same thing. They're barely the same
thing.
thing.
You keep up, man. Like, you've had some crazy guests that are talking about atoms and fucking the universe and whatever else, and you're always, like, you keep up with everybody.
It's an illusion.
I don't know.
I just memorize things. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. They understand the actual concepts.
Yeah.
You know, I might be able to repeat things that I've learned and read,
Yeah.
but I don't know what the fuck I'm really talking about. They know what the fuck they're like. You know what I'm saying? It's like if someone never did jujitsu before and they want to talk about choking someone out in a triangle, and I hear them say it, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. But they don't really know how to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then if you talk to Hoist Gracie and he tells you how to choke someone out with a triangle, like, this motherfucker did it. He
Yeah.
knows how to do it. He does it all the time.
Yeah.
It's a different conversation. You know, so that's the difference. Like me, I'm like a spectator talking to these geniuses, but
Right.
I'm just trying to pull information out of them. I'm just trying to get them to talk. You know,
Yeah.
I just try to know a little bit about what they're talking about.
The guys that were on, I don't know, what was it last week? The guys that were talking about, like, longevity, like living a long time.
Yeah, David Sinclair.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
That was pretty crazy.
Fascinating, right?
Yeah, super fascinating.
Yeah, I'm glad there's people like that out there. I think within the next 15 to 20 years, people are going to start going back in aging, like legitimately.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to not just slow down aging, but we're going to see like 60-year-old ladies that are hot as fuck.
Yeah.
We're going to see 60-year-old ladies that look like they're 32. I really believe that.
Yeah, I do too.
Coming around the corner.
Especially like how he was talking about that diabetic medicine that he takes, like
Metformin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but apparently that stuff has negative impacts on athletic performance. It's one of the things that I was curious about when he discussed it. And Dr. Rhonda Patrick sent me something on it, and Ben Greenfield actually brought it up on the podcast we did a couple days afterwards. Yeah, it's I don't think it's probably good for longevity, but not good for athletic performance, which is I'm not willing to make that sacrifice.
Yeah, and he's probably not really concerned with athletic performance.
No, he barely worked out.
Yeah.
And he wasn't into working out hard either. He's like his deal's like just maintain a little bit of exercise just to kind of keep the blood moving. But a lot of those guys that are these super genius sort of longevity experts, they're just interested in how you can slow the clock down as much as possible.
Yeah.
And then there's other people like Ben Greenfield or like Rhonda Patrick. They're more interested in performance. Like what's the best thing for you in terms of for your mental performance, physical performance. I'm more in line with that, but I'm also, I want to know what these guys are working on.
Yeah.
Like the David Sinclairs of the world, because he's at the top of the, the tip of the spear when it comes to longevity and gene editing, and what they're talking about is being able to inject certain what it was like certain genes or bacteria that carry genes. It's going to fix eyesight.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Like people that are blind are going to be able to see again. Like they're going to be able to do some mad shit as long as human beings we don't figure out, we don't nuke ourselves or fuck the world to a point where, scientific research halts. If these guys can keep going, if we can make it to the next 50 years, people are probably going to live to be 300 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. Nuts. Man, how smart.
I love it.
How fucking smart people are going to be if they're 300. Think about how smart you are compared to when you were 20.
Yeah.
I was a dummy.
Me too.
I was so dumb. I'm amazed I'm still here.
Yeah.
Like, I stop and think about how I used to drive.
Oh, same.
Oh. Now, you have old schools. Do you have hot rods? Do you have any hot rods?
Nah, pretty much like slow and low, like old schools.
Those are safer.
Yeah, I had a couple Impalas. I just got rid of 2 of my Impalas. And I have like a 53 Caddy. I have a 64, 60, a 53 truck, and a 41 Caddy.
Ooh, 41 Caddy.
Yeah, it's nice, man. It's really fucking nice. But it's like a 3-speed, you know what I mean? Like it's no
old school,
no power
old school.
steering. It's like
Oh, wow.
yeah, you got to know how to drive. So, Yeah, I still have a couple that I'm holding on to, but I
No
really...
power steering. The steering wheel must be giant.
It's gigantic. It's so sketchy to drive. But yeah, I'm gonna bring a couple out. I have a festival that happens in March called Musinc that's like tattoos, music, and cars.
Oh, wow.
So I bring a couple of them out there.
Where's that at?
Orange County Fairgrounds.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but I'm slowly, I don't know, I want a simpler life, man. I want to be able to get in a car and not worry about if it fucking breaks down and I can get to point A to point B with how busy I am. I don't know.
Dude, stay the fuck away from that Tesla.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it'll ruin you.
Oh, yeah, there she is.
That's yours. Wow, that's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
What a car. Not just a car, but a window into time.
Yeah.
That's history. I mean, back in 1941, that's what people drove, man. That was the shit back then. People tooling around Manhattan in one of those.
Yeah, I love seeing those, the movies that take place during those
Yeah.
time eras, and they find all those classics. It's so cool.
You know what was great? The more recent version of The Great Gatsby with Leonardo DiCaprio, when they drove those cars, but it was a weird movie because they made those cars almost like modern. It's very strange.
That's how Romeo and Juliet was too. The one with Leonardo.
This skill requires more mana.
Blow by these motherfuckers. The problem with those Teslas is that once you get in one, other cars just seem kind of dumb. They seem kind of old.
Oh, I bet. I feel like you're stepping into the future when you drive those. Anything else wouldn't seem even up to date,
But there's something about cars like your 41 Cadillac that have a thing to them that you're never going to get from a new car.
Yeah, you know what's cool about those is like when you're in those, you're not concerned with whatever's on the radio or talking on the phone or I don't know, you're into just like you're content with just hearing the car and driving. Driving is fun.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you're just in a 2019 Chevy truck, you're not going to feel like that, you know. But if you
Right.
take it that far back, just the smell of them, everything, it's a vibe, and it's just, I don't know, you can't compare it to anything.
Yeah, when I bought my 65 Corvette, the first thing I did is pull the radio out. I said, get that out of here. I don't want to
Yeah.
hear that radio.
It's
I wanna hear the
unnecessary,
engine.
really, yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear those side pipes and the wind.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a thing of the past, man. I really firmly believe that now after driving this car. I think, 50 years from now, those things are going to be, it's going to be like seeing some guy drive by in a Model T.
Yeah.
Engines are going to be a thing of the past. It's probably better for the environment anyway.
Oh, for sure.
Overall. Anyway, I think that's it. Let's wrap this up.
Dope.
Dude, thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Oh, it was a
really
pleasure.
glad we got together,
Yeah,
man. I
my
really
pleasure,
appreciate you,
man.
man. It was
Of
very,
course.
very cool talking to you.
Awesome. Likewise.
Social media, your Instagram is just Travis Barker.
Travis Barker. Yeah.
And do you use Twitter as well, or just
Yeah, same Travis
thing? Travis
Barker.
Barker.
Yep.
Beautiful. Thank you,
Cool.
brother. Really
Yeah,
appreciate
of
it, man.
course.
It was
Thank
fun.
you.
Upgrade to Premium and unlock access to ad-free music. That means any playlist or radio station you want without ad interruptions. With radio stations, create a collection of tracks based on the music you love, on any artist, album, song, or playlist. Just click Go to Radio and listen to hours of similar music ad-free with Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes. How are you, man? What's going on?
Joe, I'm stoked, man. I'm really good. Really glad to be here.
I'm stoked too.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Dude, you were on Naked and Afraid.
sure
How
was.
ridiculous is that?
Sure was. Dude, it's so ridiculous. Like, to say ridiculous is such an understatement.
See, because they oftentimes will have like an actual survival expert or a wildlife expert or someone who knows how to live in the woods.
Sure.
And that was the idea with you, to get a wildlife expert?
Definitely. I mean, I'm kind of a combo. Like, I've practiced primitive survival for many years in a means to get closer to wildlife. Like, I just got back from the Amazon and we had to feed ourselves every day. We had to build shelter, blah, blah, blah. And I don't do it like for fun. I do it as a means to be out further and stay longer, kind of thing.
But it's got to be a little bit of a conscious effort, right? Like to have fun, like fishing for your food
For sure.
and, putting up shelter and stuff. I mean, it's got to be like kind of cool to live like that for a little bit.
It's human nature, you
Yeah.
know. Like we intrinsically want to hunt things and fish things and build a shelter and survive, and so it's totally fun. I think it's like to your core, it's fun. You know what I mean? You just feel it, like you know that you're doing something that's like primal human nature.
Yeah, the Amazon fishing clips that you have on your Instagram page, it's crazy. Like you just throw a cast out there and you were catching a big fish like instantly.
Bonkers. Like I've fished a lot of places. I'm really into fishing and spearfishing, and Joe, I'm not kidding, every single cast was a fish, a peacock bass or a piranha, every cast. And where we were in the Amazon, super remote, like not a lot of people go there. I'm sure those fish have never ever seen a lure, never seen a hook before.
Wow.
And it wasn't like sport fishing. It was like, okay, let's go catch 10 fish. In other words, take 10 casts and we have enough food. And that was it. And it was amazing.
Does it make you think of what the ocean must have been like before people fucked it up?
Of course. I mean, of course. As a biologist, that's like all I can think about.
Because I was in Hawaii recently and we did some snorkeling, and when you're swimming around with the goggles on looking down at the ocean, one of the things that's kind of shocking is how few fish there are.
I know.
Like, you think this should be like teeming with life. You're over these reefs and you see like 3 or 4 fish or 5
Right.
fish or something like that.
It's so weird. I mean, there are these pockets left in the world that are completely untouched, and it's like as soon as you get into one, you can see it. You're
Yeah.
like, this is what it used to be like everywhere, and it's
Yeah.
like humans haven't had an impact. I don't want to disparage anyone in Hawaii, but I don't think there's anywhere in Hawaii like that because it's all so accessible.
Yeah.
And it's just, I've been fortunate enough to see a couple of these pockets, and they're just booming with stuff, and it's like, this is what it could be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's like what it must be to just be in the Amazon itself as well, right?
For sure.
In the jungle, not just the rivers and the lakes or whatever's out there, but the actual jungle itself.
It was incredible. The jungle there. So we were in Colombian Amazon, and like talk about untouched by people. There's been this kind of ongoing conflict in Colombia for many, many years. So we were the first Westerners to go there in over 60 years. So the village we flew into, they'd literally never seen white people before. And then we went 200 kilometers from that. So like middle of nowhere.
Did they want to touch you?
Yeah, hair. Because their hair was very dark and very different. And like, I'm not particularly fair, but just to touch like the hair and see the blue eyes and stuff, they were just loving
friendly?
it. Super friendly. Like, the culture was very stoic. Like, there wasn't a lot of smiling or crying. You know, there wasn't like a lot of emotional exchange. But straight away they came and greeted us, like shook hands, you know, said hello. It was really cool.
Wow, that's gotta be. Now, how do you set something like that up? Do you have like a liaison that like acts as a go-between between you and the tribes?
Yeah, so we did in this case have one guy who communicated. I speak Spanglish, I guess, and they all speak Spanish from back in the day. So we set it all up. It's part of the wildlife stuff that I do. We literally flew a DC-3, a World War II cargo plane, into this cocaine dealer's airstrip.
What?
And then that's how we got there. I mean, like, mind-blowing stuff.
Current cocaine dealer or former?
Former, yeah. Well, you know,
Who knows?
TBD.
It's still Colombia, right?
Exactly.
Wow.
So yeah, I was that one was really cool, really remote.
How crazy is it that they learned Spanish from people who came over on boats from Spain and it just stuck?
Isn't that nuts? And took over the whole like
region.
Yeah, the whole world. And here's
for
this tribe in the middle of the Amazon that has this language from another continent.
Well, and Brazil, right? From Portugal.
Right.
It's really incredible when you stop and think about it. I mean, it's incredible, but it's also part of it's a little sad. Like, wouldn't you have loved to have heard what their original language was?
Oh, absolutely.
Like what it sounded like?
Well, they did. So it's funny because when they didn't want us to understand what they were talking about, they would switch to their native Indian language. So they still had... They were bilingual, a community of 25 people that have never left, and they're bilingual.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Now, their native language is what? What is it?
It's an Amazonian Indian dialect. I honestly don't even... They might have said the name, but I don't recall.
What is the name of their tribe?
Also, I'm not even sure. They're so isolated, they're unaware of what country they live in. They don't even know that they're in Colombia.
Really?
Really. They're just like, to them, they're Amazonian. They're not Colombian, Ecuadorian, Brazilian. They're Amazonian.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So they just stay. Like where they are, they stay.
And the village we were in is literally, I think it's over 200 kilometers from the next village of 15 or so people. And they don't have fuel. They don't have motors. You know, they're just in this pocket and they just subsistence live.
And they're all barefoot, right?
Yeah.
Do they have those crazy splayed out feet?
Big feet, you know, because they're not very big people. They're like small Indian people, but really big, kind of useful feet. And the way that, you know, they could run up and down trees and climb stuff, I mean, it was unbelievable. Like, so much more athletic than you could imagine.
Oh, I'd imagine, right? They've been doing that their whole life.
Their whole lives, yeah.
Now, when I say splayed out feet, what I'm talking about is that people that walk barefoot in the jungle for long periods of time, like their whole life, their toes spread out and their feet almost look like a hand.
Oh, no way. I did not pay enough attention. That might have been the case, but I didn't notice it.
Looking at their feet.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is kind of a weird thing to stare at dudes' feet.
Yeah, for sure.
But Steve Ranella, who's a good friend of mine, told me about that. He was in Guyana, and it's the same thing. And they actually got some pictures and videos of these people's feet. But look at these guys up there.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't notice anything like that.
Yeah. This is the that's how do you say that? Horani?
Sounds right.
Horani, you think? Horani Indian splayed feet. So it's very strange. Like, it's kind of the opposite of what happens to women when they jam their feet into those little pointy shoes.
Right.
Where they get the toes kind of smush onto each other.
The ballet feet.
Yeah, it's horrible. Instead of that, they're all like crazy spread out. What in the fuck is going on there? The guy's got
top is hands, I think.
Wood. Yeah, the top is hands, but the bottom is like wood feet.
But that's got to be like what our feet are supposed to be.
Probably right.
Right?
Yeah. Thick ass toes that actually have muscles in them that move.
That you can use like a tool, like your hand.
Yeah. So, and these guys just can climb up trees with them, so they grip the side of the tree with their feet like a hand?
Oh, I mean, I didn't notice, like I say, the feet just like that specifically, but the way they could, like, everything's covered in mud down there, right? It's all wet, it rains every day, and they could run up and down these tree trunks, like, to get up and down the village, and here's me and my crew with our awkward cameras and stuff, and we're slipping and sliding and falling over, and, like, they're literally like, what's wrong with these people? Why can't they walk? We must have looked like infants to them.
Right, and you guys probably have like boots on and shit that
Of
get
course.
muddy and fucked up and.
Oh, totally. Yeah, we're wearing, muck boots, and my one buddy's got waders on, and, we think we're all hard and cool because we got all this gear, and they're just, like, running around in shorts barefoot.
It is so fascinating when you see people that don't have contact with the outside world. Like, I'm sure you're aware of that recent story. The missionary was killed by the people on North Sentinel Island.
Absolutely.
Which is one of the weirdest places because they've branched off from Africa, 60,000 years ago or something like that.
Right.
When you're around these people, like, what do they do if they get injured?
So funny you asked that because we kind of had that same question, right? And they don't leave. They stay in the village. They have a shaman at the village who blessed us with a crazy green powder, and that's a whole nother story. But they have a shaman, and he is their doctor. However, he has no access to any Western medicine. So it's only his learned knowledge handed down through generations, plus jungle powders and whatnot. And that's it. So we spent a day, because we had a medic with us, doing like kind of village help, if you will. Everybody had ringworm. Everybody had respiratory infections. There were a lot of lady problems in the village that our medic had to deal with. I mean, there was a lot of health issues, and you don't even realize it.
Write something down before I forget. I'm sorry, it's totally unrelated. But
No, all good.
There's a doctor named Peter Hotez that's coming on the podcast, and I have to follow up on him. When you start talking about the people in the jungle, he's an actual a doctor who is he specializes in infectious diseases in jungle and tropical climates, and he's like, everyone's infected with something.
Everyone. He'd have a
100%.
heyday down there.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's probably been.
Yeah.
But so when these people have ringworm and all these different infections, do they treat it? Do they have like some naturopathic cure or some shit?
I think it's kind of a 50-50. Like a lot of it they don't treat because it's just part of everyday life. Like when I say everybody had ringworm, I meant everybody had it. So I don't think there was any kind of treatment or cure. It was just kind of part of them.
Huh.
But other things, the witch doctor or the shaman was trying to treat. And then we kind of went in and we had like medication for ringworm, so we dewormed everybody, and with the shaman's blessing, and he was like super excited to have Western medicine in the village. And
would you use like Lamisil or something like that?
I couldn't tell you. I think it wasn't topical. I think it was like a Vermox, like a pill that you take that kills the worms.
The weird thing about that is like, don't you leave and then they're gonna get it again, right?
I mean, there's only so much you can do, right? Yeah, totally. That we were having the same dilemma, and it was like, do we interfere because we're from the outside world? Do we help? And we talked to the shaman through our translator, and he said, please help, please help. So we gave, including him, everybody this dewormer, but, they'll just come back.
Yeah, and also they probably don't understand the consequences of taking some antibiotic that's going to do some weird shit to your whole biome, right?
Right. And
Kills
these are all
the good stuff, too.
It's such a moral dilemma. You're there, and you're like, I want to help. Do I? Is it helpful? Is it hindering?
Yeah.
Our medic was like, it's undeniably going to help. They need this. And so we went for it, and it was, it seemed to help. Everybody felt fine, but we were only there a couple more days before we left. So who knows?
Wow. Now, when you're talking about ringworm, like, are these guys covered in it? They have big patches of it? Like, what's it like?
Feet and legs had big patches of it. Yeah.
And if you don't know, that's the same shit that's athlete's foot.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, ringworm and athlete's foot are the same kind of funk.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's why people tell you to pee on your feet.
Oh, I thought that was just for fun.
It could be for fun. Depends on what you're into. But I think that's the idea behind it, is that you're somehow or another you're killing the bad bacteria when you piss on your feet and you have athlete's foot. That might be horseshit. Maybe, yeah. With me, you always have to check. Yeah, definitely give that a little look-see. But it's a real common thing with jiu-jitsu.
Gotcha.
So guys,
just all the mats.
Yeah, it's real common. So just guys get it, and there's people really fuck up where they like put bleach on it and a bunch of different things to try to kill it, and it winds up getting worse, and also fucks up all the natural skin flora. Jock itch, athlete's foot, and ringworm are all types of fungal skin infections known collectively as tinea. They're caused by fungi called dermatrophytes that live on the skin, hair, and nails and thrive in warm, moist areas, the jungle.
Gross.
So it seems like they're just going to get it.
That's just what it sounds like. But
what
still
do they
trying
do
to help.
for it? What do they do for it?
I didn't see them treating that at all. And when we pointed it out, they were like, yeah, we know about it. You know, they were more concerned with things that were like dire. Like there was an infant, maybe not infant, maybe 3 years old, and he was hacking up a lung, and he was asthmatic, according to our medic. So our medic gave them like an asthma medication, and he just said, you know, if he has an attack where he can't breathe, give him this. And like, you know, to be super real with you, when we walked away, our medic was like, I doubt he'll live to see adulthood.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And were you giving him inhalers? Did you give him...
I'm not sure, to be honest, what it was that he left with him.
And what about, like, injuries? What if they break a leg or something like that? What do they do?
I don't think anything. Yeah.
Was any... I mean, you got to think these people are climbing trees. They must
constantly fall, get bitten by stuff. There's tons of venomous snakes out there. It's wet, it's muddy, it's slippery. They're building stuff out of very rudimentary tools. I mean, it's nuts. They have to get injured.
It's so interesting that we have this understanding of medicine and doctors and hospitals, but that's probably pretty fucking recent.
Oh, of course, yeah. I'll tell you a story, Joe. I was in Myanmar late last year, and we're down there filming this thing, and this kid, like 22-year-old crab fisherman, gets bitten by a crocodile.
Oh.
Croc grabs him by the arm, grabs him by the thigh, and death rolls. So it breaks the arm in like, I don't know, 15 places, compound fracture, the real deal. I can show you pictures of it. It'll blow your mind. And we hear about this, and we're minutes away. It's kind of one of the similar situations where we're the first Westerners to be there in a long time. We go bombing over at high speed, and we get there, and the mom is like off mourning the death of her child, but her child is sitting there still alive. Like they have written him off. And mom is literally mourning the death of her child, and he's lying there conscious, but like in total shock. Fortunately, just because of the situation, we had a speedboat, everything else. We bandaged him up, you know, tried to keep his arm stable and his leg stable, put him in our speedboat, and it was 6 hours by speedboat to a village that had to a hospital, really. And so he got there, and his life was saved. But we asked the people in the village, what were you going to do? And they're like, there's nothing we can do.
Wow.
So he was just going to bleed out or go septic, and that was the end of it.
Ooh, what a fucking rough way to go.
Right.
Ooh. How did he get away from the crocodile?
I don't know. I think he was just hitting it or hammering on it. He was crab fishing in the water, and it came up and grabbed him, rolled a few times, and at some point he escaped. How he even got back in the boat and made it back to the village, I have no idea, because his leg was shattered, his arm was shattered. It was brutal. And it was a canoe, you know. It wasn't like he had a little motor or a wheel to drive. He canoed back.
One of the most disturbing stories I ever read was these guys were kayaking in an African river, and the guy in front of them got grabbed by a crocodile, and that it went under, and it plunged like a bobber as the crocodile pulled him out of the bottom of the kayak.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck.
That's awful.
Imagine being the guy behind him and watching that
just
shit.
Just watching, yeah, and knowing that you're pretty much helpless.
Did you see any jaguars or anything?
I've never seen a jaguar. I've seen a lot of lions. I'm from Africa. I don't know if you knew that, but so I've seen a lot of lions growing up. My family did safaris, and then I've seen, you know, mountain lions here in California, leopards, stuff like that. I've never seen a wild jaguar.
Really?
Yeah.
Even when you were in the Amazon?
I think they're really elusive. I know there's areas that are hot spots. All of the locals were very nervous and kind of knew about them. Like, you know, I went out for bushwalks at night and stuff, and I'd just go me and one guy with a camera, and they were like, oh, be careful, like peligroso, you know, very dangerous, don't do it. But
Peligroso means very dangerous?
Peligroso, like danger, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so we just go, and, you know, I'm not trying to act like we were tougher than them or anything. We would love to have seen one, but they were very aware of them. So they were there. We just didn't happen to run into one.
Sort of like mountain lions.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like they say that mountain lions are, like if you live in a place that has them, you know, Wyoming or Colorado or something like that, they know where you are.
Right.
But
right.
They might be around you all the time, and you might rarely see them. Like
exactly.
Maybe driving home, you see one skittering into the bush.
There was a nuts video, I think it was from the LA area. Did you ever see it, where the security cams picked up this mountain lion that was walking through this like very residential neighborhood, and you'd see like people would walk by, and then 30 seconds later he'd like dip out of the shadows and then dip back in, and then the next set of people would walk by and nobody had any clue he was there.
Yeah, it's crazy that a giant predator can move around like that.
Right.
Yeah, so when you're there, like what would you have done if someone got bit by a venomous snake or a spider or something like that? Did you guys have any anti-venom? Were you prepared for something like that?
I mean, that's my department, right? Like, as the wildlife guy, that's kind of my department, is make sure nobody gets bitten, make sure nothing like that happens. And we handled very many venomous snakes and caught anacondas and all kinds of great stuff. We did have, like, my main camera guy, his name's Mitch. He got absolutely lit up by these wasps one night, and we all were. We got like 12, 14 stings each. But I looked back in the canoe at one point, and his eyes are just super swollen. He's bright red. He's sweating. I'm like, Mitch, you okay? He's like, His throat started to close up. He was having an allergic reaction. So we had to hit him with antihistamines, and I'm not actually sure if the medic administered the EpiPen or not, but he was like, we're in the middle of the jungle. We're 6 hours from a village that's then a full day's travel by a charter plane from a hospital. I mean, middle of fucking nowhere. And his throat's closing up. And that's why we take a medic with us. Thankfully, we had this emergency medic. He administered the antihistamines, and Mitch was okay. But these things do happen.
Do you ever, like, while you're on these crazy adventures, do you ever out there going, this is the last one?
Nah, never. No way.
Never?
No way, man. I love it. I live for it.
Wow. How long have you been doing this?
I mean, like, for TV, for Animal Planet, 3 years, I guess. But to go on the reason I got into that and doing it for TV is because I've been doing it, like, my whole life. I grew up in Zimbabwe. My mom was a bush pilot. So when we weren't on safari, she was, like, flying us to these remote places in the middle of the bush, and we were going out on safari. And, like, as long as I can remember, this has been what I do.
Now, when you go on safari, are you in those open jeeps?
Walking safaris.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, what are you doing?
We take a 4.58, an elephant gun.
Okay.
Put it on your shoulder.
That helps.
Walking safari.
God damn, man. Only during the day, right? Obviously.
Yeah, cannot move at night.
And what do you do when you're confronted?
I mean, I've had some pretty close calls. My wife, Jess, who's here with me, I saved her from a hippo.
Oh!
Yeah, we've had some pretty close calls.
Fuck, man. One of the scariest pictures I ever saw was this guy, this African guy, running down the street, and a hippo's chasing him. And you look at the size of the hippo, and you're like, good Christ, that thing is huge.
Joe, they are the scariest animals on Earth. Like, interacting with a hippopotamus, they're so erratic, they're so unpredictable. If they feel threatened at all, I mean, they're just...
This video is fucking bananas.
Oh, yeah.
This guy is on a motorboat, and the hippo is swimming after him like a torpedo.
So this is where I'm from. This is Zimbabwe.
Really?
Yeah.
So is this common that they swim that fast?
They can move. I mean, this
Look at that.
this is uncommon to have one chase the boat and come that close, but
How fucking big it is, man.
yeah.
So when you've had these close encounters, what do? You shoot at the air? You shoot at the ground? Scare them away?
Fortunately, I've never had to put an animal down, but I know people that have.
That's the picture.
Look at that.
That's it. That's the one. What in the fuck? How fast is that big bastard run?
I don't know. You'd have to look up the exact speed, but definitely at top speed, definitely faster than a human. But they don't have the maneuverability. You know, you can kind of duck and dodge behind trees.
So just don't run a straight line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Fuck that.
20
19 miles an hour.
19. Yeah.
Yeah. What does a person run? A rhino runs 31. Jesus Christ. Jesus. A fucking cheetah can run 75 miles an hour? I thought it was like 50. Fuck.
Yeah.
75?
A crocodile's almost as fast as the fucking hippo.
Yeah.
Oh my
they're quick.
God.
They're
18
quick.
miles an hour for a croc. Fuck that.
Top speed for a sprinter is around 21, 22 maybe, but that's not sustained.
Yeah, that's also a sprinter.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I'm saying a sprinter.
Not
yeah,
a doughy white guy like us. Fuck. Jesus Christ. So if you're chased by a hippo, is there a move that you do? Do you just have to go left and right?
Zigzag. Yeah. Maneuverability. So like when we got chased, we got behind a termite mound, and then it kept going straight. Like,
you're hiding behind termites.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Nothing says safety like termites.
Oh my God, dude, that's so crazy. Fuck, man. Is that so that's the scariest thing in Africa in terms of like interacting with human beings?
You know what the scariest thing in Africa is? Mosquitoes.
Oh, okay. Of course, right?
Like all stuff you can see, all the big wildlife, you can kind of feel it out, and you put yourself in the bad situations. Mosquitoes, there's nothing, you know what I mean? There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, my buddy Justin Wren, he runs Fight for the Forgotten charity. They build wells for the pygmies.
Okay.
And he's been bitten. He's got malaria 3 times.
Ugh.
Yeah, and one time he got it, like, he didn't even get bit again. The malaria just returned.
Ugh.
So it must be in some way systemic.
I believe it is. Never had it, knock on wood. My grandfather had it, but I know that it wrecks you for life. Like, it can come back, you can get it again. It stays with you.
I think that's his situation, and he's a professional athlete. He's actually a fighter for Bellator. He's one of their heavyweight contenders.
Damn.
Yeah.
Has he said that it's affected his performance?
No, I don't think it has. I think he's been okay with it. He received treatment, but it's definitely wrecked him on 3 separate occasions where he was, basically on death's door.
Right.
And one of them was when he was flying back.
Damn.
And he's just sweating and just rotting out on the inside.
Oof.
It's awful.
So you want to ask what scares me? That's it.
Yeah.
Like, I'll take a hippo, a snake, a croc, a leopard, anything over that.
Yeah, malaria is terrifying.
Yeah.
They say malaria has killed more people than anything ever.
Really?
Yeah. Malaria has killed half the people that have ever died.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Just make sure that's right. that might be bullshit too.
It sounds good.
I think it's real. I think we actually have Googled this before. That malaria has literally killed 50% of all the people that have ever died.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, people are worried about so many different things. You should be worried about mosquitoes.
Exactly.
Well, apparently they're trying to genetically engineer mosquitoes to be devoid of malaria.
And they hybridize, right? So my understanding is the way that it's done is they genetically engineer the males to reproduce with the females, which are the malaria carriers, and then the offspring of that generation can no longer carry malaria.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, malaria killed half the people who have ever lived.
That is bonkers.
It's a myth.
It's a myth.
Yeah, it would have had to kill, it says, like 5.5 million people on average per year, every year for all of human history, and that's not
I think it kills
possible,
500,000 a
like
year.
that.
I think the real number's like half a
Yeah,
million.
this says it would have to be 5.5 million
Oh,
to
okay.
kill everyone.
So it's just one of those things that people say.
I like it.
Well, I should probably shut the fuck up. But what else is new? So how many people have they killed?
a lot.
Okay. We'll go with a lot. So are there other I mean, is that like typhoid and shit? Isn't there like a fucking case of typhoid in California now?
Really?
Yeah. Well, we've got some weird situations in this country with, measles returning and polio returning.
Right.
And all these
Ebola came in.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. Well,
Typhus outbreaks expands in L.A. and Long Beach.
Jesus.
Cool.
Typhoid
Thanks for having me
and
down here,
typhus.
Joe.
Congratulations. Did you notice my hand was sweaty when we showed?
They're different, but
It's different.
it's similar but different. It's not typhoid, it's typhus. Just
Oh.
a flea-borne disease that can be treated with antibiotics or something.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm terrified of Lyme disease too.
Have you had Lyme?
No, but I have a gang of friends that have had it, and it wrecks them.
Well, you spend a ton of time hiking around and stuff
Yeah.
out here, yeah.
Well, California doesn't have much Lyme,
Right.
But East Coast, it's horrific.
It's like everybody that spends time outdoors in the Northeast seems to get it.
Yeah, and I don't know what you can do about that. There was a vaccine that they were doing for a while, but one of my friends, her dad actually got Lyme disease from the vaccine.
Huh.
Like, he didn't have it, got vaccinated, and wound up catching it from the vaccine. And I think they were like, okay, fuck this vaccine.
Sorry.
Because they had it for I believe.
Jeez.
That
Yeah,
might
that's
be-
no fun.
Yeah. So when you were a kid, you were doing this. Like, you've been involved. So this is like the family business.
Sort of. My family business was my mom's business, actually, was safari businesses. So, like you say, sit in a Land Rover, see the animals kind of thing. And they did a little bit of tourist walking safaris, but then I grew up on a farm in the outskirts of Harare, Zimbabwe. And then whenever I wasn't in school, I was on the farm, running around barefoot, catching snakes, fishing, yada, yada. And then when my mom wasn't booked up, she had this little bush plane that she used for safaris, and we'd just adventure all over Africa.
Wow.
So it's a great childhood.
That sounds amazing, but fucking terrifying.
I mean, it's like one of those things where it's what you're used to, right? I found moving to the States at age 14 and like trying to find my like place in the world and being this weird little private school kid from Africa way more terrifying than going to meet a tribe in the middle of the bush.
Really?
For sure. Yeah.
Why?
Like, I'll give you examples. Like, I always carry a pocket knife on me, right? My first day here in the States, I go to school, pull my pocket, I'm sitting in my like uniform because I went to a very proper English boarding school, pull out my pocket knife, start cutting my apple. 15 minutes later, I'm in handcuffs. And I'm like, what did I do? What did I do? I literally had no idea what I had done wrong. It was because I had a knife at school. Everybody I had ever been to school with had a knife to cut their apple. Like, it was the standard thing. So here I am with like police and, you know, guns and badges, and they're throwing me in handcuffs and taking me out of the school on day one in America. And I'm like, this is the scariest thing I've ever seen. And I didn't even learn until later that day that it was because I had a pocket knife. And at no point did I think having a pocket knife was a bad thing.
So they didn't tell you?
No, they just grabbed me. There was like this whole thing, like the knife went flying. I was chained up and I was like, what's going on? What's going on? And they're like, you're in big trouble. And I was like, why? And, you know, it was like little culture shock things like that to me were like something I'd done every day my whole life. And now I'm like getting thrown in juvie for it kind of thing.
When you think back about that, do you think that's just the consequences of being in a large population?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, I went to school every day with a knife. There was no violence issues. There was nothing like that. But then you come here where, you know, there's stabbings and stuff like that. Yeah. And it's because, you know, I lived in a tiny country with a tiny population.
Do you think that it's possible that, I mean, it's stupid, but there's no way you could live like that over here. I mean, there's no way you can have kids with a bunch of knives.
No, I don't think so.
Not with this culture.
I don't think so at all. I think that would be terrible. And I get it now as an adult.
Nobody talked to you about it before you left the house?
No. My mom didn't know. She's from Africa. You know, she's like, here are your things.
Here's your knife,
cool,
son.
I'll put it in my pocket.
Make sure you sharpen it before you go to school.
Totally, man.
Wow. So you were always doing these walking safaris? You started out doing the driving ones, and then eventually you started doing the walking ones?
My family business did walking safaris. They didn't do hunting. It was all photographic. And we were in the Zambezi Valley. So Zambezi River is one of the biggest rivers in the world. So we'd do these walking safaris, and then we did canoe safaris as well, which is why I have so many hippo and croc stories, because we'd be canoeing down the Zambezi River and then taking photographs and seeing wildlife that way.
Wow. What a crazy way to grow up, man.
It was awesome.
Your relationship to wildlife is just so different than the average person in this country.
For sure. It's very intimate. Like I feel like I have, like regardless of being a scientist by trade, I feel like I have a very intimate understanding of animals because I grew up completely surrounded by them.
Now, what other countries have you explored?
I'm over 60 countries now.
Damn.
Yeah. So a lot, all for wildlife work, whether it's for the show that I do or for biology contracts before I did the show, or just because, like for instance, when I got done with college, I was like, I had a tiny little business started in college, sold it, and was like, I'm going to travel the world and try and photograph these animals. And I went to 28 countries looking for wildlife.
Did you have something to do with looking for the Tasmanian tiger?
Yeah, I did.
No, what do you think?
I think of all the extinct animals that have gone extinct at the hand of man, given the range, I don't know if you know this, but the Tasmanian tiger at one point ranged from Papua New Guinea all the way down to Tasmania. So not just the island of Tasmania, but tens of thousands of miles. I think given the range, the frequency of sightings, the amount of untouched habitat in Australia and Tasmania and Papua New Guinea, where they just found a new dog species, by the way.
They did?
Yeah, the Highland dog in New Guinea, maybe a year ago now. Incredible looking animal. Like, absolutely. Could there be a very small remnant population of thylacine, Tasmanian tiger, hiding out in an isolated pocket of habitat? I totally think it's possible.
And these sightings, are they coming from credible sources?
So I did one expedition. I've done 2 expeditions looking for thylacine, and one of them I was literally talking to the man who is the head park ranger for like the entire North Queensland. So he's a scientist by trade, a biologist by degree, and he says I saw 4 of them.
Whoa.
You know, so this isn't like some crackpot drunk who's like, yeah, they're here. You know, this is a guy who is like myself, a scientist, a biologist, and spends his life in the bush. He knows every animal in that area, and he goes, I saw 4 of them.
Wow.
So, like, how do you not, like, I get goosebumps talking about it, because how do you not, like, take that as credible?
No, that's about as credible as it gets. Whoa, look at that cool-looking dog.
There it is.
What a freaky-looking... The world's rarest and most ancient dog has been rediscovered in the wild. So this New Guinea Highland dog was thought to be extinct? Is that the idea?
That's right, yep.
Wow. So this thylacine, this area is where they are. Has there been a concerted effort to find these things?
Sort of. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I would say the thylacine is like the icon of animals coming back from extinction for Australia, right? It's kind of like everybody knows about it in Australia. They all care about it. But where these efforts are is like outside of Sydney, or, you know what I mean? It's close to home. So there hasn't been a lot of expeditions really deep in to look for them. Mm-hmm. And that's what I did. So there's so much belief that the animal is still out there that the... it's the university in Cairns. I'm blanking on the name of it right now. The university itself put money towards funding to find it. So when you have a credible institution like a university going, here's money, go and find this thing, you've got to think, and I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, but you've got to think they have some intel that says, look, we're not wasting our money to look for something that's not there. We've heard something, we've seen something, we caught something on a trail camera, let's prove it. And so I actually teamed up with...
They caught something on a trail camera.
Hard to say, but what they did do is fund this expedition. So myself and the university, who's still ongoing with the research, went and looked in this area in North Queensland where I went.
And how far deep did you go in?
1,200 miles.
1,200 miles?
Yep. Took 14 hours driving and then hiking from there.
Whoa.
Yeah, 14 hours on dirt roads.
Because this is the area where they've been sighted the most numerous?
This is where that sighting that I was talking about came from the biologist, as well as I think 4 other sightings. The community up there is a place called Portland Roads. You could look it up. I think it's 12 people, and
wow,
live totally, not like the Amazon off the grid, but off the grid. You know, it's all like solar energy and build it yourself. There's no power lines, blah, blah, blah. So it's just this small group of kind of like people in the middle of nowhere, and almost everybody in that community has seen them. So that's where we based it out of, and then went deep from there.
Almost everyone in the community. And no one's taken a photograph. Do they have cameras?
Everybody's got a cell phone kind of thing, but it's like, it's always the same story where it's like, yeah, it was there, it was late at night. By the time I reached in my pocket, it had gone off. Except for the biologist I was telling you about, who said it ran around with his dogs.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's out camping and he's like, oh, there's this red eye shine, and my dog goes nuts and runs over there. And then there's 4 thylacine jumping around with my dog.
Yes.
Like for like 15 minutes, and he's like, I'm trying to get a picture, and you know, it's like 300 yards away, it's in the dark and without the flashlight and the phone, and like,
fuck.
Yeah, it's
so
like,
it's basically 100% that this thing's alive.
I mean, as a scientist, you can never put that number, but to me, yes,
sure.
That's why I've done 2 expeditions, and I plan on doing more. I feel it's out there.
Wow.
Like it's a gut feeling that it's there.
Did you ever see that? There was a Willem Dafoe movie.
Yeah,
The Hunter.
The Hunter. That's right.
Yeah,
and he goes and shoots the last one.
Yeah.
Bastard.
It was a weird movie.
It was a weird movie.
It didn't really work, right?